Hello, sleepy soul. Welcome to Midnight Talks. I'm your storyteller tonight, your host in the dark. If you enjoy the tales I whisper, don't forget to subscribe so I don't get lost in this endless crowd. Now, let's begin our story. At exactly 11 p.m., the town of Blackridge went quiet. Not peaceful quiet, empty quiet, the kind that feels like the world is holding its breath. Ethan Mercer noticed it first while locking the front door of his apartment. The hallway clock outside his unit had stopped ticking. The second hand hovered between numbers like it was afraid to move. He checked his phone. 11 p.m. No notifications, no signal bars, no countdown reminders. On New Year's Eve, that felt wrong. Outside the window, the streets were lit but deserted. Decorations hung from lampposts. Banners read, "Happy New Year" in faded gold letters. Confetti lay scattered across the sidewalks like it had fallen hours ago and been abandoned. This town never slept on New Year's Eve. He opened the window. No music, no laughter, no fireworks warming up. Just wind moving through empty streets. His phone buzzed. One notification. A message from an unknown number. "You shouldn't be alone at 11. Ethan's chest tightened. He typed back asking who this was. The message never delivered. Instead, another notification appeared. "We only have 1 hour this time." He shut the window and grabbed his jacket. The lobby was empty when he stepped out. The elevator display flickered between floors, even though it wasn't moving. Someone had scratched deep lines into the wall near the exit. Not graffiti, not words. Tally marks. Dozens of them. Outside the building, a few people had gathered at the intersection. Not celebrating, just standing. Silent, confused, like they had all stepped out at the same moment without knowing why. A woman clutched her phone with shaking hands. She kept dialing the same number again and again. A man in a party hat stared at the sky like he was waiting for something to fall. Ethan approached them. "Did your clock stop too?" he asked. They looked at him all at once. The woman nodded slowly. "They stopped last year too." Ethan laughed nervously. "Last year," she swallowed, "at 11. Same as tonight." The streetlight above them flickered. For half a second, the world dimmed. When the light came back on the man in the party hat, was gone. No scream, no footsteps, no trace. Just empty space where someone had been standing. The woman let out a broken sound and dropped her phone. Across town, the old New Year bell rang once. It hadn't rung in 20 years. Every phone in the street lit up at the same time. A single message appeared on every screen. "The countdown has begun." Ethan looked up at the clock tower at the end of the street. The digital display glowed red. 12 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. Then it flickered and changed. 11:59:59. The second hand started moving backward. And somewhere in Blackridge, someone screamed as the sky above the town froze mid-firework. The scream didn't echo. It just stopped, like someone had pressed mute on the world. Ethan spun toward the sound, but the street was empty again. The people who had been standing beside him moments ago were now scattered farther apart. Not running, not hiding, drifting, as if the town had gently rearranged them. His phone vibrated in his hand. 11:47 p.m. That wasn't right. He looked back at the clock tower. The red numbers still moved backward 1 second at a time. The air felt thicker now, like walking through fog, even though the night was clear. A teenage boy stood in the middle of the road, staring at his own reflection in a car window. "It's wrong," the boy whispered. "It's not me." Ethan followed his gaze. In the glass, the boy's reflection was smiling. The real boy was not. The reflection raised its hand and pressed its palm against the glass from the inside. The boy staggered backward, and the reflection didn't. It stayed there, watching. Across the street, the woman from earlier was crying softly. She kept repeating a name under her breath. Ethan asked who she was calling. "My husband," she said. "We came here last New Year. He was right next to me." Ethan asked what his name was. She opened her mouth. Nothing came out. Her face twisted in panic. "I knew it. I swear I knew it." She scrolled through her phone contacts. Dozens of names. None of them familiar to her anymore. Her phone buzzed. A photo notification. It showed last year's New Year celebration. Fireworks over Black Ridge. A smiling couple in the foreground. The woman stared at the image and began shaking. The man beside her in the photo had no face, only smooth skin where features should be. The bell rang again. Twice this time. Ethan's phone changed screens on its own. A timer appeared. Time remaining. 0 hours, 13 minutes. Under it, a sentence faded in slowly. "When the hour ends, someone must stay behind." Panic broke loose. People shouted, ran, knocked on locked doors. Car engines turned over and died instantly. No headlights worked. No radios, no signals. Ethan ran toward the clock tower. Halfway there, the street twisted. Not physically. The buildings stayed the same, but the space between them stretched. The tower felt no closer, no matter how fast he ran. His breathing grew ragged. Suddenly, he wasn't alone. The man in the party hat stood in front of him, alive, smiling. "You see it now," the man said calmly. "The loop." Ethan staggered backward. "You disappeared." The man nodded. "I did. Last cycle." Ethan noticed something wrong with his eyes. They reflected the red glow of the clock, even when he wasn't facing it. "You're not supposed to remember me," the man continued. "That's how it usually works." "Usually?" The man leaned closer. His breath was ice cold. "Every New Year, the town borrows an hour. One perfect hour. But time always takes something back." The party hat began to dissolve like ash. "I stayed behind last time," the man whispered. "And now I don't exist enough to leave." The bell rang again. Ethan blinked. The man was gone. The street snapped back to normal length. The clock tower was suddenly only steps away. Ethan reached the base and looked up. Carved into the stone were hundreds of names. 11:30 p.m. A new message appeared. "This is the moment when people choose wrong." Behind him, the town screamed. The town no longer felt empty. It felt aware. Ethan stood at the base of the clock tower, unable to look away from the carved names. They weren't arranged alphabetically or by date. Some were deep and clean, like they had been cut with care. Others were shallow and uneven, like the person carving them had been shaking. At the very bottom was the empty space, waiting. His phone vibrated again. 11:15 p.m. The timer underneath had stopped counting down. Instead, it pulsed slowly like a heartbeat. People began gathering around the tower, drawn by instinct, or fear, or memory they didn't fully understand yet. A middle-aged man pushed through the crowd. His eyes were bloodshot like he hadn't slept in years. "It's starting early," he muttered. "That's bad." Ethan grabbed him. "You know what this is." The man hesitated, then nodded once. "My name is Victor," he said. "I've lived this hour 7 times." The crowd went silent. Victor touched the stone of the tower gently, like it might bite him. "The first time you think it's a disaster. The second time you think it's a prank. By the third time you start noticing patterns." "What patterns?" Ethan asked. Victor pointed at the names. "Those crossed out made it to the new year. The ones half erased tried to cheat. A woman near them laughed hysterically. Cheat what? Victor turned to her. The choice. The word echoed heavier than it should have. Ethan noticed something strange. Some of the names looked familiar. He couldn't place where he knew them from, but the feeling was deep and uncomfortable, like recognizing someone in a dream. Victor continued. At exactly 11:15, the town reminds us what it wants. The bell rang 3 times. The ground trembled slightly. Cracks formed in the road around the tower, spreading like veins. The air shifted. Memories flooded back into Ethan's mind uninvited. A different street, different clothes, fireworks exploding normally, him laughing, standing next to someone, a woman, her face blurred but the warmth was real, her hand in his, her voice counting down. 10, 9. Ethan gasped and staggered backward. He had been here before, not just last year, many times. The woman from earlier screamed suddenly. I remember him. She collapsed to her knees, clutching her head. His name was Daniel, my husband. They took him at 11:15. Her phone lit up. A new image replaced the faceless photo. Daniel now stood beside her smiling. But behind him was the clock tower, and carved above his head was his name, crossed out. The bell rang again. Victor spoke quickly now. The town doesn't pick randomly. It feeds on attachment. Whoever is least anchored stays behind. Anchored to what? Ethan asked. Victor looked at him sadly. The future. A man tried to run. As soon as he crossed the street light at the edge of the square, his body slowed, not stopped, stretched. Like time itself was pulling him apart frame by frame. His scream dropped in pitch until it vanished entirely. When he disappeared, the timer jumped. Time remaining, 0 hours, 45 minutes. The crowd understood then. Someone leaving early made things worse. Panic turned ugly. People accused, pointed, clung to each other. Couples refused to let go. Strangers begged to be remembered. Ethan backed away from the chaos. His head throbbed as more memories leaked through. Different endings, different faces missing, different names at the bottom of the tower. Always one. Victor grabbed Ethan's arm. You're important. Ethan shook his head. I don't remember choosing. That's because you didn't, Victor said. You stayed. The words landed like a knife. Victor leaned closer. Every cycle you make it to midnight. Every cycle someone else doesn't. And every cycle the tower saves a space for you. Ethan looked back at the empty stone. His name wasn't there. Yet. The bell rang 5 times. The sky darkened unnaturally fast. Fireworks frozen above the town began to crack like glass. Ethan's phone buzzed again. A final message appeared. 11 minutes remain. Choose who will be remembered. Behind him, the crowd slowly turned toward the tower, and toward him. No one spoke at first. They just looked at Ethan, the way people look at a door they might have to break through. The crowd shifted slowly, forming a loose circle around him. Not aggressively, not yet, but the distance between them and him closed just enough to feel deliberate. Victor stepped in front of Ethan. Don't do this, he warned them. It doesn't work like that. A man near the edge of the circle laughed bitterly. You said it feeds on attachment, so we cut the attachment. Another voice followed. If he's been through this before, then he knows how to survive it. Ethan's mouth felt dry. I don't remember choosing anyone. Victor turned to him quietly. You don't remember because remembering would destroy you. The bell rang once. The clock tower glowed brighter. The empty space at the bottom of the carved names darkened like fresh stone ready to be cut. Ethan's phone buzzed. A new message appeared. You promised you would stop. His heart slammed against his ribs. A woman stepped forward from the crowd. She didn't look panicked. She didn't look angry. She looked tired. I was wondering when you'd remember me, she said softly. The sound of her voice unlocked something in Ethan's chest. Her face sharpened in his memory. The warmth, the laughter, the countdowns. Claire, he whispered. The crowd murmured. Victor's face drained of color. No, he said. She's not supposed to be here. Claire smiled sadly. Neither are you, Victor. Ethan took a step toward her. You died. Claire shook her head. I stayed. The words echoed horribly. She glanced at the tower. 11-7. This is when I always come back. Ethan's memories crashed fully into place. Claire standing beside him years ago when the town celebration failed. The deal made him panic. The promise whispered at the base of the tower, 1 life for 1 hour. Every year. Claire reached out but stopped just short of touching him. You told me you'd fix it, that you'd break the loop, that next year no one would have to stay. Victor shouted, She's part of the mechanism now. Claire turned her eyes to him. And you're not. Victor fell silent. The crowd pressed closer. A woman screamed that she had a child at home. A man begged to be remembered by name. Someone grabbed Ethan's jacket, and Victor shoved them away. Claire looked at Ethan with unbearable calm. The town won't accept strangers anymore, she said. It needs someone who belongs to you. Ethan felt sick. No. You already did it once, Claire replied. You chose me. The bell rang again. Ethan screamed that he would stay this time. The tower responded immediately. The empty stone carved his name halfway down. Ethan Mercer. Only half the letters. Then the carving stopped. The timer froze. Claire gasped. Victor stared in horror. It's rejecting you. The town trembled violently. Buildings groaned. The frozen fireworks began falling. Claire backed away, shaking her head. It can't take you anymore. You're anchored. To what? Ethan shouted. Claire's voice broke. To me. Her phone buzzed. A single message. Replacement accepted. The crowd surged forward. Victor grabbed Ethan. Run! Claire met Ethan's eyes one last time. I'm tired, she whispered. The bell rang 7 times, and the world began to tear. The bell did not stop ringing. It rang until the sound lost meaning and became pressure inside Ethan's skull. Time snapped. The world lurched violently backward. Ethan found himself standing at the edge of the square again. The crowd was smaller now. Some faces were gone, some were new. His phone vibrated. 11 p.m. The loop had reset, but something was different. The carved name on the tower remained. Claire Harper, not crossed out, not erased, finished. Ethan stumbled forward, choking on air. Victor was there, instantly gripping his arm. Don't say her name, he warned. If you do, it remembers you better. Ethan's throat burned. She stayed. Victor nodded. She always does. Ethan shook his head. No, this time it was real. It accepted her. Victor didn't answer. Around them, the town behaved like nothing was wrong. Decorations shimmered. Doors opened. People laughed faintly like echoes of a celebration playing on a distant speaker. But the laughter looped. The same phrase repeating. The same toast. The same cheer. Ethan saw a group clinking glasses again and again without drinking. They're recordings, Victor said. Time keeps the surface. We're underneath. Ethan noticed his reflection in a shop window. He was older, not by years, by exhaustion. Victor led him down a side street where the sound of the bell was softer. There were more tally marks here scratched into walls and sidewalks. Some buildings were almost completely covered. "How long has this been happening?" Ethan asked. Victor exhaled. "Since the town was founded, it burns one person every year to stabilize a transition." "Burns." Victor stopped walking. "Stay. Sacrifice. Erase. The word doesn't matter." Ethan's phone buzzed again. A photo. Claire standing alone at the base of the tower. She looked solid. Real. Underneath it read, "Angkor confirmed." Ethan collapsed to his knees. Victor crouched beside him. "She isn't alive anymore. She's a junction." Ethan laughed weakly. "She talked to me." Victor nodded. "It uses what you love. That's the cruelty." They heard screaming. "A child this time!" Ethan ran. At the square, a little girl stood crying, clutching a balloon frozen mid-bounce. Her mother screamed at the tower, begging it to take her instead. The tower didn't respond. The girl's shadow stretched unnaturally long toward the stone, then snapped upward. The child vanished. Her balloon dropped. The timer appeared over the square. Time stabilized. The crowd fell silent. Ethan screamed until his voice broke. Victor whispered, "It always takes innocence if the anchor is weak." Ethan looked at Claire's name. "You said it won't accept me anymore." Ethan said slowly, "What happens if no one is anchored?" Victor's face hardened. Then the hour collapses. Ethan stood. For the first time since the loop began, his fear faded, replaced by clarity. "Then let it collapse." Victor grabbed him. "That destroys the town." Ethan met his eyes. It already did. The bell rang once. Claire's name began to crack. Ethan felt her presence surge around him like a final embrace. His phone buzzed. "This is your last chance to undo it." Ethan stepped toward the tower. The clock above flickered wildly. 10:59 p.m. time was slipping. Victor whispered, "If you break it, you don't exist after midnight." Ethan didn't stop walking. "I know." Behind him, the town screamed as the hour began to fracture. Time didn't jump. It bled. The numbers on the clock tower slid instead of ticking, smearing red light across the stone like something wounded. The sky fractured into layered versions of itself, each one showing a different stage of celebration that never finished. Ethan reached the tower steps. They were longer than they should have been. Each step carried weight, not physical, but emotional, like walking through memories that weren't fully his anymore. Victor followed him, but kept his distance. "The closer you get, the more it fights back." Ethan's phone buzzed again. 10:45 p.m. The countdown had reversed past safety. The tower door stood open now, breathing cold air into the square. Inside, darkness folded inward like it had depth. Ethan stepped inside. The sound vanished. No bell, no wind, no voices, only the slow echo of his own heartbeat. The walls were lined with names, thousands of them, some glowing faintly, some scratched out violently, some still forming as if carved by invisible hands. At the center of the chamber stood the bell. It was smaller than Ethan expected, cracked, bound with chains that looked older than metal. Claire stood beside it, not solid, not a ghost. She looked like a memory that refused to fade. "You came earlier this time," she said gently. Ethan swallowed. "I'm ending it." Claire nodded. "I know." She touched the bell, and the room trembled. "This bell doesn't mark time," she said. "It divides it." Ethan remembered Victor's eyes, the reflections. "What is Victor?" Ethan asked. Claire's expression darkened. "Victor stayed too long." The truth rushed in. Victor wasn't surviving the loop. He was maintaining it. "The town needs a keeper," Claire continued. "Someone half inside the hour, half outside." Ethan turned. Victor stood in the doorway watching them. "I tried to leave," Victor said quietly. "Once." Ethan noticed Victor didn't cast a shadow anymore. "The bell needs a hand," Victor continued. "Someone to ring it when the hour threatens to spill." Ethan clenched his fists. "So you let people die." Victor nodded without defense. "So millions don't." Claire shook her head. "That's the lie it tells you." The bell rang on its own. Chains snapped tight. Outside the tower, the town screamed as buildings folded into themselves, and streets doubled back in impossible loops. Ethan felt time pulling at him from every direction. His phone vibrated violently. "Midnight approaching without stability." Claire stepped closer. "If you destroy the bell, the hour ends forever," Victor shouted, "and every year tied to it collapses." Ethan looked at the names, at Claire, at the child's balloon rolling across the square outside. "How many years?" Ethan asked. Victor's voice was barely audible. "All of them." Ethan placed his hand on the bell. It was warm, alive. Claire whispered, "If you ring it one last time, you replace Victor." Ethan looked at her. "And you?" She smiled sadly. "I finally disappear." The bell cracked further. Time howled. Ethan made his choice. The moment Ethan touched the striker, the bell stopped screaming, not ringing. Screaming. The sound collapsed inward like a breath being pulled back into lungs that no longer needed it. Time froze. Every crack in the tower walls halted mid-spread. Outside the doorway, the town hung in a fractured stillness. Fireworks paused like glass flowers in the sky. Victor exhaled. For the first time since Ethan had known him, Victor looked human. "You don't have to do this," Victor said quietly. Ethan didn't look at him. His hand rested against the bell, and he could feel it pulsing slowly. A heartbeat, not his own. "You never did either," Ethan replied. Victor smiled weakly. "Someone always does." Claire stepped closer. Her outline flickered. "This is what it feels like," she said. "To belong to the hour." Ethan met her eyes. "I won't forget you." Claire shook her head. "You already will." The bell demanded weight, not force. Commitment. Ethan raised the striker. When it fell, the sound did not travel outward. It traveled through him. Memories poured in like floodwater. Every new year, every choice, every person who had begged, every name carved and erased. Ethan collapsed to his knees as the hour wrapped around him. Victor screamed, not in pain, in relief. The chains shattered. Victor's body blurred like a reflection in disturbed water. "You'll feel it soon," Victor said as his voice faded. "The loneliness is worse than the fear." Then he was gone, not erased, released. The bell sealed itself. Ethan stood slowly. He was alone inside the tower now. Outside, time restarted. The clock jumped. 11:58 p.m., too close. Ethan stepped to the doorway. The town resumed movement, but something was wrong. People moved slightly out of sync. Their shadows lagged behind. Their voices echoed before words were spoken. The hour was alive. Ethan felt it tug at him constantly. Requests, demands, adjustments. Someone slipped on ice that wasn't there. Ethan thought of balance, and the person caught themselves. A firework fell. Ethan thought of height, and it floated back up. Power settled into his bones. So did guilt. His phone appeared in his hand, not vibrating, waiting. A single message blinked. "Maintenance required." Claire appeared beside him one last time. Her face was calm now. "They won't know you saved them," she said. Ethan nodded. "I don't need them to." She smiled faintly. "You'll stop aging soon." Ethan swallowed. "And you?" "I'll finally be nowhere," she replied. The bell rang softly. Claire faded like breath on cold glass. Midnight arrived without celebration. No cheer, no countdown, no joy, just transition. The clock struck 12 a.m. The town crossed over. Ethan did not. His reflection in the glass of the tower window stared back at him, eyes glowing faintly red. No shadow. The keeper of 11. What time leaves behind? Years passed, not outside, inside Ethan. Every new year came and went like a blink that lasted forever. He watched them all. The town celebrated again. New decorations, new faces, new laughter layered over old echoes. People kissed at midnight without knowing why the air felt heavier for a second. Ethan stood in the tower, unseen, unremembered. The hour tugged at him constantly now. Small corrections, tiny trades, a trip avoided, a heart attack delayed, a drunk driver stopping at a red light for no reason at all. Each correction cost something: a pet lost, a memory faded, a name forgotten. Balance. That was the word the hour whispered. Ethan stopped counting years when numbers lost meaning. Sometimes the hour showed him things, possible endings, cities collapsing if he refused, families erased if he hesitated. It learned his fears and used them carefully. One year the bell cracked again, a warning. Ethan felt the presence before he saw it. A child stood at the edge of the square staring up at the tower, not crying, not afraid, watching. She looked directly at Ethan. She could see him. Ethan stepped back instinctively. The girl smiled. "You look tired," she said. The hour recoiled. Ethan felt it pull away from her like something burned. "Who are you?" Ethan asked. The girl tilted her head. "Someone who remembers." Memory was dangerous. The bell trembled violently. The hour whispered urgently, "Remove her." Ethan felt the old reflex rise, the keeper's instinct. He forced it down. The girl walked closer. With each step, the town around her blurred slightly. "You weren't the first," she said, "and you won't be the last." Ethan's voice was hoarse. "What are you?" She glanced at the names on the tower. A remainder. She reached out and touched the stone. Names flared, hundreds of them. Faces filled Ethan's mind, not sacrifices, prisoners. "You traded endings for continuity," she said. "But time doesn't forgive debt." The bell screamed. Cracks raced up the tower walls. The hour fought back harder than ever. The girl stepped into the tower. The door slammed shut behind her. For the first time since becoming keeper, Ethan felt fear again. Real fear. The clock flickered. 11:59 p.m. The girl smiled gently. Midnight is coming wrong again. The last minute. The tower shook so hard the stone screamed. Cracks split open like mouths all along the walls. Names peeled away from the surface and floated in the air, spinning slowly like ash caught in a draft. The hour was panicking. Ethan felt it thrashing inside him, pulling at every memory, every correction he had ever made. Balance is breaking. Debt is due. The girl stood perfectly still in the center of the chamber. "You can feel it now," she said, "what it's like when time realizes it's losing." Ethan clenched his fists. "You did this." She nodded. "I was sent." "By who?" She looked at the bell. "By the part of time that doesn't loop." The clock outside screamed. 11:59:30. Ethan's phone appeared again, burning hot in his hand. Message after message flooded the screen. "Remove anomaly. Sacrifice required. Keeper failure imminent." Ethan dropped the phone. "No more," he said. The girl stepped closer. With every step, Ethan felt the hour weaken. "You were never meant to save it," she said. "You were meant to witness it end." The bell began ringing on its own. violently now. Each strike erased something. A building outside vanished. A year disappeared from Ethan's memory. Claire's face flickered. The girl touched his chest. "You're not the keeper anymore." The words felt impossible. The chains snapped back into existence, wrapping around the bell and around Ethan. Pain unlike anything he had known tore through him. The hour tried to reclaim control. Outside, people froze mid-celebration. Fireworks reversed. The countdown screamed. 10, Ethan saw Victor for a brief second, smiling sadly. 9, he saw Claire standing where the tower once was. 8, he saw the child taken at 11. 7, every sacrifice, every lie. 6, the girl whispered, "You can end this, or you can replace it." 5, Ethan laughed through tears. "There's always a replacement." 4, the tower began collapsing inward. 3, Ethan pulled against the chains. "I choose neither." 2, the girl's eyes widened. "No one ever does." 1, Ethan tore himself free. The bell shattered. Silence swallowed everything. No midnight, no transition, no time. Just darkness. And then breathing. After midnight, Ethan opened his eyes. There was no pain, no sound, no weight, just stillness. He lay on cold ground beneath a sky that looked unfinished, like someone had stopped painting it halfway through. The stars were wrong. Too few, too dim. He sat up slowly. The clock tower was gone. The town was gone. Blackridge no longer existed. In its place stood an empty field with frost-bitten grass, and a single road cutting through it like a scar. A sign leaned crooked at the roadside. "Welcome to Blackridge." Underneath it, someone had scratched another line. Population 0, Ethan stood. He felt different. Not alive, not dead, untethered. He looked at his hands. They were solid, but light passed through them just slightly, like he wasn't fully aligned with the world anymore. Footsteps crunched behind him. He turned. The girl stood a few feet away. She looked smaller now, younger, almost normal. "It's over," Ethan said. She shook her head gently. "It's finished." "What's the difference?" She looked up at the sky. "Over implies it can start again." Ethan exhaled. Memories flooded him all at once. The sacrifices weren't erased. They were released. Time surged forward violently to compensate. Years stacked onto seconds. Ethan saw cities grow, wars begin and end. Children born who would never know the name Blackridge. The hour died, but something had to hold the seam where it tore. The pull, not of time, of between. "You broke the mechanism," the girl said. "So now you become the margin." Ethan laughed softly. "I traded one prison for another." She shook her head. "No, you chose." The wind moved across the empty field carrying faint echoes. Laughter, fireworks, a countdown that never reached 0. Ethan felt Claire's presence beside him. Not a vision, a warmth, a memory allowed to rest. "I'm not alone," he said. The girl smiled. "That's why it worked." She stepped backward. With each step, she faded. "What are you now?" Ethan asked. She paused. "The future," she replied. Then she was gone. Ethan stood at the edge of the road. Cars passed occasionally, but slowed without reason when they reached the field. Drivers felt uneasy, couldn't explain why. Some pulled over. Some remembered something they couldn't name. Some looked at their clocks at 11:59 p.m. every year and felt afraid. Ethan remained, not aging, not living, watching, waiting. Every new year, someone somewhere would feel the urge to count slower, to hesitate at 1, to wonder what comes after midnight. And somewhere between seconds, Ethan would be there, making sure the countdown never stole another life. The wind whispered through the empty field. For the first time in centuries, time moved forward. Hello, sleepy soul. Welcome to Midnight Talks. I'm your storyteller tonight, your host in the dark. If you enjoy the tales I whisper, don't forget to subscribe so I don't get lost in this endless crowd. February 24th, 2020, Winter Park, Florida, 1:30 p.m. The 911 dispatcher's phone rang on what seemed like an ordinary Monday afternoon. On the other end of the line was a woman named Sarah Boone, 42 years old, and she was hysterical. "My boyfriend is dead," she sobbed into the phone. "I think he's in the suitcase. Oh my God, I don't know what happened." The dispatcher tried to calm her down. "Ma'am, slow down. Where is your boyfriend now?" He's he's still in the suitcase. Upstairs. I just woke up and found him." The dispatcher paused, confused. "I'm sorry, did you say he's in a suitcase?" "Yes. We were playing hide and seek last night. We were drinking. I thought he got out, but he's still in there, and he's not moving." Within minutes, Orange County Sheriff's deputies arrived at the modest two-story home on France Lane. What they found upstairs would become one of the most bizarre and disturbing crime scenes they'd ever encountered. In the bedroom, zipped inside a blue suitcase, was the body of 42-year-old Jorge Torres Jr. His body was contorted, folded in an impossible position. His fingers were bloody from clawing at the zipper. His face was pressed against the fabric, frozen in what appeared to be a final gasp for air. But here's what made this case go from tragic accident to cold-blooded murder. Sarah Boone's cell phone. On that phone, investigators found two videos. Videos that Sarah herself had recorded. Videos that would reveal the horrifying truth about what really happened that night. And those videos, they showed Jorge Torres screaming, begging, pleading for his life, while Sarah Boone laughed. The relationship that led to murder. To understand how someone could zip another human being into a suitcase and leave them to die, we need to understand the relationship between Sarah Boone and Jorge Torres. This wasn't a sudden act of violence. This was the culmination of years of toxicity, abuse, and escalating rage. They had been together on and off for about 4 years. Friends and neighbors described their relationship with one word: volatile. But that's a polite way of saying it was toxic, explosive, and dangerous. The kind of relationship where you hear screaming through the walls at 2 a.m. The kind where police cars become regular visitors to the driveway. Both Sarah and Jorge struggled with alcohol, not the casual glass of wine with dinner kind of drinking. We're talking about bottles of wine consumed daily, blackout drunk arguments, and mornings where neither could remember what they'd said or done the night before. Their fights were legendary in the neighborhood. One neighbor recalled hearing Sarah screaming at Jorge, calling him every name imaginable. Another remembered seeing Jorge storm out of the house at midnight, only to return hours later. The police had been called to their home multiple times for domestic disturbances. But here's what made this relationship particularly dangerous. The violence went both ways. Sometimes Sarah was the aggressor, throwing objects, scratching, hitting. Sometimes it was Jorge, pushing, grabbing, intimidating. Most times it was mutual combat fueled by bottles of wine and years of resentment that had fermented into pure hatred. Sarah had been married before. She had a son from a previous relationship. By all accounts, she was intelligent, articulate, and when sober, could be charming and engaging. She worked in real estate and had dreams of building a successful career. But alcohol transformed her into someone else entirely. Someone cruel, someone vindictive, someone capable of unspeakable acts. Jorge Torres was described by his family as a gentle soul who had his own demons. He worked in construction when he could find work, which wasn't always consistent. He loved his family deeply, especially his mother and siblings. He had a warm smile and a kind heart, but he was trapped in a relationship that was slowly destroying him, piece by piece, day by day. In the months leading up to his death, the violence had escalated dramatically. Sarah had been arrested for domestic battery against Jorge in 2018. When police arrived, Jorge had visible injuries, scratches down his face, bruises on his arms, marks around his neck. The officers took photos. They documented everything. But like many victims of domestic violence, Jorge didn't press charges. He stayed. He always stayed. Why? Because that's what abuse does. It makes you believe you deserve it. It makes you think you can fix the person hurting you. It makes you hope that tomorrow will be different, even when every yesterday has been the same nightmare. Their friends noticed something dark growing between them. The playful banter had turned cruel. Sarah would mock Jorge in front of others, belittling his job, his appearance, his manhood. Jorge would withdraw, becoming quieter, more isolated. The arguments had become more frequent, more vicious, more physical. There was a sense that something terrible was building, like a storm gathering strength on the horizon. On February 23rd, 2020, that storm finally broke. The night everything changed. It was a Sunday, a lazy, ordinary Sunday. Sarah and Jorge had been drinking throughout the day. Wine, mostly, bottle after bottle. By evening, they were both heavily intoxicated. According to Sarah's initial statement, they decided to play a game, hide and seek. But this wasn't innocent fun. This wasn't a couple being playful and romantic. This was the kind of game that people play when alcohol has eroded their judgment, when years of anger are bubbling just beneath the surface, when someone wants to humiliate someone else under the guise of playfulness. Sarah suggested Jorge hide in the suitcase, a blue suitcase they kept in the bedroom. Jorge, drunk and probably wanting to avoid another fight, agreed. Maybe he thought it would make her happy. Maybe he thought it would diffuse the tension. Maybe he was too drunk to realize the danger. He climbed inside, folded his 5'9" frame into that small space, knees to chest, head down, cramped and uncomfortable, and Sarah zipped it shut. What happened next would be captured on video, and those videos would reveal a level of cruelty that shocked even seasoned homicide detectives who had seen the worst of humanity. The videos that revealed a monster. Warning: this section contains extremely disturbing content. When detectives examined Sarah Boone's phone, they found two videos recorded at 11:12 p.m. on February 23rd, 2020. These weren't accidental recordings. These weren't drunk mistakes. These were deliberate documentation of murder. The first video is 1 minute and 21 seconds long. 1 minute and 21 seconds that would haunt everyone who watched it. It shows a blue suitcase in the middle of a room. The suitcase is moving, violently, rocking back and forth. Someone is inside, struggling desperately to get out. Then you hear Jorge's voice, muffled, desperate, terrified, the voice of a man who realizes he's in serious danger. "Sarah! Sarah, I can't breathe!" The camera shakes slightly. You can hear Sarah breathing, heavy breaths. And then she laughs, Not a nervous laugh. Not an, oh no, let me help you laugh. Not an, are you okay, baby? Laugh. A mocking, cruel, sadistic laugh. The laugh of someone enjoying another person's suffering. Jorge screams again, his voice more panicked now. Sarah! I can't breathe, baby. Sarah! You can hear the terror in his voice, the confusion, the desperation. He's calling out to the woman he loves, the woman he trusts, begging her to help him, and she's laughing. Sarah's voice, cold and taunting. That's what I feel like when you cheat on me. Let that sink in. Jorge is suffocating, and Sarah is using this moment to punish him, to make him pay for whatever she believes he's done wrong. This isn't a game anymore. This is revenge. The suitcase rocks back and forth violently as Jorge tries desperately to get out. His fingers appear through a small gap in the zipper, clawing, reaching, grasping for freedom that won't come. You can see his fingers, bloody, desperate, fighting for life. Sarah, please! His voice is weaker now. He's running out of air. Sarah laughs again. That's on you. Oh, that's what you do when you choke me. She's comparing his suffocation to their past fights. She's justifying his death in real time. She's watching him die and telling herself he deserves it. Jorge's voice is becoming weaker, more desperate. I can't breathe, Sarah. Sarah. Sarah mockingly, with pure venom in her voice. Yeah, that's what you told me, for everything you've done to me. Expletive you, stupid. The video ends, but Sarah wasn't done. She recorded a second video. The second video was recorded shortly after. It's 36 seconds long, 36 more seconds of documented torture. The suitcase has been turned on its side now. Jorge is still inside, still struggling, but his movements are weaker. He's dying. His oxygen is running out. His body is shutting down. Sarah. His voice is barely audible now. A whisper, a final plea. Sarah's voice dripping with sarcasm. That's my name. Don't wear it out. She's mocking him. As he's dying, as he's gasping for his last breaths, she's making jokes, more struggling, more desperate attempts to breathe. You can hear Jorge trying to get air, trying to survive, trying to live. And then Sarah says something chilling, something that proves this was intentional murder. For everything you've done to me, expletive, you. The video ends. She went to sleep. After recording these videos, after watching Jorge suffocate, after mocking his pleas for help, Sarah Boone went downstairs. She didn't unzip the suitcase. She didn't call 911. She didn't perform CPR. She poured herself another glass of wine. She sat on the couch. And according to her own statement, she went to sleep. She left Jorge Torres zipped inside that suitcase. She left him to suffocate. She left him to die alone, in the dark, in agony, calling out her name. Think about Jorge's final moments, trapped in complete darkness, unable to move, unable to breathe, knowing the woman he loved was just downstairs, and she wasn't coming to help, knowing he was going to die, knowing there was nothing he could do. How long did he survive? How long did he struggle? How long did he call out her name before his voice gave out? How long did he claw at that zipper before his strength faded? How long did he suffer before his brain shut down from lack of oxygen? When she woke up the next afternoon, more than 12 hours later, she claimed she forgot Jorge was in the suitcase. She went upstairs, saw the suitcase, unzipped it, and found Jorge's body. Cold, stiff, dead. That's when she called 911. But those videos told a different story. Those videos showed premeditation. They showed malice. They showed a woman who watched her boyfriend suffocate and did nothing. Those videos showed murder. The interrogation room. The interrogation room. Detective Chelsea Botten sat across from Sarah Boone in the interrogation room at the Orange County Sheriff's Office. The room was small, sterile, with fluorescent lights that made everything look harsh and unforgiving. Sarah was still in the clothes she'd been wearing when police arrived. A tank top and shorts. Her blonde hair was messy. Her eyes were red from crying. But Detective Botten had seen the videos, and she knew this wasn't going to be a simple accident investigation. This was murder, and the woman sitting across from her was a killer. "Sarah, I need you to walk me through what happened last night," Detective Botten said calmly, her voice measured and professional. Sarah took a shaky breath, wiping tears from her eyes. "We were drinking, playing around. Jorge wanted to play hide and seek. He thought it would be funny to hide in the suitcase." "And you zipped him in?" "Yeah, but it was just a game. I thought he could get out. I went downstairs, had some more wine, and I guess I fell asleep on the couch." "What time did you fall asleep?" "I don't know. Maybe midnight? I was really drunk. I don't remember much." Detective Botten nodded, taking notes, letting Sarah talk. This was standard interrogation technique. Let the suspect tell their story first, then confront them with the evidence. "And when did you find him?" "This afternoon around 1 o'clock. I woke up and went upstairs and saw the suitcase and, oh God." Sarah started crying again, her body shaking with sobs. Detective Botten let the moment hang in the air. Then quietly she dropped the bomb. "Sarah, we found videos on your phone." Sarah's face went pale. The color drained from her cheeks. Her eyes widened. "What videos?" "Videos of Jorge in the suitcase. Videos of him begging you to let him out. Videos of you laughing." The room went silent. You could hear the hum of the fluorescent lights, the distant sound of phones ringing in other offices. Sarah stared at the detective, her mouth slightly open, her mind racing. I don't remember that." "You don't remember recording videos of your boyfriend suffocating?" "I was drunk. I don't remember. I would never. I loved Jorge." This would become Sarah's defense throughout the interrogation and later at trial. She was too drunk to remember. She didn't mean to hurt him. It was an accident. She blacked out. She didn't know what she was doing. But Detective Botten wasn't buying it. She'd been doing this job for years. She knew the difference between genuine remorse and performance, and Sarah Boone was performing. "Sarah, in the videos, Jorge is telling you he can't breathe. He's begging you to let him out. And you're telling him, that's what you get, and that's what I feel like when you cheat on me. Does that sound like a game?" Sarah put her head in her hands, her fingers gripping her hair. "I don't know. I don't remember. We were both drunk. We were always fighting. I didn't mean for this to happen. I swear I didn't mean for this to happen." "But you recorded it. You recorded him dying. Why would you do that if you didn't mean for it to happen?" "I don't know why I did that. I was drunk. I wasn't thinking straight." The interrogation went on for hours. Detective Botten was patient, methodical, relentless. She asked the same questions different ways. She pointed out inconsistencies in Sarah's story. She confronted her with evidence. And slowly, Sarah's story began to change. First, she said Jorge got in the suitcase voluntarily. Then she said she helped him get in. Then she said she couldn't remember who suggested it. Then she said maybe it was her idea, but it was just supposed to be funny. She claimed she thought Jorge could get out on his own, but the video showed the suitcase was fully zipped, and Jorge's desperate attempts to escape were futile. She claims she passed out immediately and forgot about him, but the videos showed her conscious, coherent, and cruel. She claims she loved Jorge and would never hurt him, but the videos showed her mocking him as he died. Detective Botten leaned forward, her eyes locked on Sarah's. "Sarah, let me ask you something. In that video, Jorge says, 'I can't breathe.' What did you say in response?" Sarah was silent, staring at the table. "Let me refresh your memory. You said, 'That's what I feel like when you cheat on me.' You said, 'That's on you.' You laughed at him. Do you remember that?" "No," Sarah whispered. "You don't remember. Or you don't want to remember." "I don't remember. I was drunk." "Sarah, your phone records show you were active until 2 a.m., texting, browsing Facebook, watching YouTube videos. Does that sound like someone who passed out?" Sarah's eyes widened. She hadn't expected this. She thought her drunk excuse would work, but the evidence was destroying her story piece by piece. I, I don't remember that either." "You don't remember a lot of things, do you? How convenient." "I was drunk." Sarah's voice was rising now, defensive, angry. "Being drunk doesn't make you forget everything, Sarah. Being drunk lowers your inhibitions. It makes you do things you might not do sober, but it doesn't create cruelty. It reveals it. So when you laughed at Jorge begging for his life, that cruelty was already inside you. The alcohol just let it out." Sarah broke down sobbing, her head on the table. "I didn't mean to kill him. I didn't mean to. I loved him." Finally, Detective Boughton asked the question that would define the entire case. "Sarah, did you intentionally leave Jorge in that suitcase to die?" Sarah looked up, tears streaming down her face, mascara running, her voice breaking. "No, I loved him. I would never, I just, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened." But the evidence told a different story, and Detective Boughton knew it. The videos, the phone records, the timeline, everything pointed to one conclusion. Sarah Boone had murdered Jorge Torres. The autopsy, how Jorge died. The medical examiner's report painted a horrifying picture of Jorge Torres's final hours. Dr. Sean Parcells, a forensic pathologist, performed the autopsy, and his findings were devastating. Cause of death, asphyxiation due to positional compression and oxygen deprivation while confined in a suitcase. But it wasn't quick. It wasn't peaceful. Jorge Torres suffered. He suffered terribly. The autopsy revealed multiple injuries that told the story of his desperate fight for survival. External injuries, deep scratches and abrasions on his hands and fingers from trying to claw his way out. Broken fingernails from scraping against the metal zipper. Bruising around his neck and shoulders from being compressed in the small space. Contusions on his knees and elbows from trying to push against the suitcase walls. Petechial hemorrhaging in his eyes. Tiny burst blood vessels consistent with suffocation and oxygen deprivation. Internal findings. Hemorrhaging in the soft tissues of the neck. Congestion in the lungs indicating he was struggling to breathe for an extended period. A blood alcohol level of 0.15, nearly twice the legal limit, which meant his judgment was impaired, but he was conscious and aware of what was happening. The medical examiner estimated that Jorge could have survived for anywhere from 30 minutes to several hours inside that suitcase, depending on how much oxygen was available and how much he struggled. Think about that. 30 minutes to several hours. 30 minutes to several hours of knowing you're going to die. 30 minutes to several hours of screaming for help that never comes. 30 minutes to several hours of clawing at fabric and metal that won't give way. 30 minutes to several hours of breathing in your own carbon dioxide until your lungs burn and your vision fades and your brain starts shutting down. 30 minutes to several hours of calling out the name of the woman you love, begging her to save you, and hearing nothing but silence. Dr. Parcells explained in his report, the victim would have experienced extreme panic and terror. As oxygen levels decreased and carbon dioxide levels increased, he would have felt his chest tightening, his heart racing, his vision blurring. He would have been fully conscious for most of the ordeal, aware that he was dying, unable to escape. The psychological torture would have been as severe as the physical suffering. This wasn't a quick death. This wasn't painless. This was torture. 9 attorneys and 4 years of delays. If you thought the crime was bizarre, the legal proceedings were absolutely surreal. Sarah Boone went through 9 different attorneys before her case finally went to trial. 9. That's almost unheard of in the legal system. Why? Because Sarah Boone was, by all accounts, impossible to work with. Her first attorney, a public defender assigned to her case, withdrew after just 3 months. Sarah had sent him dozens of rambling, accusatory letters claiming he wasn't taking her case seriously, that he was conspiring with the prosecution, that he didn't believe her story. Her second attorney, a private lawyer she hired with money from her family, withdrew after Sarah demanded he pursue conspiracy theories about the police planting evidence and tampering with the videos. He told the judge that Sarah refused to listen to legal advice and insisted on strategies that would destroy her defense. Her third, fourth, and fifth attorneys all withdrew, citing irreconcilable differences. Legal speak for, this client is impossible and I can't work with her. Sarah represented herself for a brief period, filing handwritten motions that were often incoherent and legally nonsensical. She claimed she was a victim of domestic violence and that Jorge's death was self-defense. Despite the videos showing Jorge trapped and helpless, unable to fight back, unable to defend himself, she wrote letters to the judge claiming her attorneys were part of a conspiracy against her. She accused prosecutors of misconduct. She demanded new evidence be examined. She filed motion after motion, delaying her trial for years. In one particularly bizarre filing, Sarah claimed that Jorge had actually zipped himself into the suitcase and that she had tried to help him but couldn't get the zipper open. This directly contradicted her earlier statements and the video evidence. Her sixth attorney lasted 3 months before withdrawing, citing Sarah's refusal to cooperate and her insistence on testifying despite legal advice against it. Her seventh attorney made it 6 months before throwing in the towel. By the time her eighth attorney withdrew, Judge Michael Kranick had had enough. In a stern warning from the bench, he told Sarah that she was running out of options. The court had been more than patient, but justice delayed is justice denied, for both the defendant and the victim's family. Ms. Boone, Judge Kranick said, his voice firm, you have gone through 8 attorneys. You have delayed this trial for nearly 4 years. Finally, in 2023, Sarah was assigned her 9th attorney, a seasoned public defender named James Owens, and Judge Cranick made it crystal clear. This was her last attorney. The trial would proceed whether she liked it or not. No more delays. No more excuses. But Sarah's behavior didn't stop. During pretrial hearings, she would interrupt proceedings, argue with her own attorney in open court, and make bizarre statements to the judge. In one hearing, she claimed Jorge had been abusive and that she was the real victim. In another, she claimed the videos were taken out of context and didn't show the full story. In yet another, she claimed she couldn't remember anything from that night and shouldn't be held responsible. Her story kept changing. Her demeanor kept shifting. One moment she was tearful and remorseful, dabbing her eyes with tissues. The next she was angry and defiant, glaring at prosecutors. Psychologists who evaluated her noted signs of narcissistic personality disorder and possible antisocial traits. She showed little genuine empathy for Jorge's death. Instead, she seemed primarily concerned with how she was being portrayed in the media and whether people believed her version of events. And the media was paying attention. The case had gone viral on social media. True crime YouTubers dissected every court appearance. The videos of Jorge's final moments had been leaked online, sparking outrage and horror across the internet. Sarah Boone became a symbol of domestic violence, of cruelty, of how alcohol and toxic relationships can lead to tragedy. Her name became synonymous with evil. Jorge Torres's family waited patiently for justice. His mother, Maria Torres, gave tearful interviews, describing her son as a kind man who deserved better. His siblings created a memorial page, sharing photos of Jorge smiling, happy, alive, reminding the world that he wasn't just a victim in a suitcase. He was a son, a brother, a friend. He was a human being who died in one of the most horrific ways imaginable. And finally, in October 2024, more than 4 years after Jorge's death, Sarah Boone's trial began. The trial prosecution presents the evidence. The courtroom was packed. Media from across the country had descended on Orlando to cover the trial. Cameras lined the back wall. Reporters filled the gallery. Jorge's family sat in the front row, clutching photos of their loved one, wearing buttons with his face on them that said, "Justice for Jorge." Sarah Boone sat at the defense table, wearing a conservative blouse and glasses, her hair neatly styled, looking nothing like the woman in those videos. Her attorney, James Owens, sat beside her, knowing he had his work cut out for him. The prosecution was led by Assistant State Attorney William J., a veteran prosecutor known for his methodical approach and powerful closing arguments. His strategy was simple: let the evidence speak for itself. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Jay began in his opening statement, his voice calm but commanding. This case is about a woman who watched her boyfriend suffocate to death and did nothing. Worse than nothing, she mocked him. She laughed at him. She recorded his final moments for posterity. And then she went downstairs, drank more wine, and went to sleep while Jorge Torres died alone in the dark. Jay walked the jury through the timeline of that night. The drinking, the game, the videos, the hours Sarah spent awake while Jorge died upstairs. He presented phone records, autopsy reports, crime scene photos. Then came the moment everyone had been dreading. The videos. The prosecution played the videos. In the courtroom, in front of Jorge's family, in front of the jury, in front of the world. The room was silent except for Jorge's voice. "Sarah, I can't breathe," and Sarah's laughter. Several jurors looked visibly disturbed. One woman covered her mouth, her eyes filling with tears. A male juror shook his head in disbelief. Jorge's mother left the courtroom in tears, unable to watch her son's final moments. The medical examiner testified about Jorge's injuries, about the slow, agonizing process of asphyxiation, about the terror he must have felt. He would have been conscious for most of it, Dr. Parcells explained to the jury. He would have known he was dying. He would have experienced panic, terror, and physical pain as his oxygen depleted. This was not a quick or painless death. Crime scene investigators testified about the evidence found at the scene: the suitcase, the blood. The phone records showing Sarah was awake and active for hours after recording the videos. Detective Bolton testified about Sarah's changing stories, her lack of genuine remorse, her attempts to blame Jorge for his own death. In all my years as a detective, Bolton said, I have never seen someone show so little empathy for a person they claim to love. But the prosecution's most powerful moment came when they called Jorge's brother, Miguel Torres, to the stand. Tell us about Jorge, the prosecutor said gently. Miguel, fighting back tears, his voice shaking, described a man who loved his family, who worked hard, who struggled with demons but was trying to get better. Jorge wasn't perfect, Miguel said, wiping his eyes. He had his problems. He drank too much. He stayed in a bad relationship too long. But he was a good man. He was kind. He was loving. He would give you the shirt off his back if you needed it. Miguel turned to look at the jury, his eyes pleading. He didn't deserve this. Nobody deserves to die like that. Alone. Scared. Begging for help that never came. Calling out the name of the woman he loved, and she just laughed. His voice broke. She laughed at my brother while he died. The courtroom was silent. Several jurors were crying. The prosecution rested their case after 3 days. They had presented overwhelming evidence of second-degree murder, an intentional act that showed depraved indifference to human life. Now it was the defense's turn, and James Owens had an impossible task. How do you defend someone when the evidence is so damning? The defense, an impossible task. James Owens stood before the jury, and you could see the weight of his impossible task on his shoulders. He knew the evidence was bad. He knew the videos were devastating. But he had a job to do. This is a tragedy, he began, his voice sincere. A horrible, senseless tragedy. But it's not murder. It's a terrible accident that happened between two people who were in a toxic, mutually abusive relationship and who were both extremely intoxicated. The defense strategy was clear. Paint Sarah as a victim of domestic violence who made a terrible mistake while drunk. Owens called witnesses who testified about Jorge's past violence. A neighbor who heard Jorge yelling at Sarah, threatening her. A friend who saw bruises on Sarah's arms and a black eye she claimed Jorge gave her. Medical records from 2018 showing Sarah had been treated for injuries she said Jorge inflicted: a sprained wrist, bruised ribs, scratches on her neck. Sarah Boone was in an abusive relationship, Owens argued passionately. She was a victim of domestic violence. She lived in fear, and on that night, after drinking heavily, after years of abuse, she made a terrible decision. But she didn't intend to kill Jorge Torres. She thought he could get out. She thought it was a game. She was too drunk to understand the danger. But the prosecution objected immediately. Your Honor, the defendant's history with the victim doesn't change what happened that night. The videos show clear intent. This isn't self-defense. Jorge was trapped and helpless. The judge sustained the objection. Owens then called a psychologist, Dr. Rebecca Martinez, who testified about the effects of alcohol on judgment and memory. At the blood alcohol levels both Sarah and Jorge had that night, their decision-making would have been severely impaired, Dr. Martinez explained. Sarah may genuinely not remember her actions or her intent. Alcohol-induced blackouts are real. People can appear functional but have no memory of their behavior. But on cross-examination, Prosecutor Jay destroyed this argument. Doctor, does alcohol make someone cruel? Does it make someone laugh at another person's suffering? Well, alcohol can lower inhibitions. That's not what I asked. Does alcohol create cruelty, or does it simply reveal what's already there? The psychologist hesitated. It can reveal underlying traits, yes. So when Sarah Boone laughed at Jorge Torres begging for his life, that cruelty was already inside her. The alcohol just let it out. Isn't that correct? That's one interpretation, yes. And when she recorded those videos, when she mocked him, when she went downstairs and left him to die, that wasn't the alcohol. That was Sarah Boone, correct? Objection, Owens shouted. Sustained. Rephrase, counselor. But the damage was done. The jury had heard it. The defense was crumbling. Owens knew it. Sarah knew it. Everyone in that courtroom knew it. Then Owens made a risky decision. He put Sarah Boone on the stand. Sarah took the oath, sat down, and immediately began crying. She looked at the jury with pleading eyes. Ms. Boone, Owens said gently, tell the jury what happened that night. Sarah took a shaky breath, her voice trembling. Jorge and I had been drinking. We were having fun, actually. We weren't fighting. He suggested we play hide and seek. He thought it would be funny to hide in the suitcase. He was laughing about it. And you helped him get in? Yes, he was laughing. We were both laughing. I zipped it up and I thought he could get out whenever he wanted. I didn't know he couldn't breathe. What happened next? I went downstairs. I had some more wine. I was really drunk. And I passed out on the couch. I don't remember anything else until I woke up the next day. Do you remember recording the videos? Sarah shook her head vigorously, tears streaming down her face. No, I don't remember that at all. When they showed me those videos, I couldn't believe it was me. I couldn't believe I said those things. I loved Jorge. I would never hurt him intentionally. Do you regret what happened? Every single day, Sarah sobbed. Every single day, I wish I could go back and change it. I wish I had let him out. I wish I had called 911. I wish he was still alive. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It was a performance, and some jurors seemed moved by it. But then came the cross-examination, and Prosecutor William J. was ready. Jay approached Sarah slowly, deliberately, his eyes locked on hers. Ms. Boone, you say you don't remember recording those videos. No, I don't. But you remember Jorge getting in the suitcase? Yes. You remember zipping him in? Yes. You remember going downstairs? Yes. You remember drinking more wine? Yes. So you remember everything except the part where you committed murder? Objection! Owens shouted, jumping to his feet. Sustained. Rephrase, counselor. Jay nodded, not missing a beat. Ms. Boone, your phone records show you were active until 2 a.m. texting friends, browsing Facebook, watching YouTube videos. Does that sound like someone who passed out? Sarah stammered, her eyes darting. I don't remember that. You don't remember a lot of things, do you? Very convenient. I was drunk. Ms. Boone, in the video, Jorge says I can't breathe. What did you say in response? Sarah was silent, staring at her hands. Let me refresh your memory. You said, that's what I feel like when you cheat on me. Do you remember that? No. You said, that's on you. Do you remember that? No. You laughed multiple times. Do you remember that? Sarah broke down sobbing, her whole body shaking. I don't remember. I don't remember any of it. Jay let the moment hang in the air. Then quietly, with devastating effect, Jorge Torres remembers. He remembered every second of suffocating to death while you laughed. He remembered begging you for help. He remembered calling out your name. He remembered dying alone in the dark while the woman he loved did nothing. Objection. Withdrawn. No further questions. The defense rested, and everyone in that courtroom knew Sarah Boone was going to be convicted. The verdict. The jury deliberated for less than 90 minutes. 90 minutes to decide the fate of Sarah Boone. 90 minutes to deliver justice for Jorge Torres. When they returned to the courtroom, the tension was palpable. Sarah Boone's face was pale, her hands trembling. Jorge's family held hands, praying for justice. Has the jury reached a verdict? Judge Cranick asked. We have, Your Honor. What say you? The jury foreman, a middle-aged man in a suit, stood. He looked directly at Sarah Boone. In the case of the state of Florida versus Sarah Boone, on the charge of second-degree murder, we find the defendant guilty. Jorge's family erupted in tears and embraces. His mother collapsed into her daughter's arms, sobbing with relief. His brother raised his eyes to the ceiling, whispering, "Thank you, God." Sarah Boone showed no emotion. She simply stared straight ahead, as if she couldn't process what had just happened, as if she still believed she would get away with it. The sentencing hearing was scheduled for 3 weeks later. Under Florida law, second-degree murder carries a maximum sentence of life in prison. The sentencing, a family's pain. The sentencing hearing was emotional, raw, and devastating. This was the moment Jorge's family had been waiting for. The chance to finally speak directly to Sarah Boone and tell her what she had taken from them. Judge Cranick's courtroom was packed once again. Jorge's family filled the front rows. Sarah sat at the defense table, her face blank, emotionless. We will now hear victim impact statements, Judge Cranick announced. Jorge's mother, Maria Torres, went first. She walked slowly to the podium, her hands shaking as she held her prepared statement. She looked directly at Sarah. My son was not perfect, Maria began, her voice trembling. He had his struggles. He drank too much. He made mistakes. But he was a good man. He was my son. He was kind. He was loving. He called me every Sunday. He helped his siblings when they needed money. He made me laugh. Her voice broke. And he died in the most horrible way I can imagine. Sarah Boone, you took my son from me. You watched him suffocate. You laughed while he begged for his life. You recorded his death like it was entertainment. And then you went to sleep. She turned to look directly at Sarah, tears streaming down her face. You are a monster. You are evil. And I hope you spend every single day for the rest of your life thinking about what you did. I hope you hear Jorge's voice in your head, begging you to help him. I hope you never know peace. Jorge's brother Miguel spoke next. Jorge called out your name. Sarah, he said. Sarah, I can't breathe. He trusted you. Even in that moment, even when he was dying, he thought you would help him. But you didn't. You let him die. and I will never, ever forgive you for that." One by one, Jorge's family members spoke. His sister described how Jorge would never meet her children. His cousin talked about their childhood together. His best friends shared memories of Jorge's kindness and humor. Each statement was a dagger, each word a reminder of the life Sarah had taken. Then it was Sarah's turn to speak. She stood, her attorney beside her, and addressed the court. Her voice was shaking, but whether from genuine emotion or fear of her sentence, no one could tell. "I want to say that I'm sorry," she began. "I never meant for any of this to happen. Jorge and I loved each other. We had our problems, but I never wanted him to die. I think about that night every day. I wish I could go back and change it. I wish I had let him out. I wish I had called 911. I wish I had done anything differently." She paused, crying. "I know his family hates me. I understand that. But I want them to know that I'm sorry. I'm so, so sorry. I love Jorge, and I have to live with what I did for the rest of my life." Some people in the courtroom scoffed. Jorge's brother shook his head in disgust. Prosecutor William J. stood for the state's sentencing recommendation. "Your Honor, this was not an accident. This was not a mistake. This was a deliberate, cruel act by a woman who wanted to punish her boyfriend and went too far. The videos show clear intent. The evidence shows she had multiple opportunities to save Jorge Torres's life and chose not to. She deserves the maximum sentence allowed by law." Judge Cranick took a deep breath. He had presided over many cases in his long career, but this one clearly affected him. "Ms. Boone," he began, his voice grave, "I have presided over many cases in my career. I have seen terrible things. I have seen violence, cruelty, depravity. But this case is particularly disturbing. The videos of Jorge Torres's final moments will haunt me for the rest of my life, and they should haunt you." He continued, "You had every opportunity to stop this. You could have unzipped that suitcase at any moment. You could have called 911. You could have performed CPR, but you didn't. You went downstairs, drank more wine, browsed social media, and went to sleep. You left a human being to suffocate to death. The court finds that this crime was committed with extreme cruelty and a depraved indifference to human life. The videos show not just negligence, but active malice. You mocked Jorge Torres as he died. You laughed at his suffering. You recorded his final moments. Therefore, I sentence you to life in prison without the possibility of parole for 25 years. Sarah Boone collapsed in her chair, her head in her hands. Her attorney put a hand on her shoulder. Jorge's family wept with relief. Justice finally had been served. Where is she now? Sarah Boone is currently serving her life sentence at Lowell Correctional Institution in Ocala, Florida. She will be eligible for parole in 2045 when she is 67 years old. Reports from inside the prison say she keeps to herself, has few friends, and spends most of her time in her cell. Other inmates know who she is and what she did. The videos went viral. Everyone has seen them. She will spend the next 25 years behind bars with nothing but her memories and her guilt. The lessons we must learn. But this case is about more than just one woman's cruelty. It's about the dark side of relationships, the dangers of alcohol, and the devastating consequences of domestic violence. The domestic violence reality. Both Sarah and Jorge were victims and perpetrators of domestic violence. Their relationship was toxic, fueled by alcohol and resentment. Friends and family saw the warning signs but didn't know how to intervene. Domestic violence experts who studied this case noted several red flags that were present in Sarah and Jorge's relationship. Escalating violence over time. Mutual combat situations where both parties were violent. Heavy alcohol abuse by both parties. Isolation from friends and family. A pattern of breaking up and getting back together repeatedly. Public humiliations and verbal abuse. Threats and intimidation. Jorge's death was the ultimate escalation, but it didn't have to end this way. If someone had intervened earlier, if Jorge had left the relationship, if Sarah had gotten help for her alcohol abuse and anger issues, Jorge might still be alive. The alcohol factor. Both Sarah and Jorge had blood alcohol levels well above the legal limit that night. Alcohol didn't cause Sarah to murder Jorge, but it lowered her inhibitions enough to reveal her cruelty and act on her darkest impulses. Substance abuse counselors point to this case as an example of how alcohol can turn toxic relationships deadly. When judgment is impaired and emotions are heightened, people do things they might never do sober. But being drunk is not an excuse. It's an explanation, not a justification. The game that wasn't. Sarah claimed they were playing hide and seek, but experts in abusive relationships recognize this for what it was: a power play. Abusers often disguise their abuse as jokes or games. They humiliate their partners and then claim it was all in fun. They push boundaries and test how much control they have. Zipping Jorge in that suitcase wasn't a game. It was Sarah asserting dominance, punishing Jorge for perceived wrongs, and seeing how far she could go. Why did she record it? Psychologists have several theories about why Sarah recorded those videos. Trophy taking. Some criminals record their crimes as a way to relive the power they felt. Evidence for later. Sarah may have intended to show Jorge the videos later, to humiliate him or use them as leverage in future arguments. Impaired judgment. She was drunk and not thinking clearly about the consequences. Sadistic pleasure. She enjoyed his suffering and wanted to capture it. Whatever her reason, those videos became the smoking gun that convicted her. Jorge's legacy. Jorge Torres's family has worked tirelessly to ensure he's remembered as more than just a victim. They've shared photos and stories of Jorge's life, his love of music, his close relationship with his siblings, his dreams for the future, his kindness to others. They've also become advocates for domestic violence awareness, speaking at events and encouraging people in toxic relationships to seek help before it's too late. If Jorge's death can save even one life, his mother Maria said in an interview, then maybe there's some meaning in this tragedy. If one person sees the warning signs in their own relationship and gets out before it's too late, then Jorge didn't die for nothing. The broader impact. The Sarah Boone case went viral on social media, sparking important conversations about how we treat domestic violence cases when both parties are abusive, the role of alcohol in violent crimes, the importance of intervention when we see toxic relationships around us, the psychology of cruelty and how normal people can do monstrous things, the need for better resources for people trapped in abusive relationships. If you're in a toxic relationship, if you or someone you know is in a relationship like Sarah and Jorge's, please get help. National Domestic Violence Hotline, 1-800-7997-233, SAMSA National Helpline, Substance Abuse, 1-800-662-4357, Crisis Text Line, text HOME to 7417417. You don't have to stay, You don't deserve abuse. There is help available. Final thoughts. On February 23rd, 2020, Sarah Boone made a choice. She chose cruelty over compassion. She chose revenge over mercy. She chose to watch another human being suffer and die. Jorge Torres spent his final hours trapped in darkness, calling out the name of the woman he loved, begging for help that never came. His last word was her name, Sarah. And Sarah Boone will spend the rest of her life knowing that she could have saved him with a simple act, unzipping a suitcase, but chose not to. This is the story of the suitcase murder, a story of toxic love, alcohol-fueled rage, and a death so cruel it shocked the nation. Jorge Torres was 42 years old when he died. He deserved better. He deserved to be loved, not tortured. He deserved to live. And Sarah Boone, she deserves exactly what she got: life in prison with nothing but her memories and her guilt. Rest in peace, Jorge Torres. You are not forgotten. Hello, sleepy soul. Welcome to Midnight Talks. I'm your storyteller tonight, your host in the dark. If you enjoy the tales I whisper, don't forget to subscribe so I don't get lost in this endless crowd. Now, let's begin our story. 4 people heard singing coming from inside their closets. They opened the doors. The singing stopped, but the footprints stayed, not leading out, leading in. Tonight, I'm telling you what really happened and why. Their closets were never empty. The town that refused to sing the town was called Hollow Creek. It looked perfect. Bright lights, fake snow, plastic smiles, but it was silent. No children singing, no carols, no church bells, just a heavy watching quiet. 4 friends arrived for Christmas: Arav, Mira, Kunal, Shah. They asked a shopkeeper why the town was so quiet. His hands trembled, and he whispered, "Because if you sing after midnight, something sings back." The dare at the burned church. That night they found the old church: burned wood, blackened walls, frozen steps. At exactly midnight, Arav laughed. Ghost stories are for children. And they began to sing softly, "Silent night, holy night." At first, nothing. Then, the church bell rang, but there was no bell. Their breath thickened in the air. The snow stopped falling. The wind stopped breathing. The silence felt alive. The voice that was never human. Halfway through the second verse, a 5th voice joined them. Low, wet, close, not in front of them, behind them. They stopped singing, but the voice didn't. The sound moved closer. Footprints began to appear in the snow. Not walking away, walking toward them. The air turned icy, and something whispered into all 4 ears. "You invited us." Cliffhanger ending. That night, they were back in their rooms, alone, trying to sleep, trying to breathe. Then they heard it. Soft singing from inside their closets, a familiar melody, silent night, and the closet doors began to open by themselves. Soft, slow voice. They thought closing their closet doors ended it. They were wrong, because something had already stepped out, and something else had stepped in. The night doesn't end after that first night. None of them slept. Arav heard scratching inside his walls. Mira heard humming coming from under her bed. Kunal's reflection smiled at him before he did. Sia's closet started leaking water. Black, cold water. It smelled like rotten wood and old graves. Ice cube. The first visitation. Arav. At 3:33 a.m., Arav woke up. His closet door was half open. He remembered shutting it. The inside was too dark. Darker than darkness should be. Then, He heard breathing from inside, slow, wet, not human. A soft whisper came out. Finish the song. Arav slammed the door shut, but the whisper stayed inside his head. Mira's discovery. Mira woke to find frost on her mirror, words slowly forming. You invited us. Her mouth started humming by itself. She wasn't trying to sing. Her throat just moved. Her reflection didn't match her movements. When she smiled in fear, the reflection smiled wider, like it was enjoying it. Kunal's shadow. Kunal noticed his shadow wasn't attached to him anymore. It moved a second late. Then, a second early, it started pointing at things. At his closet, at the wall, at the floor, and once, it pointed at his own throat. Sia's secret. She opened her closet. Inside, she found bare footprints on the ceiling, leading across the walls, and a small speaker, old, broken, but blinking red. She touched it, and it turned on. The carol began playing, slow, distorted, wrong, and a voice whispered, "Come to the church." Cliffhanger ending. At the exact same time, all four friends felt it. A pull, a calling, towards the forest, towards the burned church. They grabbed their phones, put on coats, stepped into the snow, and saw something waiting for them. Between the trees, tall, thin, smiling, and singing. Cold, whispering voice. The church wasn't abandoned. It was waiting, and it already knew their names. Walking into the trees, the snowstorm had started, wind howling like screams. The forest swallowed all sound except their footsteps. They didn't talk. They didn't need to. They all felt it, something pulling them forward. Between the trees, they saw it, a tall, broken structure, the burned church. But the door was open. They hadn't touched it. Inside the church, ruins. The air inside was wrong. Not cold, not warm, dead. Every step echoed too long. The floorboards were soft, not rotted, soft, like they were stepping on something breathing. She noticed something in the snow-covered floor. Footprints, bare, more than four, circling them, but leading nowhere. The discovery behind the broken altar. They found a trap door, old, wooden, covered in frost, and warm to the touch. They opened it. The smell hit them first. Rotten wood, mold, something sweet, the kind of sweet smell death carries. The stairs down the stairs were long, longer than the building should allow. Their phone flashlights flickered, and in the light they saw handprints on the walls, child-sized, scratched into the wood, all facing downward, as if whatever made them didn't want to go back up. The underground choir room at the bottom, they found it, a frozen underground hall, candles still burning, wax dripping upward, choir robes hanging from hooks, all facing the wall, but gently, moving, as if someone invisible was wearing them. In the center, a stone circle, footprints, bare, fresh. They weren't alone. A soft sound began, breathing, not theirs. From the dark, a whisper. Sit. One by one, without understanding why, they sat inside the circle. Candles blew out. Darkness swallowed everything. Then, singing, not loud, not soft, right next to their ears. Cold breath touching their skin, hands brushing their shoulders. Dead hands. Cliffhanger ending, a match lit. One candle flame returned, and in that flicker of light, they saw them, people, standing all around the circle, barefoot, frozen, smiling, with empty eye sockets, and they began to sing their names. Very slow, hollow voice. The dead didn't want their bodies back. They wanted their voices. Trapped in the circle. The four friends tried to stand. Their legs wouldn't move. Their mouths opened by themselves. Sound came out, But it wasn't their voice. It was older, colder, like ice breaking underwater. The spirits stood around them, bare feet on stone, frozen fingers pointing, and they whispered, "Your turn." The rules on the wall. The wall behind the altar lit up. Words written in frost appeared. Every Christmas the carol must be sung by living lungs. If the song stops, we return through you. And then, 4 voices are required. What happened to the original choir? The floor cracked, and the stone beneath them turned clear, like glass. Below were bodies, frozen, twisted, mouths open mid-song, eyes wide, still singing silently. They realized the truth. The original church choir hadn't died. They had been trapped, waiting for new voices, new throats, new air. The transfer. The spirits stepped closer. Cold hands touched their faces, foreheads, throats, and something moved. From the dead into the living. Mira began to cry, but her tears froze instantly. Kunal screamed, but another voice screamed through him. Arav started laughing, but it wasn't his laugh anymore. Shia's eyes turned completely black. Escape or release. The church shook. Candles burst into frost. The walls cracked. A door opened at the far end. A tunnel leading out. A whisper filled the room. "Go home. You are not guests anymore. You are doors." Soft, broken whisper. They went home, but something else went home with them, and it was still hungry. Back in Hollow Creek, the storm ended. The roads opened. Life returned. Lights came back. People walked the streets, but something had changed. The town felt warmer, not safer. Warmer, like breath, like something alive. The 4 friends smiled more. Too much. They walked differently, like they were sharing their bodies. The reflections tell the truth. Mirrors started showing things they weren't doing. Arav's reflection blinked sideways. Mira's reflection sang silently. Kunal's reflection scratched words on the glass. Open the door. Shia's reflection pressed its palms to the mirror from the inside. Christmas night returns 1 year later. Same town, same snow, same date, same time, 12:01 a.m. The 4 of them stood at their front doors, together. But this time, they weren't afraid, because they weren't fully human anymore. They began to sing, not Silent Night, but a new song, a slow, broken carol, a summoning. The 4 knocks across the town. 4 new houses heard knocking. 4 new doors opened. 4 new people looked out. And just like before, they saw only a black bag. Inside, a small speaker and a note. You finished the song. Now come to the church. The final image. The camera of this story pulls back. Above Hollow Creek, above the forest, above the burned church, we hear voices, children's voices, adult voices, old voices, singing together, wrongly, softly, forever. Final lines, perfect video ending. And if you ever hear Christmas singing after midnight, don't sing, don't open the door, and never open your closet, because next Christmas, they might be singing your name. My name is Maya Singh, and for the longest time I believed monsters lived in stories. Not in streets, not in apartments, not behind locked doors. But that belief died the night I found the first envelope. It was a rainy Thursday. Not the kind of heavy rain that scares you. The soft kind, the harmless kind, the kind that makes you lower your guard. I had just finished the late shift at Mocha Brew Cafe, the little place 2 blocks from my tiny rented apartment. My shoes were soaked, my hair smelled like espresso, and my head was pounding. College fees, rent, phone bill, everything was overdue. I had 174 rupees in my account, not even enough for groceries. I reached the second floor landing of my building, and something felt off. The corridor light was flickering, the buzzing sound echoing through the empty hallway. When I walked toward my door, I saw it, a black envelope, perfectly placed in the center of my dusty doormat. Not blown by wind, not fallen randomly, placed, waiting for me. For a whole minute, I didn't move. The building around me was dead quiet. No doors opening, no footsteps, just the flicker, flicker, flicker of the light above. I crouched and picked it up. The envelope was thick, unnaturally thick, and cold, like it had been kept in a freezer. My fingers trembled when I opened it. Inside, bundles of cash, 50,000 rupees, crisp, untouched notes that smelled like a bank vault, and a small, neatly folded note. "Let me help you, Maya. No need to pay back. Your sugar daddy." My heart dropped. My name, written in perfect handwriting, in silver ink. I spun around instantly, scanning the hallway, but there was no one. Only empty silence. I rushed inside, locked the door, and leaned against it, breathing fast. Who would do this? Who even knew about my money problems? I checked the clock. 12:47 a.m. My phone buzzed. An unknown message. No name. Just a profile picture of a blank gray circle. "Did you get your gift?" I read it twice, 3 times. My stomach knotted tighter with every second. I typed back with shaking fingers. "Who is this?" A reply came instantly. "Someone who wants to keep you safe, Maya." I dropped the phone. Not help you, not support you, keep you safe. As if danger was already near. As if this stranger knew something I didn't. I didn't sleep that night, not even for a second. Around 3:10 a.m., just when the building felt the most silent, I heard footsteps, slow, measured, carefully placed, right outside my door. They stopped exactly where the envelope had been. I froze on my bed, clutching my blanket like a shield, too afraid to breathe. Then, one soft knock, not loud, not aggressive, just a gentle, patient tap, as if someone was smiling on the other side. A whisper followed. I swear I heard it. "Maya!" Not angry, not raspy, not a voice I recognized. Just calm, male, close, too close. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying it was a dream. By morning, the footsteps were gone, but the fear stayed. Heavy, unmistakable, like something had entered my life that wouldn't leave. Something that had money, something that knew my name, something that knew where I lived, something that wanted me. And that was only the first gift. I didn't go to college the next morning. My eyes burned from lack of sleep, and every sound, the elevator, footsteps in the hallway, even the hum of the ceiling fan, made my heart jump. But by evening, I convinced myself I was overreacting. Maybe the money was a mistake. Maybe someone left it at the wrong door. Maybe the message wasn't even for me. But deep down, I knew none of that was true. Still, when I returned home the next night after my cafe shift, I was not expecting what was waiting for me. The hallway light wasn't flickering anymore. It was dead. The entire corridor was dark, except for the faint glow of my phone as I unlocked the door. And there, in the darkness, I saw it again. Another envelope, black, perfectly centered, untouched. But this one was bigger, thicker, heavier. My throat dried as I bent down. The paper felt smooth and icy. I could feel the weight inside. Bundles of something, more money, something heavier than before. I entered my room fast, locked the door, and turned every light on. My hands shook as I opened the envelope. Inside were 3 bundles of cash, more than last time, and a note, not handwritten this time. Typed, neat, perfect, cold. 3 rules. Break anyone, and you're mine forever. Don't look for me. Don't refuse my gifts. Never go out after midnight. My hands went numb. This wasn't kindness. This wasn't help. This was control, disguised as generosity. The letters were clean and crisp, like the rules were carved into stone. I stared at them for a long time. Why rules? Why these rules? Who even writes rules for a stranger? Part of me wanted to tear the note apart. Another part, the scared part, said, follow them. Maybe it'll keep you alive. Before I could think further, my phone buzzed. Unknown number. Same blank profile picture. Good. You're home. I froze. No. He couldn't know that. He couldn't know the exact moment I walked in. But then another message came. Don't be scared. I just want to protect you. I felt a wave of cold run down my spine. I typed with trembling hands. Who are you? Why are you sending me money? 3 dots appeared immediately, typing, as if he'd been waiting. Then, because you deserve better. Better. The same word he used last night. I stared at the rules again. 1. Don't look for me. 2. Don't refuse my gifts. 3. Never go out after midnight. I swallowed hard. Never go out after midnight. Why? What would happen? I felt watched, studied, like a lab rat. And then, the knocking started, not on the door, on the window. The second-floor window. Slow, soft, rhythmic. Tap, tap, tap. I turned slowly. My skin crawled. My breath got stuck in my throat. The curtains swayed slightly from the breeze. But the taps weren't from the wind. They were deliberate, close. I stepped forward and held the curtain's edge. My heart slammed against my ribs. I pulled the curtain back. Nothing. Empty alley, damp streetlight, a silent night. And then, a message pinged. Don't open the window. It's not safe outside. I jumped back from the glass. He knew. He was watching. Not from far away. Not from some building across the street. He was close enough to see my hand reach for the curtain. I typed, "Where are you?" The reply came in less than a second. Close. I locked the window, the door, every latch, every bolt. Then sat on the floor, hugging my knees, listening for any sound outside. For hours. Nothing happened until 3:05 a.m. My room suddenly felt colder, like a freezer door had opened. My phone buzzed again. You broke Rule 2. My stomach dropped. Rule 2. Don't refuse my gifts. I looked at the open envelope lying on the table. I hadn't touched the money. I hadn't taken it inside. I hadn't accepted it. I texted fast. I didn't refuse. I didn't do anything. 3 dots appeared, then disappeared, then appeared again. Finally, a message. Take the money, Maya. I didn't move. Take it, or I'll come inside. My blood froze. I stared at the door. The old wooden frame suddenly seemed too thin, too weak. Then, a soft creaking sound from the hallway. Footsteps, slow, heavy, coming toward my door. 1 step, pause, another step, pause. The floorboards groaned with each movement. I felt faint, like my soul was shrinking inside me. Then a whisper, so soft I almost thought it was inside my head. Maya, right outside my door. I scrambled to the table, grabbed the envelope with shaking hands and held it tight. The footsteps stopped. Silence. For a full minute, everything was still. Then my phone vibrated. 1 final message. Good girl. And just like that, the presence outside my door faded. No footsteps going back. No sound. Nothing. Like it had never been there. But I knew. I knew someone was standing on the other side. Someone who didn't need to force the door open. Someone who thought he owned me now. Someone who didn't just watch me, he was getting closer, braver, more personal. And the worst part, this was only day 2. For the next 2 days, nothing happened. No footsteps, no knocking, no envelopes, no messages. The silence felt wrong, like someone holding their breath before attacking. I tried to convince myself this stranger, this sugar daddy, had gotten bored, or maybe moved on to someone else. But deep down, a cold truth sat inside me like a stone. He was not done. On the 3rd night after the incident, I returned home from the cafe at 11:20 p.m., tired, drained, pretending to be brave. As I reached the landing, I noticed something strange. My door was slightly open, just a crack, not wide enough to see inside, just enough to make my stomach twist painfully. I froze. I lived alone. No one had a spare key. I whispered, "No, no, no," and slowly pushed the door open. The apartment was dark, silent. I flicked the light on, heart pounding. Everything looked normal. Nothing broken, nothing missing. But that made it worse. Because if someone had come inside, they hadn't come to steal. They had come to look, to study, to understand how I lived, and where I slept, and what scared me. The air felt wrong, as if someone had been standing exactly where I stood now, minutes earlier. I checked my bedroom, kitchen, bathroom, all clear. I tried to breathe. Maybe I'd forgotten to lock the door. Maybe I was so stressed I imagined things. Then I saw it, on my bed, on the pillow where I laid my head every night. A single black envelope, placed perfectly at the center, like a gift, a warning, an announcement. My throat tightened as I picked it up. Inside, money again. More than before. Stacks and stacks, crisp as new leaves. But the note inside was different. It wasn't typed this time. It was handwritten again. But not neat like the first time. This handwriting looked rushed, frantic, unstable. The letters were sharp, almost carved into the paper. "You forgot to close your window last night. Anyone could have come in. I don't like that. Let me protect you properly." My entire body went cold. Window? I sleep with the curtains drawn. I never checked the window before bed. I didn't remember leaving it open. I looked at the window now. Locked. But the curtain? The curtain had been moved slightly, just a little, but not the way I leave it. And suddenly, something hit me. If he had been inside, he had stood next to my bed, watching me sleep, close enough to touch my face, close enough to place an envelope under my pillow. My legs trembled so badly I had to sit down. That's when my phone buzzed. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to know. But I forced myself to read the message. Unknown number. Same gray profile picture. Check your gallery. My heart dropped into my stomach. "No," I whispered, shaking my head. My fingers felt numb as I opened the gallery. The newest photo was taken 2 hours earlier. A photo of me, sleeping. The blanket pulled over my shoulder, my hair spread on the pillow, my face peaceful, unaware. The angle of the photo was from inside the room, close to my bedside, as if someone stood over me, leaning down, watching me breathe. I dropped the phone, tears rushing down my face. A message appeared instantly. "You look beautiful when you sleep." I covered my mouth with both hands to stop the scream building in my throat. He had been inside my room, standing inches from me, watching. Another message buzzed. "Don't be scared, Maya. I kept you safe." Safe. That word again. Twisted, wrong, suffocating. I backed away from the bed, from the window, from everything in this room that suddenly felt like a trap. Another buzz. This one, slower. as if he was taking his time typing. You should move somewhere safer. I've already picked the place. I'll show you soon. I stared at the message in horror. He didn't just want to watch me. He wanted to own me, control where I lived, when I slept, what I touched, what I feared. And the worst part, I felt another envelope before I even saw it, under the bed, slightly sticking out, as if placed there for later. I crawled forward with trembling hands and pulled it out. Inside was just one sentence. I'm always closer than you think. The room seemed to shrink around me. He wasn't outside anymore. He wasn't in the hallway. He was everywhere. Watching, waiting, planning. And the night was far from over. The police didn't believe a word Maya said. The bruises on her arms, the panic in her voice, the way her hands kept trembling. That was all stress, they claimed. A bad breakup. Maybe she was overreacting. But Maya knew the truth. Mr. Black wasn't a normal man. He wasn't even a man at all. And she could feel him watching, even from the shadows behind the police station windows. That night, Maya didn't go home. She couldn't. She booked a cheap hotel room on the outskirts of town, one with flickering yellow lights and a front desk clerk who didn't ask questions. That kind of place. She double-locked the door, closed the curtains, kept the lights on, and pulled the covers to her chin like a terrified child. Finally, she allowed herself to breathe. But at 3:11 a.m., just 4 minutes before the time he always texted, her phone buzzed. Not a call, not a message, a notification. Your delivery has arrived. Maya's heart froze. Delivery? She hadn't ordered anything. She opened the door a crack, and a small black velvet box sat on the floor. She didn't touch it, didn't move, just stared. But the box, it twitched, just slightly, like something was moving inside. She kicked it into the hallway and slammed the door shut, breathing hard, tears filling her eyes. She knew what this meant. Mr. Black had found her. Again. The call. 20 minutes later, her phone rang. Blocked number. Her stomach twisted. She answered. Maya, a deep voice whispered. Smooth, calm, too calm. You forgot your gift. She slammed the phone down. Seconds later, another notification. If you leave again, I'll leave you a gift you can't refuse. A new address. The next morning, Maya rushed to her best friend Ria's apartment. Ria had been keeping her distance ever since Maya started acting paranoid, but today she finally listened. Ria hugged her and said, You're staying here tonight, period. For the first time in days, Maya felt a little safer. They went out to buy food, trying awkwardly to laugh, trying to pretend everything was fine. But when they returned, a white envelope sat taped to Ria's door. On the front, in clean handwritten letters, For Maya, Ria swallowed. Did you tell him my address? Maya shook her head violently. No, I never, Ria, I swear, I didn't. Ria opened the door slowly, carefully. Inside, everything looked normal, except for the gift box sitting on the center of the dining table. Black velvet, just like the one from the hotel. And beside it, a handwritten note. Maya read it aloud. A good sugar daddy always takes care of what's his. Stop running. Come home. Black. Ria stared at her. Come. Home? What home? Maya whispered, voice shaking. That's the part I never told you. He has a house he kept saying he would take me to, the one where all the other girls went. Ria froze. What girls? Maya shook her head. I don't know. He never said names. He only said, her voice cracked. He only said they were well taken care of. Ria's face went pale. Ria grabbed the box off the table. Maya, we're opening this. We need to know what he wants. Maya tried to stop her. Don't. Please, don't touch. But Rhea had already flipped the lid. Inside was something small, shiny, cold, a silver key, and attached to it was a tiny tag. For your room, Rhea blinked. Your room? What room? Maya stepped back, shaking her head in terror. No, no, this isn't real. I've never been there. I've never. The phone buzzed again. One message, an address, a location she had never seen, never visited, never even heard of, followed by, your room is ready. The house of gifts. Rhea insisted they take the key to the police, but the police refused again. Anonymous gifts are not a crime, the officer said. Rhea exploded. He is stalking her. But they didn't care. Maya felt her world shrinking. No one believed her. No one could help her. No one understood what Mr. Black truly was. That night, as they sat in stunned silence in Rhea's living room, Maya remembered something she had tried to forget. Mr. Black never asked how her day was, never asked what she liked. He never talked like a normal human. He only asked one question, every single day. Are you ready for your new life yet? Her hands shook. Rhea touched her shoulder. Maya, what if we go to that address, just to see what's there? Just so we know what we're dealing with? No, Maya whispered. I'm not going anywhere near that place. Rhea took a deep breath. Then I'll go. Alone. Maya grabbed her wrist instantly. No, Rhea, please, don't even think. But it was too late. Rhea walked to the door, opened it, and froze. Because sitting outside the door, waiting patiently, was a man, a tall figure in a black suit, silent, still, and in his hand. He held another black gift box. Rhea slammed the door shut so fast the wall shook. Footsteps began walking toward the door, slow, heavy, deliberate, each one echoing like thunder. Maya felt her soul leave her body. Rhea whispered, trembling, Maya, is that him? Maya didn't speak. She couldn't, because from the other side of the door, a deep voice whispered, Maya, you forgot your gift. The doorknob began to turn. The doorknob twisted once, then again. The metal creaked as if something was pushing it from the other side. Patiently, deliberately. Rhea pressed her back against the door, whispering, Call the police. But Maya whispered back, her voice cracking, They won't come, not for him. Because deep inside, Maya finally understood. Mr. Black wasn't scared of police. He wasn't scared of laws. He wasn't scared of anything human. The room fell silent. No footsteps, no whisper, no movement, just silence. Rhea slowly stepped away from the door. Maya held her breath. Then, bang, a single knock, so loud it rattled the walls. Then a voice, Open the door, Maya. I brought your last gift. Maya broke down. Why me? What do you want? A low, calm whisper came through the crack. I want what's already mine. Rhea grabbed Maya's hand. We're not staying here. Come, now. They ran, through the hallway, down the stairs. Rhea's car was parked outside. They sprinted toward it, but something was wrong. The driver's door was open, just slightly. Rhea froze. Maya, I locked the car. A cold wave crawled down Maya's spine. Don't go near. But Rhea had already stepped forward. Something clinked on the ground beneath the car. A small black gift box rolled out and stopped exactly at Maya's feet. Her breathing hitched. This one wasn't like the others. It was larger, heavier, wrapped with a blood-red ribbon. Rhea whispered, Don't open it. But Maya already knew. He expected her to. Her fingers trembled as she untied the ribbon, lifted the lid, and screamed. Inside was a photograph of Maya, sleeping, in the hotel room, in Ria's house, even in her own bed, months before she ever met him online. Every picture had the same timestamp in the corner, 3:11 a.m. Raya stepped backward, horrified. He was inside your house, Maya, before you ever spoke to him. Maya felt the world tilt, and then she saw the last photo, not of her, of Ria, taken from inside her apartment, last night. The address. A vibration broke the silence. Maya's phone lit up with a message. Your room is waiting. Come to the address. The same black and white address he had sent earlier. This was no longer a threat. It was a command. Ria shook her head violently. No, Maya, you're not going there. Maya whispered. He won't stop. Not ever. Not until he gets what he wants. What does he even want? Maya finally said the words she'd been afraid to speak. He wants me to live with him. Forever. Ria grabbed her shoulders. You're not going. You're not. But Maya stared straight ahead. I need to end this. The House of Shadows. The address led down an empty highway, into a forest, then to a deserted private road with no lights and no signs. Every tree looked like a spine. Every shadow twitched. At the end of the path, there it was, a massive, decaying mansion with black windows and a red door waiting like an open mouth. The kind of house you see in nightmares. Ria whispered, Please, let's go back. But Maya stepped forward with the silver key in her hand. The door unlocked with a click. Inside was nothing but darkness, cold, silent, still. Then a faint hum. Lights flickered on. One room was fully furnished, perfectly arranged. A bed, a desk, a vanity, clothes neatly folded, photos framed on the wall, photos of Maya. Every era of her life, childhood, college, her first job, even ones she didn't remember being taken. A room prepared for her long before she ever met him. A voice echoed from the shadows. Welcome home, Maya. The truth about Mr. Black. Mr. Black stepped into the light. Tall, sharp suit, expressionless face. Not handsome, not ugly, just wrong. A mannequin wearing a human skin. Maya whispered, What are you? He tilted his head like he was studying her. I give gifts. I choose carefully. And once I choose, he stepped closer. They stay. Ria hid behind Maya, trembling. What is this place? Who are the other girls? Mr. Black blinked slowly. They lived here, before Maya. Where are they now? Ria demanded. He smiled a thin, cold smile. They're still here. The walls. A low rumbling began, then a faint scratching. Maya turned around. The walls were moving, not physically, but something inside them was shifting, scraping, scratching, whispering. Soft voices filled the room. Maya! Don't stay! Run! Run! Ria screamed. What the hell is this? Mr. Black's calm voice cut through the chaos. They didn't want their gifts. They tried to leave. They were ungrateful. His eyes locked onto Maya. But you, I watched you for a long time. Why? She cried. His voice softened. Because you were lonely, and lonely people make the best companions. He stepped forward and reached toward her face. And at that moment, Ria grabbed Maya's wrist and ran. The chase. They sprinted down the hallway as lights exploded overhead and doors slammed shut one by one. The house groaned like a living creature trying to swallow them whole. Behind them, footsteps followed. Slow, heavy, steady. He wasn't running. He didn't have to. The house was helping him. Doors locked. Walls shifted. Stairs creaked under invisible weight. The girls reached the back door. But the key Maya had didn't fit. Ria screamed, He gave you a key for a reason. It's for your room, not an exit. Maya pulled Rhea close. We jump. What? From the second floor? He'll kill us if we don't. They climbed onto the window ledge as footsteps grew louder behind them. Mr. Black was almost there. He whispered, Maya, come home. Maya squeezed Rhea's hand, and they jumped. The final moments. Maya hit the ground hard, her leg twisted. Rhea landed beside her with a cry of pain. But they were alive. They limped away, forcing their bodies to move, not looking back. But the house began glowing from inside. Bright white light pulsed through every window. Then all the lights went out. Absolute darkness. Not a single sound. Just wind. Just emptiness. Maya and Rhea collapsed on the roadside, sobbing. They had escaped, or so they thought. The ending, the twist. 3 days later, Maya went back to Rhea's apartment to pack her things. She was leaving town. Forever. She opened her suitcase, still shaking from the trauma. But inside, something was already there. She froze. It was a black velvet gift box with a red ribbon. Her phone buzzed. One message. You left home without your gift. Then another. A photo of her, standing in Rhea's apartment, taken just seconds ago. Maya dropped her phone and stumbled backward, heart pounding, eyes scanning every corner of the room. Behind the curtains, under the bed, in the closet, in the walls. Then she heard it, a whisper, right behind her ear. Did you miss me? The end. Hello, sleepy soul. Welcome to Midnight Talks. I'm your storyteller tonight, your host in the dark. If you enjoy the tales I whisper, don't forget to subscribe so I don't get lost in this endless crowd. Now, let's begin our story. Have you ever scrolled through Craigslist late at night? You tell yourself it's harmless. A digital marketplace, a place to find something cheap or make a little cash. But if you stay long enough, if you look deep enough, you start to realize something. Not everything listed there is meant to be found. Some posts aren't selling anything at all. They're waiting. I used to love Craigslist. It felt honest, old school, simple, human. I sold furniture, found gigs, bought a used phone once it was part of everyday life. Until I started noticing the patterns. The usernames changed, the cities changed, but the language stayed the same. Same phrases, same structure, same sense of urgency. Like someone, or something, was copying the tone of real people over and over again. At first, I thought I was overthinking it. Then I saw a job post that looked familiar. Word for word, the same as one I'd answered years ago. Only this time, the contact name was different, and that job, that gig, didn't end well. That's when I started collecting stories. From friends, strangers, police reports, old screenshots, people who'd answered the wrong ad, people who almost didn't make it out, and people who did, but never really came back the same. You see, Craigslist isn't just a marketplace, it's a mirror, reflecting who's out there. And sometimes it reflects what shouldn't exist at all. These are the stories I found. Stories buried under help wanted, for sale, and free pickup. Each one started with a click and ended in something else entirely. If you've ever thought about answering a late-night ad, maybe you should listen first, because these aren't urban legends. These aren't exaggerations. Every name, every message, every meeting, it all began the same way, with a stranger, a few words, and a promise that sounded too good to be true. So tonight, I'll tell you what happened to them. The secret shopper who learned the cost of curiosity. the babysitter who walked into someone else's game, the seller who found herself being hunted, the man who followed a free TV into something much darker, and the house that kept calling people back. No matter how many times the number changed, I'm not telling these to scare you. I'm telling them because they're real. And because somewhere out there, another ad just went live. Someone will see it, click it, and think it's just another post. But if you ever recognize the name Rick, do yourself a favor. Close the tab, because some buyers never stop looking, and some sellers never really left. When I lost my job, I thought the worst thing I'd have to face was my own reflection. The silence of the apartment, the weight of unpaid rent, the dull hum of daytime TV filling the space where ambition used to live. I was scrolling through Craigslist one afternoon, half out of boredom, half out of desperation, when I found a post titled, "Secret Shopper Needed, Immediate Start, $300 per assignment." It sounded easy enough. Walk into a store, buy something cheap, report your experience. The listing said they were testing employee behavior and professionalism. I sent an email, attached my name, my number, and within an hour someone replied. The message was short. "You're approved. First assignment, Grayson's Market, corner of Pine and Miller. Evaluate employee Miles Carter. Be detailed. Submit by tomorrow." There was something strange about how quickly they responded, but at that point I didn't care. $300 for a 10-minute trip? I could ignore a few red flags for that. The store was quiet when I went in. A small, independent grocery, fluorescent lights flickering, shelves half-stocked. Behind the counter was a young guy, maybe late 20s, with a kind of weary look, like someone who'd been told too many times to smile. "Hey," he said, "can I help you find something?" "Just looking," I answered. Pretending to browse, I bought a bottle of water, paid in cash, and left. It felt silly, like playing detective in a bad commercial. But when I got home, I wrote my report, as detailed as I could. Cleanliness, 7 out of 10. Employee politeness, 5 out of 10. Eye contact, inconsistent. I submitted it and forgot about it. 2 days later, I received an email. "Good work, your report was helpful. Payment processed. Note, employee Miles Carter has been terminated for repeated poor performance." I read that line twice. Terminated. Because of me. I didn't know how to feel. Guilty, I guess. But I told myself it wasn't my fault. I was just doing the job they paid me for. A week passed. Then the texts started. The first one came at 11:43 p.m. "You ruined my life." No name. Just a number I didn't recognize. I deleted it, blocked the sender, tried to shake it off. 2 nights later, another message, this time from a different number. "Did they pay you enough to destroy someone?" My hands went cold. I didn't reply, but I couldn't sleep. By the end of the week, the messages had spread. Instagram DMs, even a voicemail. Each time the name was different, but the tone was the same. Angry, personal, and always mentioning Miles. One night, my boyfriend Aaron was staying over. We were eating takeout. When I told him about it, he shrugged it off. "Craigslist creeps," he said. "Probably some loser trolling you." That night around 2 a.m., we heard a noise outside the apartment. Soft, deliberate, like someone dragging something across the porch. Aaron went to the window, pulled the curtain back, and froze. Standing under the streetlight was a man in a dark hoodie. Still, silent, just watching our door. Aaron banged on the window, shouted, but the man didn't flinch. He just tilted his head slightly, like he was studying us. Then he turned, walked away, and disappeared down the street. We called the police. They came, took a report, told us it was probably a random prowler. But when I mentioned the name Miles Carter, one of the officers looked up. "You mean from Grayson's Market?" he asked. "Yeah. You know him?" He hesitated. "He used to work there. Got fired a few weeks ago. Heard he wasn't taking it well." I didn't say anything, but inside I felt the world tilt. For the next few days, I barely left the apartment. I started checking locks twice, 3 times a night. Aaron insisted I let him stay over more often. It made me feel safer, until that Friday. I came home from a grocery run and noticed something off about the front door. The doormat was crooked and the key, the one I always left hanging inside, was missing. Aaron wasn't home yet. I called him immediately, voice shaking. He told me to stay outside, said he'd be there in 10 minutes. But before he could arrive, I heard movement inside the house. It was faint. Footsteps. Slow, steady, pacing. Then from the other side of the door, a man's voice whispered, "You wrote about me." My knees went weak. I backed away, heart hammering. Aaron pulled up just as the door opened. Miles stepped out. Same hoodie, same tilt of the head. Only now he was holding something. A kitchen knife, Aaron shouted, rushed him, and they struggled. I screamed, grabbed my phone, called 911. Miles broke free and bolted, vanishing into the night before the sirens arrived. When the police caught him 2 streets over, he was still carrying the knife. He told them he just wanted to talk, said we had ruined everything. He knew my name, my building, even my schedule. When they searched his phone, they found screenshots. My report, my emails, even photos of my apartment building taken from across the street. He'd been watching me for weeks. They said he got my information from the company I'd been working for. Only, there was no company. The emails came from a throwaway domain, no records, no tax forms, no HR. Just a single contact listed as admin. After the arrest, I tried to reach out. I wanted to understand how it happened, but the domain was gone. Every message deleted, like it never existed. Aaron told me to let it go, and I tried. I really did. But some nights when I check my inbox, I still see the same subject line pop up at the bottom of my spam folder. New assignment available, secret shopper evaluation. It always disappears before I can open it, always from a different address. And lately, when I walk past Grayson's Market, the one that closed months ago, I sometimes see the faint flicker of light through the dusty window, like someone inside is still working, still waiting for a report. After what happened to the secret shopper girl, I told myself I'd stay off Craigslist for good. But desperation makes people forget their promises, and rent doesn't wait for fear to fade. So when I found an ad that said, "Babysitter needed tonight, $200 cash, easy work," I didn't even hesitate. It was posted under the name Tom and Chloe M. The description was simple. 2 children, ages 6 and 9, parents going out for the evening, must arrive by 7 p.m. No interview, no background check, just an address and an emoji smile at the end of the message. The house was about 30 minutes outside the city, down a quiet road lined with tall oaks. It looked normal, neat, suburban, the kind of place where people leave porch lights on out of habit. When I knocked, a man opened the door. He was tall, late 30s maybe, wearing a sweater and jeans. He smiled, but something about his eyes made me uneasy. Not angry, not sad, just detached. "You must be Rachel," he said. "I'm Tom." The house behind him was silent. No sound of kids, no second voice. Chloe and the children went to pick up pizza, he explained quickly, as if reading my thoughts. They'll be back any minute. Come in, please. I stepped inside. It smelled faintly of cleaning products, but under that, something sour like damp carpet. The furniture was too perfect, too staged, as if no one actually lived there. He offered me water, which I declined, and gestured toward the couch. Then he started talking, asking me about school, my last babysitting job, whether I was good with secrets. That last question made me laugh awkwardly. He didn't. When I asked about the kids, he said, "They're good kids. Quiet." Then he paused, tilting his head slightly. "You'll meet them soon." Minutes passed. I checked the time. 7:25. Still no sign of Chloe. Still no sound from upstairs. When I asked if I could see where the kids' rooms were, he hesitated, just for a moment, and then nodded. "Of course," he said softly. "This way." He led me down a narrow hallway. The walls were covered in framed photos, families smiling, birthdays, vacations. But all the faces were blurred, not pixelated, physically blurred, like someone had dragged their finger through the wet ink before it dried. I stopped in front of one. "Who are these?" I asked. He didn't look. "Old tenants," he said. Then he opened a door to the right. The room was dark, lit only by a nightlight shaped like a cloud. Two small beds, toys arranged neatly on a shelf, but no clothes, no backpacks, no signs of life. Before I could say anything, he spoke again. "Chloe's gonna be late," he said, his voice lower now. "Would you mind checking something for me? Downstairs, the basement light's been acting up." Every instinct screamed no, but his tone had shifted, firmer, expectant. And I didn't want to seem rude. He led me to the basement door, handed me a flashlight, and smiled. "It's right at the bottom," he said. "Just pull the chain." The stairs creaked as I went down. The air got colder, heavier. When I reached the bottom, I saw the light bulb hanging from a cord. I reached up, pulled the chain. Nothing. Then I heard it, a click, like a door closing above me. I turned. The basement door was shut. Footsteps echoed overhead. Slow, steady, then silence. I called out, "Tom?" No answer. My phone had no signal. I tried the door. Locked. Panic crawled up my spine. The basement was almost empty except for a workbench, a metal chair, and, in the far corner, a pile of plastic bins. I opened one. Inside were dolls, hundreds of them, all dressed like children. Pajamas, school uniforms, little shoes, each one with its face scratched out. My breath caught. Then I noticed something else. Photos taped to the wall, dozens of them, each of a woman sitting in a chair in the same basement, some smiling, some crying. One of them was me. The photo had been taken that night. My same outfit, same hair, which meant someone had been watching me from the moment I walked in. I ran to the door and pounded, screaming for help. No answer. Then faintly from upstairs came a voice, high-pitched, a child's giggle. For a second I thought maybe the kids were real. Maybe they could help, I shouted again. The laughter stopped. Then another sound replaced it. Heavy footsteps, coming down the stairs. The beam of a flashlight appeared at the top step. It swayed side to side, too slow, too deliberate. I pressed myself into the corner, heart slamming in my chest. When the light reached the bottom, it stopped moving. Then Tom's voice said quietly, "I told you they're quiet." At that moment, a loud knock shook the front door above us. Someone was outside, pounding hard, yelling something I couldn't make out. Tom froze. Then he cursed under his breath and ran back up the stairs. The basement door slammed shut. I didn't think. I grabbed the metal chair, swung it against the small window near the ceiling until the glass shattered. The opening was barely wide enough, but I squeezed through, cutting my arm on the way out. Outside, a car's headlights blinded me. A woman was standing next to it, shouting my name, "Rachel, get in!" It was my friend Jenna. I'd texted her the address earlier just in case. We drove until we hit the main road. When we called the police, they searched the house. No sign of Tom, no Chloe, no kids. The furniture was there, but the photos, the dolls, the bins, all gone. Even the basement window I'd broken had been replaced. The officer told me the property was listed as vacant, had been for almost 6 months. The name on the mailbox didn't match anyone in the county. I changed my number, moved cities, tried to forget. But 2 months later, while setting up my new phone, I got a text from an unknown number. "Hey Rachel, it's Chloe. Thanks for helping with the kids last time. Would you be available this Friday?" I froze. The message was followed by another, this one from a different number. "Hi, it's Tom and Chloe. Same rate as before? The kids miss you." Same phrasing, same smiling emoji at the end. I blocked both. Then another message came. From my new phone's email app, under Hidden Contacts. "You never came back down." Every time I get a random spam text now, I check the sender name twice. Because sometimes when I scroll to the bottom, it still says Tom and Chloe M. And somewhere, in some other city, another ad just went up. "Babysitter needed tonight. Easy work. $200 cash. Would you like me to move?" After what happened with that babysitting job, I told myself I'd never use Craigslist again. But fear fades faster than bills do. And by the end of that year, I was broke again. This time trying to sell my old Honda CR-V to make rent. It was a decent car, nothing special. I posted a few photos, set the price low, and within an hour I got a message. "Hey, is the Honda still available? Can I see it tonight?" The name was Tony. He wanted to meet around 10 p.m. after his shift at the hospital. I hesitated. It was late, but his profile looked normal. He even sent a photo. A man in scrubs, smiling. "Sure," I replied. I told myself I'd meet him in the parking lot outside my apartment. Public, safe, neutral ground. He showed up right on time. Tall, clean-cut, polite. He asked all the usual questions. Mileage, maintenance, title. Then he asked, "Mind if I take it for a quick spin?" I agreed, handed him the keys, and got into the passenger seat. The drive started normal. Small talk about work, weather, gas prices. But then he turned off the main road. "This isn't the way back," I said. He smiled faintly. "Shortcut," he said. My stomach dropped. I glanced at the dashboard. The speed was creeping up. "Hey," I said, "you can drop me off here. I'll walk back." He didn't respond. His knuckles tightened around the steering wheel. I reached for the door handle, ready to jump, when he suddenly braked hard. The car screeched to a stop in the middle of an empty street. He turned to me slowly. "Why are you selling?" he asked. "What?" "The car," he said. "Why are you selling it?" I need the money." He nodded, eyes fixed on mine. "Yeah, we all do." Then just as suddenly he smiled again. "Sorry, didn't mean to scare you. Go ahead and drive us back." He handed me the keys. Calm, casual, like nothing had happened. I didn't ask questions. I drove back to the complex, parked, and got out before the engine even stopped running. He stood there in the shadows watching me. "You're lucky," he said softly. "Some buyers aren't as polite." Then he turned and walked away. I thought that was the end of it. Until the next night around 1:30 a.m., I was in bed when I heard a faint noise. A car engine outside. At first I ignored it. Then I realized it hadn't moved in minutes. I got up, peeked through the blinds. My old Honda was parked in the same spot, but a car was idling just across from it, headlights off. I could barely make out the shape of someone inside just sitting there. I watched for a while, trying to convince myself it wasn't Tony. Then the figure stepped out. It was him. Same height, same jacket. He walked slowly toward my building, glancing up at the windows. I backed away from the glass and grabbed my phone. By the time I called the police, the car outside was gone. They told me to call again if he came back. The next day I took down the Craigslist post. But that night I got a message from an unknown number. You shouldn't have ended the listing. It came with a photo, taken from the parking lot. I was visible through the window. Sitting on my couch, I called the police again. They said they'd send a patrol car. But before it arrived, someone buzzed my apartment intercom. Yeah, I said, trying to sound calm. A man's voice crackled through. Delivery for the Honda. I froze. I didn't order anything. He didn't answer. Then I heard footsteps, heavy ones, coming up the stairwell. I ran to the door, locked the deadbolt, pressed my back against it. The steps stopped just outside. Then a soft knock. Tony, I whispered. I didn't even mean to say it out loud, but I knew it was him. The knocking got louder, then more frantic. Finally, silence. When the police arrived 15 minutes later, the hallway was empty, but the security guard showed me the camera feed. Tony had been inside the building he'd entered behind another tenant. The footage showed him walking straight to my floor. No hesitation. They searched the area and found him 2 buildings away, trying to pry open a ground floor window. He told them he just wanted to talk, that we had a connection. They arrested him, found a knife in his jacket pocket. When they searched his car, they found printed directions to my apartment, my Craigslist ad, and notes scribbled on a napkin. Lives alone, ground floor, brown Honda, apartment 3B. He hadn't been interested in the car at all. The ad was a trap, a way to get inside my life. Afterward, the detective said something that stuck with me. This isn't the first time we've seen his name, he said. Tony's a fake. We think he's used dozens of names across different states. They never found out where the photo of me came from. My blinds were always closed, but sometimes when I turn off the lights, I see faint reflections in the glass. A silhouette I don't recognize. I sold the car eventually, in person through a dealer. No more Craigslist, no more strangers. But a few months later, I got an email from an address I didn't know. Subject line. Still interested in the Honda? The message had no text, just an attachment, a photo of my apartment building, taken from the same angle as before. I deleted it immediately. But every time I walk to my car now, I still check the mirrors before I start the engine, because sometimes I swear I see headlights following me, turning when I turn, slowing when I slow, until they disappear into the dark. And every time I open my inbox, I half expect to see that same message again. Still interested in the Honda? It started with a post that seemed too good to be true. Free 50-inch TV, must pick up tonight. The photo showed a big flat screen, still clean, cables neatly coiled beside it. No cracks, no scratches. Just sitting there in a dimly lit living room, like it was waiting for someone. I was moving into a new apartment that weekend, so a free TV sounded like fate. The post said, located just off Mill Road. Please come after 9 p.m. Text before arrival. I didn't even question it. I texted the number, got a quick reply. Sure thing, door's unlocked. Come in. Take it. I'll be upstairs. It was strange, but I told myself people do that all the time with giveaways. So I drove out there. The neighborhood was quiet, all single-story houses, most with lights off. Number 46 had its porch light flickering weakly, like it couldn't decide whether to stay alive or not. I parked, walked up to the door, and sure enough, it was unlocked. Inside smelled faintly of mold and old wood. The TV was there, just like in the photo big. Black screen, dust-free, almost too clean compared to everything else. "Hello," I called out. No answer. I waited, listening. Upstairs, I thought I heard faint movement, like someone shifting their weight on old floorboards. Then silence. I told myself, just grab the TV and go. As I lifted it, the screen flickered. Just once. Like static crawling over the surface, I froze, staring at it. Then it went dark again. Probably just leftover charge, I thought. I carried it out, set it in my trunk, and drove home. By the time I set it up in my apartment, it was nearly midnight. I plugged it in, pressed the power button, and the screen lit up instantly, but it didn't go to a menu. No input screen, just a grainy black and white feed, like a live camera. At first, I thought it was a reflection or some test signal, but then I realized what I was looking at. It was a room, a small living room, with a single couch and a flickering lamp, and someone was sitting there, a man, facing directly toward the camera, or toward me. He didn't move, didn't blink, just sat perfectly still, hands on his knees. I tried to change the input, but every button just made the screen fuzz for a moment before snapping back to that same feed. I unplugged the cable. Still there. The image wouldn't go away, even with no connection, like the TV didn't care whether it was hooked to anything or not. Finally, I yanked the cord from the wall. The screen went black. I sat there breathing hard, telling myself I was tired, that it was just some weird glitch. But when I went to bed an hour later, I woke up to the sound of static. The TV had turned itself on, and this time, the man wasn't sitting anymore. He was standing closer to the camera, so close that I could see the texture of his skin. Gray, uneven, like dried clay. His lips moved slightly, but there was no sound. I unplugged it again. Then I took the TV outside to the dumpster behind my building and left it there. The next morning it was gone. I assumed someone else had taken it. That night I heard a knock at my door. 3 knocks. Slow, measured. I looked through the peephole. No one. When I opened the door, something was sitting on the floor. The TV, no note, no explanation. Just sitting there like it had followed me home. I didn't touch it this time. I dragged it down to the basement storage and locked it behind the wire cage. But every night after that, I started hearing faint sounds coming from below. A low hum, then static, then voices, just barely audible under the floorboards. Whispers, not words I could understand, just the shape of speech. After 3 nights, I finally went down to check. The basement light was flickering, and the air smelled burned, like metal and ozone. When I reached the cage, the TV was on again. No power cord, no outlet nearby. But the screen glowed faintly, showing that same living room again. Only this time, the camera was aimed at the couch, and there was a woman sitting there, her back to the camera, still as stone. I turned to leave, but froze on the far wall of the feed. I could see something new, a mirror, and in the mirror's reflection, I saw myself, standing in the basement watching the TV. I ran, I left the building that night and stayed at a friend's place. When I came back the next morning, the basement was flooded. A pipe had burst overnight, shorting everything out. The maintenance guy said the TV was completely fried, beyond repair. He hauled it off to the dump. I wanted to believe it was over. But that night, my friend, the one whose place I'd stayed at, sent me a text. "Hey, weird question. Did you leave your TV here?" He attached a photo. It was the same model, same scratches on the base, sitting in his living room. I called him right away, told him to unplug it, to throw it out, to destroy it, but he just laughed it off. Said it was working fine until 2 days later, when his neighbors called to report the smell. He'd been found sitting on his couch, eyes open, dried blood under his nose. No signs of struggle. The TV was still on. The police listed it as a sudden cardiac arrest. They didn't mention what was on the screen, but I know what it was, because when I moved out a month later, the landlord asked if I wanted to keep the mail that had come for me. There was one box, no return address, no markings. I opened it. Inside was a single TV remote, wrapped in tissue paper. The buttons were worn smooth, and across the top, scratched in with something sharp, were 3 words: "Watch with me." I threw it in the dumpster. But sometimes when I'm up late and the lights are off, my phone screen flickers, and for a split second I see that same static, the faint outline of a room, a couch, and someone sitting there, waiting. It started as a good deal. Too good, really. A 2012 Honda Accord, clean title, low mileage, listed for $1,500. The photos looked perfect. Sunlight hitting the paint just right, clean seats, even a little air freshener hanging from the mirror. The ad said, "Need to sell fast. Cash only, serious buyers only." I was buying it for my son, who just turned 18. He'd saved all summer, washing dishes at a diner. And this was supposed to be his first car. I texted the number. A man replied almost instantly, "Hey, name's Rick. Car's at my place, about 30 minutes out of town. You can come tonight if you want." It was already getting dark, but I didn't want to lose the deal. So I grabbed the cash, told my wife I'd be back by 10, and drove out. The address led me down a long country road, lined with pine trees that swallowed the light. No street lamps, no cars, just endless shadows and the hum of my tires on gravel. Finally, I saw a mailbox with the number 289 painted on it. The house was set back off the road, almost hidden behind tall weeds. No lights on, just one dim glow from what looked like a window in the garage. I parked, texted Rick, "Here." No reply. After a minute, I got out, crunching over dead leaves toward the house. The front porch sagged slightly under my weight. When I knocked, the door drifted open on its own. "Hello?" No answer. The air inside was cold, not from AC, but from emptiness. Dust floated in the flashlight beam from my phone. I stepped inside, calling again. That's when I noticed something strange. There were footprints on the floor, muddy, leading deeper into the hallway, and they weren't mine. I followed them slowly until I reached the living room. It was almost empty, just a recliner facing the wall. And on that wall, a large rectangular space where a picture or TV had been removed. The air smelled like rust and motor oil. "Rick?" A noise came from the garage. Metal clanging, then scraping. I turned toward it. The door to the garage was cracked open, a thin line of light cutting across the floor. Something moved in there. "Hey," I said, trying to sound calm. I'm here about the Honda. No answer. I pushed the door open. At first, I thought it was a repair shop. Tools hung from the walls, chains dangled from the ceiling, and the smell of oil was stronger here. But then I saw what was on the workbench. A pile of car parts, doors, bumpers, engines, dozens of them, and pinned to the wall above them, license plates, rows of them. Different states, different years. My flashlight caught something shiny on the far wall, a set of keys hanging neatly from nails, each labeled in black marker Civic. Camry, Accord, Accord, sold. That's when I heard it, the faint creak of a floorboard behind me. I turned fast, scanning the dark, but the door I came through had closed, only a sliver of light from under it. Then the sound came again, not from behind, from above. A soft scrape. Like something crawling in the rafters, I stepped back toward the door. It wouldn't budge. Lock from the other side. Then the garage lights flickered on by themselves, one after another, and I realized I wasn't alone. Across the room, behind a row of car parts, a shape was standing, not moving, just watching. "Rick," I whispered. He didn't respond, just tilted his head slightly, like he was curious. The shadows hid his face, but I could see his hands. They were gloved, and in one of them was something small, a remote. He pressed a button. The blinds on the window behind me snapped shut at once. Like a trap, that sound broke my paralysis. I lunged for the side door, slammed my shoulder into it until the wood cracked. The lock gave way, and I stumbled outside into the cold air. I ran to my car, started it, and tore down that dirt road, gravel spraying behind me. I didn't look back until I hit the highway. Even then, I could still see that dim yellow light glowing from the house in my rearview mirror. Steady, like an eye that never blinked. I went straight to the police. They sent a patrol car out to the address. When they came back, one of the officers looked pale. He said, "There's nothing there." The house was empty, the windows boarded up, no electricity, no furniture. But in the garage, they found something hidden behind a sheet of plywood. A small room inside were dozens of photographs pinned to the wall. Some of people smiling next to cars, others not smiling. And one of them was me standing in that garage, from behind, like someone had been there watching me the whole time. The police never found him. That's what they told me a week after they raided the property. The man calling himself Rick had vanished, like he'd never existed at all. The phone number he used was a burner. The address was registered to no one. But the evidence they did find still keeps me awake at night. When they pulled the plywood off that wall in the garage, it opened into a narrow stairwell that led down into the ground, a kind of hidden basement. No light switch, no railing, just concrete and darkness. At the bottom was a single bulb hanging from a wire and a small metal chair sitting in the middle of the room. The walls around it were covered in hundreds of photographs, every inch. Photos printed on cheap glossy paper, the kind you get from instant printers. Each one showed a person standing in that same living room I'd seen upstairs. Different people, different expressions, some smiling nervously, some looking afraid, some crying, all of them holding car keys. The officers counted nearly 60 photographs, and then, at the far corner, they found a final section, one wall, different from the rest. These photos were larger, sharper, and taken from angles that made them feel wrong, too close, too deliberate. One officer described them as portraits of fear. The last photo was the one that made him sick. It was me, standing in the garage, phone light shining on my face, taken from somewhere high up, maybe the rafters. The timestamp on the back said 8:47 p.m. That was minutes before I'd even realized someone was there. But that wasn't the worst part. When forensics scanned the negatives, they found traces of fingerprints. They belonged to multiple people, at least 4. None of them matched anyone in any database. They also found something else in the corner of that basement, a stack of car parts tagged with names. Each tag matched one of the people in the photos, and each one had a note underneath, written in thin, uneven handwriting. They wanted a car. I gave them a ride. The local paper ran a small piece about it. Authorities investigate Craigslist car scam. No arrests, no suspects. They sealed the property, boarded it up, but about 2 months later, I got a voicemail. No number, no caller ID, just static, and then a faint voice, a whisper. Hey, it's Rick. You forgot your keys. Click, I blocked the number, changed my phone, changed everything. Still, sometimes when I walk through a parking lot or stop at a red light, I swear I catch glimpses of those same headlights in the mirror. 2 beams burning steady, never blinking, never swerving. And if I look too long, I swear I can see someone in the driver's seat, just sitting there, watching. Back in 2002, Craigslist was still new. It felt more like a digital garage sale than the hunting ground it would later become. You could buy old furniture, trade tools, find bandmates, even make friends. That's what I told myself when I found the ad. Used hockey net, $20, good condition, bring a truck. My son had just started playing pee-wee hockey, and we'd been looking for one for weeks. It was posted by someone named Paul. He lived only 40 minutes away. I emailed him, and he replied within minutes. Yep, still available. I'll be in the garage when you get here. Come after 8 p.m. No red flags. People were always home after work, right? So that evening, I loaded up the truck and headed out. The address took me to an older neighborhood, the kind where the houses sat far apart, surrounded by trees that blocked out the moonlight. The garage light was on when I pulled up. I could see the faint outline of a net propped up inside, exactly as described. I called out, "Hey, Paul?" No answer. I knocked on the frame, and the door slid open just enough to reveal the rest of the garage. The hockey net was there, but it looked different now. Torn, bent, covered in something dark that glistened under the bulb. There were drag marks. They say Craigslist has changed, that it's safer now. Fewer scams, fewer traps, fewer nightmares. But if you scroll long enough, late enough, you'll still find them posts with no replies, no reviews, no trace of who made them, just an address, a price that's too low, and a promise that always sounds a little too perfect. I learned that the hard way. Because every one of these stories, the secret shopper, the babysitting gig, the car sale, the free TV, the Honda Accord, the photo wall, the hockey net, they all came from the same source. One account, same writing style, same phrasing at the end of each post. Serious inquiries only. Come alone. The police never made the connection, but I did. Every ad, every seller, every smiling stranger, all traced back to the same email chain, same IP address, same pattern. Whoever they are, or whatever they don't post for money. They post for people. I didn't want to believe that until a few months ago. I was scrolling late at night, half asleep, and a listing popped up near the top of the page. TV stand, free to a good home, pickup after 9 p.m. I almost laughed. Same phrasing, same time. But then I looked closer. The photo wasn't of a TV stand. Not really. It was a blurry picture of a room. Dim light, cheap carpet, shadows stretching toward the lens. And there was something small in the corner of the frame, a reflection in the glass door of a cabinet, a face, not smiling, just watching, the kind of face you only recognize once. It was mine. I closed the browser instantly, unplugged my laptop, but when I opened it again the next day, the ad was gone. No trace in my history, no screenshot, nothing, like it had never existed. Since then, I keep getting strange emails, each one from a different sender, each one with the same subject line. Still interested? Sometimes there's a photo attached, a dark room, a shadow, a reflection in a mirror, and sometimes it's a sound file, static, then breathing. Once I heard something else underneath, a whisper I could barely make out. You came looking for a deal. Now the deal is looking for you. After that, I stopped opening them, stopped using Craigslist, stopped buying secondhand anything. But no matter how many times I block the senders or change my email, they always find me again. Sometimes it's not even online anymore. A flyer on a streetlight, a card slipped under my door, a sticker on the back of a park bench. Always the same words, free item, pick up after 9. Maybe it's coincidence. Maybe it's something else. But every time I see one, I think about all those people who just wanted a bargain, a car, a job, a quick sale, and instead found something waiting for them, something patient, something hungry. And if you ever see an ad like that, a post that sounds too good to be true, just remember, you're not the first person to answer it, you're just the next one on the list. Because some listings, they don't want to sell you anything. They want to find you. And when they do, they never stop watching. Hello, sleepy soul. Welcome to Midnight Talks. I'm your storyteller tonight, your host in the dark. If you enjoy the tales I whisper, don't forget to subscribe so I don't get lost in this endless crowd. Now, let's begin our story. The Lake That Whispers. The first scream came from the water. It was a wet, gurgling cry, like someone drowning and praying at the same time. And it echoed through the cypress trees until even the night frogs stopped singing. In the small Louisiana town of Mare Hollow, people didn't go near Blackwater Lake after dark. The surface looked still, but sometimes ripples formed without wind. Locals said it was the souls of those who drowned there, whispering for company. But for Evelyn Rhodes, the lake wasn't a legend. It was home. She'd grown up on its edge in a weathered cabin that smelled of cedar and tobacco, raised by her grandfather, who used to mutter warnings every night before bed. Don't go near the water when it calls your name, Evie. Some voices ain't meant for answering. Evelyn used to laugh at him. But after he passed, she heard it. A low, melodic hum from the lake, soft as breath, whispering her name through the reeds. She didn't tell anyone, until Noah Hale arrived. He came to Marai Hollow one August morning, camera strapped across his chest, the sun sweating on his back. A documentary filmmaker from New York, chasing forgotten American legends. When he stopped at the diner and mentioned Blackwater Lake, forks froze mid-air. You don't film that place, said the waitress. You stay the hell away. Noah smiled, thinking it was superstition, exactly what his documentary needed. That's when he met Evelyn. She was sitting alone at the counter, stirring cold coffee, wearing an old denim jacket and boots that looked too heavy for her small frame. Her eyes, though, lake green and far away, stopped him mid-sentence. You're not from around here, she said without looking up. Guess it shows, Noah replied, grinning. You're here for the water. The legend, yeah. It's not a legend. She left the bill unpaid. He followed her outside. Evelyn led Noah down the trail that wound through the swamp, where sunlight broke through the moss like cracked glass. The air was thick with humidity and cicadas. "You really think the lake's cursed?" Noah asked. "I don't think." I know they stopped at the water's edge. It looked black, not from depth, but from something darker beneath, like oil moving slowly just under the surface. Evelyn knelt and touched it with her fingertips. "People say it took my father. Took my mother, too." Same night Noah raised his camera but didn't film. "You saw it happen?" "No, but I hear them sometimes." "Hear who?" "Them." In the water, the breeze shifted. The lake rippled. Once. Then Evelyn whispered, "It's listening." That night, Noah couldn't sleep. He rented a small cabin near the water. For research, he told himself. Around midnight, he heard it too. A voice. Soft, feminine, almost singing. Somewhere between the reeds and the fog. "Noah!" He stumbled out barefoot, flashlight trembling in his hand. The beam cut through the mist. Nothing. Then ripples appeared, wide and pulsing toward him. He backed up. His foot hit something. Evelyn. She was already standing there, barefoot, staring at the lake. Her eyes were glassy, like she was sleepwalking. "Evelyn, what the hell?" "It's calling you now," she said, voice flat. Something splashed in the distance. A shape, pale and long-haired, surfaced for a moment, then slipped silently beneath. Noah froze. "Was that?" "Don't say it," Evelyn hissed. "If you say her name, she'll come closer." "Whose name?" "The woman in the water." Evelyn told him the story the next day. In 1968, a woman named Clara Beaumont was found drowned in Blackwater Lake on her wedding night. Some said she was pushed. Others whispered she walked in herself after her fiancé vanished. The body was recovered, but her face wasn't. They buried a veil instead. Ever since, men who came near the lake heard her voice calling them by name. Always men, always near midnight. A few never came back. Noah thought it was folklore, but the recording said otherwise. When he played back his camera audio from the night before, the whisper was there, "Noah, come home," in a tone that wasn't Evelyn's. He didn't tell her. Instead, he asked her to help him document the history, interviews, town records, folklore. It became their project. Days turned into nights, nights into something softer. She'd bring him black coffee at dawn. He'd fix her generator when the storm hit. The small moments grew heavy with silence, like both of them were afraid to admit the pull between them. One night while reviewing footage, Evelyn leaned in close. Their hands brushed. The hum from the lake rose outside, faint and rhythmic, almost like a heartbeat. They kissed, and the power went out. The generator sputtered. The air turned cold. Outside, the lake glowed faintly, not from moonlight, but from something under the surface. Evelyn clutched Noah's arm. "She's awake." The whisper came again, louder this time, carrying through the trees. "Noah?" Noah stepped toward the window. Something moved beneath the water, the shape of a woman rising, her skin slick and black as ink. Her mouth opened, and Evelyn screamed. He turned. She was gone. The door to the lake was open. By the time he reached the shore, the fog was so thick he could barely see her silhouette. Evelyn stood knee-deep in the water, staring downward. "Evelyn, get out!" "She says you're hers now," Evelyn whispered, tears streaking down her face. "That she waited for you." The water around her legs turned dark, not muddy but red. Noah grabbed her, pulling hard. The water resisted, as if holding her down. Then suddenly she broke free, gasping, clutching her side. "You saw her," Noah said, panting. "I saw me," Evelyn whispered. Down there. The ripples stilled. The air grew silent again. But the whisper didn't stop. It only sank lower, into their dreams. Blackwater, Part 2, The Eyes Beneath the Surface. Dawn came pale and heavy. The fog didn't lift from Blackwater Lake that morning. It clung to the trees like a shroud, thick and wet, as if the air itself didn't want to breathe. Noah woke in Evelyn's cabin with the sound of water dripping from the roof. His shirt was damp, his throat raw from shouting her name all night. Evelyn lay on the couch wrapped in a blanket, trembling. You were bleeding, he said quietly. It wasn't blood, she whispered. It was her. Noah frowned. Her. Evelyn looked at him, eyes hollow. Clara, the woman from the lake. They spent the next day in silence. Noah reviewed his footage. Every frame around the lake came out distorted, like heat waves rippling through the image. In one clip, a pair of eyes glowed for a split second just below the surface, pale and glassy, staring directly at the camera. He replayed it 3 times before Evelyn spoke. That's where she waits, she murmured, under the cypress roots. I used to see bubbles there when I was a kid. Why didn't you leave? Because she won't let anyone leave. The screen flickered again, static crawling across the pixels. A faint voice bled through the audio. Come closer. Noah shut off the laptop. It's probably interference, he said. Or invitation, Evelyn whispered. By evening, thunder rolled in. The storm hit hard, slamming rain against the windows. The power flickered and died again. Evelyn lit a single oil lamp, its flame trembling. She always comes with the storms, Evelyn said. Noah tried to lighten the mood, but the air between them felt electric, heavy with things unsaid. Fear, guilt, something deeper. He reached out and took her hand. We can leave tomorrow, he said. She'll follow. Then we'll keep moving. Evelyn looked up at him. You don't understand. She thinks you belong to her. The wind howled. Outside, something slammed against the door. Once, twice. Noah grabbed a flashlight and swung it open. Nothing but rain and reeds. But then faintly, footprints appeared in the mud, barefoot, leading down toward the lake. Stay inside, he ordered. Noah, lock the door. He followed the prints down the path. The rain came sideways, cold and sharp. At the shore, the water was still, too still. His flashlight beam cut across the surface. And there she was, a woman's face floating just beneath the water, eyes wide open, hair drifting like dark smoke. Her mouth moved silently, words forming under the surface. He knelt, heart pounding. The water shimmered, and she surfaced. She looked almost human, pale skin stretched over bone, lips blue, eyes clouded but somehow seeing. She smiled, a slow, unnatural curve. Noah, she said. Her voice was wet and low, gurgling from her throat. I've been waiting. He stumbled backward. The mud sucked at his boots. Who are you? You know me, she crooned. You promised me the night I died. Lightning split the sky, and for a moment he saw another version of her face beneath the first, flickering between beauty and rot. Clara, he whispered. Her hand broke the surface, thin, white fingers reaching for him. The moment he spoke her name, the wind stopped. Evelyn's scream cut through the silence. He turned. She was at the edge of the trees, soaked, eyes wide with terror. Noah, run! The water erupted. Something massive rising beneath, dragging mud and reeds into the air. Noah stumbled back as the shape broke through. Long arms, tangled hair, a mouth opening too wide. Evelyn grabbed him, and they ran, slipping through the mud toward the cabin. The door slammed behind them. For a long time they didn't speak, Only the sound of their breathing filled the dark. Finally, Evelyn said, "You said her name. Now she knows you remember. Remember what? You were here before." The words hung there. Noah stared at her. "What are you talking about?" Evelyn's hands trembled as she unwrapped a bundle from beneath the couch. An old photograph, faded and water-stained. It showed a couple by the lake. A woman in a white dress, a man with dark hair and familiar eyes. "That's her," Noah said, pointing. "Clara Beaumont." "And that," Evelyn whispered, "is you." His stomach dropped. The man in the photo looked exactly like him. Same jawline, same eyes, same birthmark on his wrist. "It's impossible," he muttered. "The lake doesn't let go of what it wants," she said. "Maybe it brought you back." The storm raged through the night. Noah couldn't sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw Clara's face beneath the water, mouthing his name. At dawn, he walked outside. The air was thick and still, heavy with rot. Evelyn followed him, silent. "If what you're saying is true," he said, "then she thinks I left her." "You did," Evelyn said softly. 57 years ago." Noah turned. "How would you know that?" She looked away. "Because I was there too." He stared at her. "Evelyn, my grandmother was the child they found crying on the dock that night," she said, "but she used to say I had Clara's eyes. Sometimes I dream things I shouldn't know. Her voice, her pain. Maybe I'm her echo." Noah felt the world tilt. "Then what does she want from me?" "What every ghost wants," Evelyn said, "to finish the story." The lake rippled. A single bubble broke the surface, then another like something exhaling beneath the water. Noah's reflection blurred, and for a heartbeat, another face looked back at him from the surface. His own, but older, drowned, smiling. That night, they sat together by the dying fire. Evelyn rested her head on his shoulder. "Maybe she'll stop if we forgive her," she said. "Or maybe she'll only stop when she gets what she wants." Outside, the wind had calmed, but the whisper returned, softer, more intimate now. "Come back to me, Noah." Evelyn tightened her grip on his hand. "She's inside you now," she said. "I can feel it." He turned to her, his eyes reflecting the lamplight, shimmering darkly. "Then maybe I'll let her in." Black Water, Part 3, The Depths Remember. The next morning, the storm had left the bayou drowning in silence. The lake was flat as glass, but its color had changed, a deep, metallic black that swallowed light instead of reflecting it. Noah stood on the porch, staring out at the water. He hadn't slept. Evelyn could see it in his face, the shadows beneath his eyes, the faint tremor in his hands. "You should eat something," she said quietly. "I'm not hungry." "You're shaking." "Because I dreamed her again." Evelyn hesitated. "What did you see?" "A wedding," he said, "at the lake. I was wearing that same suit as the man in the photograph. Clara was there, in her dress. But when I kissed her, water poured out of her mouth." Evelyn shivered. "She's trying to pull you back into her memory." "Or mine," he said softly. "Maybe it's not her haunting me. Maybe it's what I did to her." They drove into town that afternoon, a desperate attempt to feel normal. The people of Murray Hollow watched them the way the living watch ghosts. At the old archives, Noah asked for the Beaumont file. The clerk frowned. "That case is sealed." "Why?" "Because the fiancé confessed. Said he pushed her." Noah froze. "Who was he?" The clerk pulled out an old record book, yellowed pages creaking open. She pointed to a line written in faded ink. "Fiancé, Noah Hale." He stumbled back, breath catching. "It's not possible," Evelyn said. "It's my name," he whispered. Same handwriting, same date. August 17th, 1968. They drove back in silence. The wind had picked up again, scattering leaves across the dirt road. When they reached the cabin, the front door was open. Inside, the walls were wet, dripping like the room itself had been submerged. Evelyn stepped forward, her boots sinking slightly into the soaked wood. The smell of the lake was everywhere, damp, metallic, and faintly sweet. On the wall, someone had drawn a message with muddy fingers. "You promised me forever." Evelyn touched it, trembling. "She's inside the house." That night, Noah sat by the fireplace, staring into the flames. "If I really did kill her," he murmured, "then maybe she deserves this." "No," Evelyn said sharply. "You're not him. You're a reflection, a second chance." He turned to her. "And what are you?" "Maybe the same. Maybe the lake's rewriting the story, giving her another version of him, and me another chance to stop it." They were quiet a long moment. Then Evelyn leaned closer. The firelight danced across her face, soft, amber, alive. "If she takes you," she whispered, "I'll follow." He kissed her, slow, desperate, like the world was ending outside the door. And maybe it was. Sometime after midnight, the fire went out. The cabin temperature dropped. Noah woke with his chest cold, his clothes damp. Evelyn was gone. He ran outside. Fog again, thick as before. The moon hung low, red as blood. Down by the lake, she stood at the edge, wearing a white dress that wasn't hers. "Evelyn!" She turned, smiling faintly, but her eyes were wrong. Too calm, too distant. "She said she just wanted to see you," Evelyn whispered. "She said it wouldn't hurt." The surface behind her rippled. A pale arm rose from the water, fingers brushing her ankle. Evelyn didn't move. "Don't!" Noah shouted. "Don't let her!" Too late. The water surged, pulling Evelyn under in one violent motion. He dove in after her. The lake swallowed him whole. It was colder than anything he'd ever felt. Not temperature, but absence. Like being erased. He opened his eyes under the water. Shapes moved in the darkness. Old faces, pale hands, dresses drifting in the current. He saw Evelyn sinking below, her hair fanning like ink. He reached for her, but another hand caught his wrist. Clara. She was beautiful again. Young, whole, eyes glowing softly in the blackness. "You came back," she whispered, her voice carrying perfectly through the water. "Let her go," he choked. "I waited, Noah," she said. "You promised we'd be together. You ran. You left me to drown." "That wasn't me." "It was. It always will be." She kissed him, cold, endless, drowning him in her memory. The world shifted. Suddenly he was standing on the dock. 1968. The sky was pink with sunset. Clara stood before him, alive, holding a bouquet. "You're shaking," she said, smiling. I don't remember this," Noah said, voice trembling. "You promised to love me. You swore on the lake. Clara, something went wrong. You died. Because you let me," she whispered. "And now you'll stay." The lake reflected them perfectly, until his reflection blinked on its own. Then it reached up from the water and pulled him under. Noah gasped awake on the shore. It was morning again. His clothes were dry, his skin unmarked. But Evelyn was still gone. He stood, dizzy, disoriented. The air shimmered, faint ripples passing across the ground like underwater light. The lake was silent, except for a single whisper that came from deep within it. "Choose, Noah. One of us stays. One of us sinks." He spent the next hours combing the shoreline, calling her name. Then he found something. Evelyn's necklace, tangled in a root, its chain blackened like it had burned. He fell to his knees. "Please," he whispered to the lake, "take me instead." The water rippled. Slowly a figure surfaced. Not Clara, not Evelyn, but both. Her face shifted, flickering between the two women, one moment loving, the next vengeful. "You can't separate us anymore," she said, voice layered and hollow. He backed away. "What are you?" "Everything you tried to forget." Her eyes opened, twin voids swirling with the reflection of the dock. "Come home, Noah." The ground beneath him trembled. Water poured up through the soil like veins bursting. The cabin behind him began to groan and tilt, foundations giving way. He ran, but every step sank deeper into the earth, soft and sucking like the swamp itself was trying to claim him. At last, he collapsed at the edge of the trees, chest heaving. When he looked back, the cabin was half submerged, the lake swallowing it whole. Only the roof remained, and a single figure standing on it. Evelyn. "Evelyn!" She turned her head, slow and mechanical. Her lips parted, and Clara's voice answered, "She's gone. I'm what's left." The roof sank beneath the surface, taking her with it. Noah screamed her name until the fog devoured his voice. That night, alone and broken, he sat on the bank until sunrise. The water was calm again. Nothing stirred. He whispered, "I'm not leaving without you." The lake whispered back, "Then don't." Part 4. The Bride Beneath the Moon. The moon rose swollen and low that night, the color of rust and blood, and the lake caught its reflection perfectly, as if it had been waiting all day to mirror something alive. Noah didn't sleep. He sat on the same rotting dock where it all began, his hands shaking around a lantern that barely kept its flame. The air felt heavier than usual, pressing down like invisible hands. "If you're still in there, Evelyn," he whispered, "give me a sign." The water stirred, just once. A single ripple spread out and vanished. He stood. The lantern flickered. The air smelled faintly of lavender. Evelyn's perfume. "I'm here," came a voice behind him. He turned. Evelyn stood barefoot at the edge of the trees, her hair wet and tangled, her dress clinging to her body. She looked the same, almost, but her eyes were darker, and when she smiled, it didn't reach them. "You're alive," he breathed, stepping toward her. Was I ever not? Something about her voice made his skin crawl. "Where did you go?" "She showed me," Evelyn whispered. "She showed me the wedding, the drowning, the promise you broke. And now she wants to finish it." "Finish what?" "The ceremony." She led him into the clearing. There, among the cypress roots, stood an old wooden arch wrapped in moss and dead flowers, half buried, half sunken, a relic of the past. "You built this," she said softly, 57 years ago. "Evelyn, listen to me." "No," she interrupted, her tone trembling. "You need to see it through. If we do, maybe she'll finally rest." The moonlight shimmered over the water. For a second, he thought he saw another figure standing beside her. Clara, in the same soaked wedding gown, holding a bouquet of rotted lilies. The air grew colder. The wind stopped. "Say the word," Evelyn said. "What words?" "The vow." Her voice deepened, doubled. Clara's voice overlapping hers. "Say it, Noah. Say you'll love me forever." He shook his head. "No, not like this." The ground beneath them pulsed, the mud bubbling, breathing. The lake's surface started to glow faintly, like veins of blue light spreading outward. "You already did once," Clara hissed through Evelyn's lips. "And when you broke it, I drowned." The roots around the arch twisted, curling like fingers. They wrapped around Noah's ankles, pulling tight. "Evelyn!" he shouted. "Fight her!" For a moment her eyes cleared. She looked at him, truly looked, and whispered, "Run!" But the roots yanked him to his knees. Water surged from the lake, flooding the clearing. Within seconds it was up to his chest. Evelyn stood above him, motionless, the moon reflected in her pupils like two silver coins. Clara's voice came again, soft and deadly. "It doesn't matter how many times I drown. He always finds me, always loves me, always kills me." "That wasn't me," Noah gasped, struggling. "That was him." "You are him," she hissed. "The lake keeps bringing you back to remember what you did." He felt the pull again, that strange tug in his chest like a memory trying to surface. Images flashed in his mind. A fight by the dock, Clara screaming, his hands pushing her away. Then the splash, her eyes staring up through black water. He fell forward, choking. "No, you left me," she said simply. "Now you'll stay." The floodwater rose to his chin. Then Evelyn moved. She waded through the water and knelt beside him. Her face was torn between two women, Clara's anguish and her own fear. Tears streamed down her cheeks. "If one of us stays," she whispered, "let it be me." "No," Noah croaked. "I won't lose you too." "You already did." She leaned forward and kissed him, gentle, trembling. And for a second he saw the girl from the diner again, the one who stirred her coffee and never looked up. Then she pushed him backward into the water. Everything went black. He sank deeper and deeper. The light from above dimmed to nothing. The lake opened like a mouth, swallowing him whole. He didn't struggle. He thought of Evelyn's hands, her laughter, the way she looked at him, like he was more than his curse. When he opened his eyes, he was standing again, dry, breathing, on the dock. Only it wasn't the dock of now. It was 1968 again. The wedding night, lanterns glowing, Clara waiting in her gown. "We can try again," she said sweetly. "This time don't leave." He turned. Evelyn stood behind her, wearing the same dress. Their faces flickered between one another like reflections on rippling water. "Choose," they said together. He fell to his knees. "I can't." The lake began to boil, steam rising in ghostly tendrils. The wooden arch burst into flame, burning bright against the night. "Choose!" Clara screamed. "Who lives? Who dies?" Evelyn reached for him. "Don't listen." "She feeds on regret." "She feeds on love," Clara corrected. Both voices merged, vibrating in his skull until blood dripped from his nose. "Stop!" he roared. "Stop this!" "Then choose," they whispered in unison. He looked from one to the other, both faces, both memories, both pieces of the same endless curse. Finally he said, "I choose her." "Who?" they both said at once. "The one who's alive." The air shattered. Clara screamed, the sound splitting the night. The flames vanished. Her body began to unravel into ribbons of black smoke, dissolving into the water. Evelyn collapsed, gasping, her eyes clearing. Noah crawled to her, holding her as the lake quieted. "It's over," she whispered weakly. "It has to be." The moonlight dimmed. The surface of the lake went still. For the first time in decades, it looked like nothing but water. He kissed her forehead. "Let's go home." They stumbled back to the cabin, half flooded, half standing. The air smelled like rain and ashes. For a while, everything felt almost normal again. But just before dawn, as Noah drifted to sleep, he heard a faint humming under the floorboards. A woman's voice. "You can't kill what's part of you." Part 5. The Last Reflection. The morning after felt strange. The sun rose pale and hollow over Blackwater Lake, its light weak and watery, like it too was afraid of touching the surface. Evelyn sat wrapped in a blanket near the fireplace. She looked exhausted, but alive. Her skin had color again, her breath visible in the cool dawn. Noah brewed coffee in silence, hands trembling slightly. Neither of them spoke of the night before. Neither dared to look out the window. Still, the faint hum lingered under the floorboards. The ghost's lullaby. "Do you hear that?" Evelyn whispered. No, Noah lied. He wanted to believe it was over. He wanted to believe love had conquered the curse. But somewhere deep in his chest, something still felt wrong. By midday, the air grew hot and humid again, the calm before another storm. The lake outside shimmered unnaturally. Too dark, too smooth. Evelyn touched the glass, peering out. It looks deeper than before. It always does, Noah murmured. She turned to him. What if she's not gone? Then we'll leave. Tonight, can we? Evelyn's voice broke. What if the lake doesn't let us? He didn't answer. They spent the afternoon packing what little they had. Every noise, the creak of wood, the flutter of curtains, felt like a whisper. When Noah stepped outside to start the truck, the smell hit him first. Wet earth, stagnant and metallic, like blood mixed with rain. The air shimmered. He glanced toward the lake. For a second, he saw her again. Clara, standing waist-deep in the water, her veil floating like white smoke. But her body wasn't solid this time. She was more reflection than flesh, shimmering on the surface. She lifted one hand. Her ring gleamed, the same ring he had buried 57 years ago. No, he muttered. No more. The truck wouldn't start. The engine sputtered, died, then hissed like a breath escaping a body. He turned back toward the cabin and froze. Evelyn was gone. The front door stood wide open, curtains blowing inward. A trail of wet footprints led across the floorboards and out the back door, straight toward the water. Evelyn, he shouted, bolting after her. His boots splashed through the mud as thunder rumbled overhead. The air grew colder, the clouds swirling into a tight spiral. He reached the dock. Evelyn stood at the edge, staring into the lake. Her hair whipped in the wind, her reflection trembling below. She's calling me, she whispered. Don't listen, he pleaded. It's not her voice. She turned. Her eyes were glazed, unfocused. It's our voice. The water behind her rippled, and a shape began to rise, pale, feminine, wearing the same wedding dress that had sunk years ago. Clara's spirit emerged, dripping black water. The veil clung to her face like skin. You took my love, she rasped. So I took yours. Lightning cracked overhead. The lake churned like boiling tar. Evelyn, step back, Noah shouted. Don't fight it, Clara whispered. It's the only way we all end this. Evelyn's voice echoed, but there were two tones now, hers and Clara's overlapping. It's not the lake that's cursed, it's you. The realization hit Noah like a cold blade. All the lives, all the faces, they weren't separate stories. The lake had been showing him his own sins across lifetimes. He was the one who kept coming back. Each time he fell in love. Each time love drowned. He looked down at his reflection and saw not himself, but them all. The husband who drowned his bride in jealousy, the soldier who returned too late, the man who fled before the vows. Every mistake, every death, every regret fused together beneath the water. You made me, Clara hissed. You made us, Evelyn whispered. Midnight Talk Presents. American Express, The Last Transaction, Part 1. The clock on the wall struck 11:58 p.m. Outside, Manhattan's skyline blinked like a dying circuit board. Inside a one-bedroom apartment, Evan Reed stared at his computer screen, the blue glow painting half his face while the other half drowned in shadow. Empty coffee cups lined his desk. In the corner, his American Express Platinum card caught the light, the embossed letters almost alive in the flicker. Evan was an accountant, precise, polite, predictable. But tonight, his chest ached with something darker. Want. He'd spent the last hour scrolling through luxury listings, cars, condos, vacations, things he could never afford. Then just before midnight, an email appeared. From executive at American Express. Black subject. Invitation. The last transaction. No company header, no disclaimer. Just a line of text that read, "At midnight, your limits disappear. Enter only if you're willing to pay the true price." Below was a button glowing faintly silver. Accept. He hesitated. Phishing scam, he told himself. But curiosity is a quiet monster. He clicked. The browser turned black. Then a symbol appeared, an eye inside a card chip, followed by a single phrase. "Welcome to the Black Division." A voice came through his laptop speakers, deep and calm. Voice. "Good midnight, Mr. Reeds." "You've been pre-approved." Evan's throat tightened. "For what?" Voice. "For more." At 12:01 a.m., his phone buzzed. A notification from the Amex app. Pending charge, $1 merchant, the executive desk description. Trust fee. He laughed nervously. Cute. But the moment he pressed approve, the apartment lights dimmed. A faint static hiss filled the air, like the room itself exhaled. His phone lit again. Another message. Transaction approved. Limit upgraded. No ceiling detected. And beneath it a whisper, real, close, behind him. "Congratulations, Evan." He spun around. No one. The next morning his boss called. "Boss, Reeds, the client from Dubai, just doubled the investment. You'll handle it. Expect a bonus." Evan blinked. "Me? But, boss, you earned it." When the call ended, his Amex balance refreshed. Credit limit, infinity. For 3 nights the pattern repeated. Each midnight brought a new charge. $10, $100, $1,000. Each followed by sudden windfalls. Unexpected profits, promotions, attention he'd never had. He told himself it was coincidence. But he started leaving his phone beside the bed, waiting for the next approval. On the 5th night, the charge appeared before midnight. $0, the executive desk. Description, final transaction. The same voice returned, softer now, almost intimate. Voice, "The balance must close, Evan. Approve, and everything you desire becomes yours forever." Evan, "And if I don't?" Voice, "Then everything you have returns to us." He swallowed hard. "Who's us?" Voice, "American Express, in its truest form. We don't extend credit, we extend faith, and faith is always repaid." The air grew cold. His reflection on the dark monitor smiled, though his own lips did not. Reflection. Approve. He tapped the button. Silence. Then the smell of ozone. The card on his desk began to glow faintly red. Its surface pulsed once, twice, then cracked down the middle like glass. From somewhere deep inside, the crack came a whisper of thousands of voices layered together. Approved. Evan's pupils dilated. He gasped, clutched his chest, and the world went black. 48 hours later, Detective Sarah Mills stood in that same apartment, the cards sealed in a plastic bag, its surface still warm. On Evan's laptop, an email window blinked open on repeat. "Thank you for your loyalty, Mr. Reeds. Your account has transitioned to the After Credit program." Sarah frowned. "After Credit?" The forensic tech shrugged. "Never heard of it. Looks like internal Amex data, but the servers don't exist." She stared at the glowing iChip emblem on the card and felt for a moment that it stared back. That night, alone in her office, she drafted her report. Unexplained cardiac arrest, possible electrical malfunction. But as she typed, her monitor flickered. An Amex ad popped up. Unprompted, no browser open, because you deserve more. Then her desk phone rang. Voice, "Detective Mills. Evan Reed spoke highly of you." She froze. "Who is this?" Voice, "The executive desk, American Express. Would you like to discuss your new account?" Click. Her phone displayed a new notification. Pending charge, $1. Description, curiosity fee. Her reflection in the screen smiled faintly, eyes darker than they should be. The last transaction. Part 2. The night after Sarah Mills discovered the strange curiosity fee charge, her apartment felt smaller, as if the walls had moved closer while she was gone. She had seen plenty of cyber fraud, but nothing that made her stomach feel like it was packed with ice. The line item was still on her personal American Express statement, dated the same second she'd opened the encrypted file from the abandoned Black Division server. She stared at it again. Amount $0. Merchant after credit / Amex Div 01. Description, curiosity fee initiated. No amount, no address, but her card now refused to cancel. When she tried, the operator's voice had glitched into a distorted harmony, repeating, curiosity acknowledged. Then the line went dead. Sarah spent the next morning building an offline rig. No Wi-Fi, no Bluetooth, a machine born from paranoia. She imported the mirrored drive she'd stolen from the division's office in Boston, expecting standard financial metadata. Instead, she found folders that behaved like living organisms. Their file sizes changed every time she blinked. Each folder carried a year, 1924, 1957, 1989, 2022, and a subfolder named Cardholder Experiences. Inside were PDF transcripts of phone calls, letters, and something else, handwritten testimonies scanned on company stationery, all ending with the same sentence. I paid everything I owed, but the account keeps billing my name. Sarah traced the earliest record back to a banker named Charles H. Meeker, who vanished in 1924 after introducing a Black Division to track elite clients' moral risk. The last page of his report was signed not by him, but by something titled Creditor Primus. The signature line was blank, but the pen pressure carved through the paper. At 3 a.m., unable to sleep, Sarah's computer powered on by itself. A window appeared. No OS interface, just black screen and text. Welcome back, Investigator Mills. Outstanding balance, one soul. Payment method, disclosure. She slammed the power button. The machine refused to shut down. Every monitor in her apartment flickered the same words. Then silence. The text changed once more. We need you in Field Div 03. The coordinates led to a boarded-up building on the outskirts of Hartford, once an American Express regional archive. The glass doors were chained, but her badge still unlocked them. Inside, fluorescent lights hummed weakly, revealing rows of locked cabinets marked obsolete accounts. She followed the echo of a printer, steady as a heartbeat, until she reached a cubicle still warm from use. A single document slid from the tray. It was a contract, her name already filled in, printed with the same typeface as every customer agreement she'd ever signed. Clause 9A caught her eye. The undersigned accepts liability for all investigative interest accrued beyond natural comprehension. The signature line waited. Her hand shook as she traced her finger over the empty space. The paper pulsed beneath her skin, faintly warm, like something breathing. Behind her, a voice. Detective Mills? We've been waiting. Sarah turned. A man in a charcoal suit stood in the dim light. No ID, but the Amex logo shimmered faintly on his lapel. An older design, retired decades ago. He smiled with banker's courtesy. I'm Mr. Reddick, Collections. She asked who employed him. Same as you, he said. Only we operate after credit. You research numbers, we balance intentions. He explained, or tried to, that the Black Division had been formed to stabilize faith in currency after the Great Depression. But their true commodity wasn't money. It was belief, the promise people made when they said, I'll pay later. Every delayed payment leaves residue, he said, a debt of will. We collect that. But you looked too far, so the account inverted. Now you owe disclosure. Sarah raised her phone to record him. The camera app crashed. Reddick didn't move closer, yet his voice brushed her ear. Tell them what you found, detective. That's the only way to clear the balance. She blinked, and he was gone. The contract lay on the floor, signed, her name scrawled in fresh ink. By morning, the Hartford office had vanished. Police found an empty lot, no building, no chain, only a single sheet of paper lodged in the soil. Statement closed. Account transferred to Field Div 04. Sarah tried to quit the bureau. HR told her she'd already been reassigned to Division 04 After Credit Liaison. Her salary doubled overnight. Her ID badge changed color to the same gray as Reddick's suit. That night, new files appeared in her inbox. Dozens of them marked Client Pending Review. Every file belonged to a person who had recently reported strange activity on their American Express account. She recognized one of them instantly, her own sister. Part 3, The Debt Between Sisters. When Sarah opened the first file in her inbox, the screen felt colder. The name at the top read, Client, Emily Mills. Status, Balance Pending Review. Division, After Credit, Level 2. Her sister Emily lived 3 states away, a school teacher who still mailed Christmas cards. Sarah hadn't spoken to her in months. She scrolled down to the transaction history, except there were no transactions, only timestamps. Every night at 3:03 a.m., the same message repeated. Payment attempted, declined, emotional collateral insufficient. Sarah tried calling. The ringtone echoed twice before a click, followed by a whisper, not her sister's, but a recorded loop. Thank you for believing in better days. Your statement will arrive soon. She hung up and stared at the wall. The line on the call log read American Express, After Credit Liaison. The company's name was embedding itself everywhere. The next morning, she filed an official request to access the case. Within an hour, her supervisor replied, Access granted, family debt reconciliation. Field authorization required. No one in the bureau used that language. It didn't sound like a permission form. It sounded like a ritual. She drove 6 hours to her sister's small town in Vermont. The roads were empty, as if cleared for her arrival. At the end of a pine-lined street stood Emily's cottage. Lights off, curtains drawn. Sarah knocked once. The door creaked open. Inside, every clock was frozen at 3:03. Her sister sat at the kitchen table, eyes open but unfocused, fingers resting on a silver envelope embossed with a faint Amex logo, the same outdated crest from the Black Division files. Sarah whispered. Emily blinked slowly, as if waking from underwater. They said you'd come. You shouldn't have signed anything. Sarah's throat tightened. What did you receive? Emily slid the envelope across the table. Inside lay a single card. Black metal, no chip, no number, no expiration date. Only one word engraved. Collector. I didn't apply for it, Emily murmured, but the balance keeps growing. They said if I stop paying, someone else takes it. Who said that? Emily pointed to the corner of the room. No one stood there, but the air felt occupied. Sarah spent the night at her sister's house, too afraid to sleep. At exactly 3:03 a.m., the wall clock ticked once, its first movement all day, and the radio came alive. A low voice, male, polite. Good evening, Miss Mills. Thank you for your continued loyalty. Division 4 welcomes you. Sarah muted the radio, but the voice continued, now inside her phone's speaker, inside the fridge compressor, vibrating the air. Our records show your household carries combined curiosity. 2 accounts, 1 origin. It's time for reconciliation. Emily began to weep softly. Her shadow on the wall moved a second slower than her body. Sarah grabbed the collector card, intending to break it. The moment it bent, A sound like 1,000 pens scratching filled the room. Contracts being signed somewhere in the dark. The card straightened itself. Then her phone flashed a notification. Transaction alert. Collector division. Amount shared. By dawn, the town seemed slightly wrong. Houses looked similar, but their windows reflected nothing. The postman walked the same stretch twice, never acknowledging her. Sarah drove to the local American Express branch listed on Emily's statement. The building existed, but boarded up. Its logo faded. Inside, dust-covered desks still held old typewriters and rotary phones. Yet a fresh cup of coffee steamed on the counter. Behind it, an elderly clerk smiled. "Good morning, Detective Mills." "Welcome back." "I've never been here," she said. "Oh, you have," the clerk replied. "You filed the first curiosity report in 1997. Division keeps good memory." He slid a ledger toward her. Inside, written by hand, was her own signature dated decades before her birth. Next to it, debt origin, family trust. 2 beneficiaries. Her vision blurred. "What does this mean?" "It means curiosity runs in the family," the clerk said gently. "One of you investigates, the other believes. The more you ask, the higher the balance. And you've been asking a lot." He leaned closer. "Would you like to make a payment?" Sarah stepped back. "How?" He pointed to the door. "By telling her the truth." That night, Sarah returned to Emily's cottage. Her sister sat awake, holding a phone that rang endlessly with no caller ID. "They said you could clear it," Emily whispered. "They said you're the one who opened the first account." Sarah remembered the file labeled 1924, Meeker, Charles H. The report she'd read mentioned family of record, Mills, successor. Somewhere in the paper trail, her name had replaced someone else's. The radio clicked again. The same voice. "Detective Sarah Mills, Account Division 04. Payment due. Please confirm disclosure." Sarah spoke aloud. "What disclosure?" "The truth about what you investigate. Tell the world what debt is." The air thickened. The lights dimmed to red. Emily's shadow detached from her body and walked towards Sarah, carrying the collector card. "Curiosity," the voice said, "is never free." The shadow pressed the card to Sarah's chest. For one heartbeat, she saw numbers. Endless zeros, cascading like waterfalls of data, then blackout. When she woke, Emily was gone. The cottage empty. The clocks all reset to midnight. Her phone buzzed with a single text from an unknown number. Account merged. Statement pending. On her bureau ID, her job title had changed again. After Credit Auditor, Family Division. Part 4. The Ledger of Memory. The first morning after her new assignment appeared on her badge, Sarah's reflection lagged half a second behind her. When she moved her hand, the mirror delayed, catching up like an old video, buffering from somewhere far away. On her kitchen table lay a sealed envelope, thick paper, wax stamped with the same crest she'd seen in the abandoned Hartford office. Inside, "Welcome to Family Division. Audit begins upon recollection." You already know what you forgot. No signature. Only an embossed line at the bottom that shimmered faintly when tilted. Curiosity repays itself through memory. At the bureau, things looked the same, yet not quite. Her colleagues greeted her politely but used the wrong name. "Morning, Miss Marin," said her assistant. She didn't correct him. When she opened her computer, the login required biometric verification. The scanner took her thumbprint but displayed someone else's initials. Account holder, MM. The system accepted it anyway. The internal database had changed too. The regular fraud cases were gone. In their place sat a single encrypted directory. Ledger of memory. She clicked. Dozens of personal memories appeared as files, each name with exact times and emotions. December 17th, relief. April 9th, regret. September 3rd, fear, shared. The shared ones pulsed faintly, linked to another user. E. Mills, her sister. Sarah opened, fear, shared. The screen filled with a blurred video clip. Her childhood living room, dim and quiet, her sister crying over a broken toy. But then another figure appeared in the doorway. Someone tall, faceless, in a suit with the Amex emblem faintly glowing on the lapel. He bent down beside them, whispering, "Promises are payments in waiting." Then the file corrupted and vanished. By the third day, she realized Family Division didn't audit finances. It audited remorse. Every debt of emotion, every unspoken guilt was being cataloged and billed into reality. Her phone displayed daily statements now. Balance update, emotional assets liquidated, 7 outstanding memory, 1 forgiveness unpaid. The system treated memories as currency, converting empathy into collateral. She began to wonder how many of her memories were actually hers. At night, she dreamt in spreadsheets, rows of laughter, columns of pain, cells formatted with timestamps she'd never lived. In one dream, she stood in a vault carved out of light. Each drawer was labeled with human names, and when opened, released entire lives like smoke. At the center stood Mr. Reddick, still smiling, holding a pen that glowed red. "Do you see it now?" he asked. "This isn't banking. It's balancing. Every joy you forget funds another's comfort. Every sorrow you remember settles someone's debt." Sarah asked what after credit was. He gestured to the vault walls, which pulsed like breathing metal. "It's the memory market. It began when people believed too much in the future. Someone had to collect what they promised themselves." When she woke, her pillow was damp, as if she'd been crying with someone else's tears. That day she found a printed memo on her desk. No one saw who delivered it. R.E. Field visit. Client number 902F, pending recall. Address 412 Walker Street, New York City. Purpose, audit on origin debt. She checked the file number. It matched one from the 1924 archives. Charles H. Meeker, the man who'd founded the Black Division. She traveled to New York the next morning. Walker Street was long gone from the city map, but her GPS still led her to it, down an alley of red brick and dripping fire escapes. There, squeezed between two modern buildings, stood a narrow door painted black with gold numbers. 412. She entered. A single bulb swayed overhead. The air smelled like burnt ink and ozone. The hallway led to an office, mahogany desk, ledger books stacked like monuments. Behind the desk sat a man in an old banker's coat, tie perfectly straight, eyes pale as paper. On the wall hung an American Express crest, carved in stone rather than printed. "Detective Mills," he greeted. "It's been a long audit." "Mr. Meeker," she whispered. He nodded. "I began this to protect trust," he said. Then trust turned into hunger. The more people believed, the more we owed. When you trace faith to its core, it always ends in debt. He opened a ledger thicker than any Bible, its pages filled with handwriting, some human, some shaking as if written under duress. At the very end, a page marked her name, Sarah Mills, account inherited origin, debt curiosity collateral, memory of sister. She slammed the book shut. "You can't take her." Meeker smiled softly. "We already did. You just don't remember paying." Her phone vibrated. Notification, memory update, payment complete. She scrolled. One file gone. Emily Mills, childhood, shared. Her heart pounded. She couldn't picture her sister's face anymore. Meeker stood. "Don't be sad. You You're keeping the system balanced. Every question answered costs a memory. He pointed to the door. The next audit starts at home. When she turned to leave, the office was gone. She was standing in her apartment, holding the black card again. It now read, Ledger approved. That night, she stared at her reflection again. This time, the reflection smiled first. Part 5. The Collector's Promise. For days, Sarah lived between moments. Every mirror in her apartment now showed different times of day. Morning sunlight while the window behind her was black, twilight glowing when her phone read 11 a.m. Time itself was billing her. Each night a new notification arrived. Statement available. Division 4, Family Ledger. Outstanding balance, one truth. Payment method, acceptance. She stopped sleeping, afraid of what her dreams might cost. On the seventh night, a knock came at 3:03 a.m. A single envelope lay outside her door, black metallic edge gleaming. Inside, a short letter handwritten in perfect loops. Dear Ms. Mills, Division, thanks you for maintaining equilibrium. Your memory portfolio has reached maturity. You may now redeem one recollection of choice. Select carefully. Collections. For a moment, hope stirred. She could bring Emily back. But the next line changed the air around her. Redemption requires equal collateral. One belief, freely surrendered. She thought of what she still believed in: justice, truth, herself. At dawn, she walked to the bureau. No guards stopped her, no cameras turned. It felt like walking through a photograph of a place she once knew. Her office door bore a new plaque: Sarah Mills, Collector, Field Audits. Inside waited Mr. Reddick, always calm, immaculate suit, smile carved from etiquette. Congratulations, he said. You've been promoted. I didn't ask for this. Promotions are seldom requests, he replied. They're settlements. He handed her a card thicker than before, weightless yet heavy. The surface shimmered like oil under light. Engraved beneath her name: credit limit, infinite, liability, undefined. This is the collector's card, Reddick said. It finalizes balance between what's owed and what's known. Sarah studied it. What happens if I refuse? You can't, he said gently. Refusal is also a transaction. He led her into the lower levels of the building, a staircase she'd never seen on any floor plan. At the bottom stretched a vault unlike any she'd imagined. Walls of glass containing flickering scenes, snippets of lives, moments of laughter, grief, discovery, each memory suspended like currency in circulation. Every belief someone ever swiped, every promise they made to themselves processed here, Reddick explained. When people say I owe you one, Division takes note. He stopped before a glass cell glowing faintly blue. Inside, a scene from Sarah's own past. Her and Emily as children, building towers of playing cards. Each time the tower collapsed, little Sarah whispered, "We'll build it stronger." Reddick pressed his hand to the glass. That belief, strength through failure, is our most valuable asset. You fed us well, he turned to her. Now you can reclaim this memory. All it costs is your belief in truth. Sarah trembled. If I give that up, what am I? Efficient, he said. Free of moral debt. She lifted the collector's card. The glass began to melt, releasing the memory like vapor. The air shimmered with her sister's laughter. For a second, warmth returned to her chest. Then the lights flickered red. Reddick's smile faltered. You took more than authorized. The laughter grew louder, echoing through the vault, shaking the shelves of frozen memories. Emily, Sarah whispered. The vapor coalesced into her sister's silhouette, translucent, eyes full of static. Stop paying them, the ghostly voice pleaded. Stop believing. Security alarms blared in tones that weren't mechanical, but human. Screams looped into rhythm. Reddick vanished, replaced by a disembodied announcement. Unauthorized withdrawal detected. Balance inversion initiated. Every glass wall cracked. Memories poured out like storms of light, flooding the corridor, whispering half-lived moments into Sarah's mind. She dropped the card. It fused to the floor, pulsing like a heart. A voice inside her head spoke. Familiar, calm, the system itself. You wanted to know what after credit is. It's every thought that says tomorrow I'll be better. We harvest tomorrows. You were our finest collector, Sarah screamed, but the sound emerged as someone else's laughter. When the vault light stabilized, she stood alone. The walls empty, the glass gone. Only one object remained, the collector's card, now blank. Her phone buzzed. Message from EMILY_MILLS at AFTERCREDIT.gov. Balance cleared. You kept your promise. Now run before they audit you again. Outside, dawn felt unreal. The city hummed with normalcy, people walking, cars honking, but their faces were smooth, identical, featureless placeholders. She realized the vault breach had cost something far beyond her own memory. Reality itself was paying installments. Back in her apartment, she found another envelope waiting, this one smaller, sealed with red wax. Statement, final audit pending, amount due, one identity, due date, March 3rd, midnight. Her hands shook. There was no return address, no number to call, only the faint impression of the American Express Centurion, its eyes now hollowed out. American Express, the final transaction, Part 6. The storm had been circling the city for hours. From her window in the bureau office, Detective Sarah Mills watched the lightning crawl across the skyline like cracked glass. Every bolt illuminated the American Express Tower, that black spire of mirrored panels where no reflection ever matched what stood before it. The building had gone completely dark except for the top floor. A single light burned there, steady and waiting. Sarah already knew whose office it was. She slipped the confiscated Black Division card from her coat pocket. The surface was colder than the air around her, humming faintly, a sound you didn't hear so much as feel behind the ribs. The embossed letters had begun to fade, replaced by her own name. Detective Sarah Mills. She checked the accounts that afternoon. Every missing person she traced, every client who vanished after a curiosity fee, had been filed under a single ledger. After credit program, final approvals. Beside each name was a timestamp, always set for midnight. And tonight, one more entry glowed at the bottom of the list. S. Mills. Pending. The elevator. When she entered the building, the security desk was empty. The marble floors shone like deep water. Somewhere far above, the elevator chimed of its own accord. Doors sliding open in invitation. She stepped inside. The panel had only one active button, unmarked, pulsing gold. The elevator began to rise soundlessly. There were no floor numbers, only the soft rhythm of her heartbeat and the hum of unseen machinery. Halfway up, the lights dimmed. Receipts began to drift from the ceiling like pale snow, each printed with her past. Every favor, every bribe, every lie she had told to keep a case alive. The receipts folded themselves into envelopes and vanished through the seams of the elevator walls. When the doors opened, the city stretched beneath her like an inverted night sky, windows glimmering like stars in the abyss. The boardroom. The top-floor boardroom was immense and silent. A single long table, 12 chairs. At the head sat a ledger the size of a coffin, bound in black leather and chained shut. Behind it stood the woman she'd last seen on her first visit, the account executive. Except now the woman's face was smooth as polished glass, featureless, reflecting Sarah's own eyes back at her. "Welcome, Ms. Mill," the voice said, not from the figure, but from everywhere. "You've balanced your investigation. It's time to balance your account." Sarah raised the card. "I didn't open any account." "Every curiosity is a transaction," the voice replied. "You charge interest the moment you asked why." The ledger unlatched itself. Pages turned in a wind that had no source. Each page bore a faint image, not words but moments. A reporter reaching for the phone, a banker holding the black card, her sister signing something unseen. Then the final page, blank, except for a signature line already filled with her handwriting. The truth of after credit. The figure gestured, and the skyline beyond the glass dissolved into darkness. Where the city should have been, there was a vast field of golden lights drifting in black fog. Millions of tiny receipts burning like candles, each bearing a name. "After credit is not about money," the voice whispered. "It is about attention. Every obsession, every question, every moment you spend thinking of us extends our line of credit. You wanted truth, detective. That curiosity was the payment we required." The figure reached toward her, its mirrored surface rippling with thousands of faces. Everyone who had ever used the card. Sarah tried to step back, but the floor liquefied into glass. Beneath it, she saw the other investigators, the missing clients, even her sister, all suspended as faint reflections, eyes open, whispering in static. "You said you would find me," her sister's reflection mouthed. "Now you have." The glass cracked. The final transaction. Sarah slammed the card onto the ledger. "Then take it," she said. "Erase my debt." The voice paused. "Paid in full," it said. Every light in the boardroom flared white. The air folded inward like paper burning from the edges. For a heartbeat, she felt the weight of countless signatures lift, the relief of balance restored, before the light collapsed into silence. Epilogue. When the Bureau arrived the next morning, they found the top floor abandoned. The furniture was untouched, but every reflective surface had gone dark. Mirrors, windows, even computer screens absorbed light instead of reflecting it. On the conference table lay a single object, a credit card, dull black, edges slightly scorched. Across its front, embossed in silver, one new title gleamed, Account Executive S. Mills, and beneath it, smaller text only visible under the right angle of light. After Credit Division, balance never expires. The building's power returned at midnight. The top floor's lone light switched on again, and somewhere far above the sleeping city, a phone began to ring. End of American Express, the last transaction. "Hello, sleepy soul. Welcome to Midnight Talks. I'm your storyteller tonight, your host in the dark. If you enjoy the tales I whisper, don't forget to subscribe so I don't get lost in this endless crowd." Now, let's begin our story. She Calls Part 1. The first call. The clock on the wall clicked one last time before it hit 3:15 a.m. Dr. Ethan Cole woke suddenly. He'd been having the same dream for weeks. The sound of his wife's voice calling his name, soft and broken, just out of reach. He sat up, rubbing his eyes. The room was silent except for the hum of the refrigerator and the rain outside. His apartment looked like the inside of his mind. Unwashed cups, crumpled therapy notes, an empty bottle of wine beside the couch. He glanced at his phone on the nightstand. No notifications. "Of course not," he muttered. "You're gone, Lena." He used to say her name like a prayer. Now it sounded like an apology. Ethan walked to the kitchen. He had a therapy session in the morning, but lately he felt like the one who needed help. He poured cold coffee into a chipped mug, took a sip, and froze. His phone was ringing, At first, he didn't process it. The ringtone was the one Lena used to set for her calls. Moon River. He stared at the glowing screen. The name across it made his stomach drop. Lena. His wife had been dead 6 months. He buried her himself. His fingers trembled. He hesitated, then pressed answer. Hello. For a few seconds, there was only static. Then came a whisper, faint and trembling. Ethan. He dropped the mug. Coffee splashed across the floor. Who is this? Why did you leave me? It was her voice. The same softness, the same lilt. But it sounded wrong, slower, like her voice was being dragged through water. Lena, he whispered, you left me in the dark. Stop. You promised you'd wait. He slammed the phone down. The line went dead. No sound, no static, just silence. He looked at the screen. No active call, no record, nothing in the log. Ethan sank to the floor, his head in his hands. I'm losing my mind. But when he looked up, the phone buzzed again. A single text notification. Tomorrow, 3:15. Pick up. I need to tell you what you did. He didn't sleep that night. The next day passed in a haze. He went to his clinic half awake. His first patient, Mara, sat in front of him. A woman in her 30s with severe paranoia. Her eyes darted to the corners of the room. She's calling again, Mara whispered. Ethan froze. Who's calling, Mara? The woman in the dark. She sounds kind, but it's not her. It pretends. His heart started to pound. What does she say to you? She says the same thing every night. Her eyes locked onto his. She says, why did you leave me? The pen slipped from his hand. He told himself it was coincidence, projection, his grief creeping into the session. Still, he ended the appointment early. He couldn't breathe in that room anymore. That night, Ethan unplugged his phone before bed. He even turned it off. But at exactly 3:15 a.m., the phone powered on by itself. The ringtone played, Moon River. He picked it up, voice shaking. What do you want? There was silence, then the faint sound of breathing. Come back to me. Where? The lake. The call ended. Ethan stared at the screen, heart hammering. No record, no message, no number. But in the reflection of the black phone screen, he thought he saw a pale face behind him, watching. The next morning, he drove. He didn't even know why. He followed the old road through Black Hollow, the forest where he and Lena used to walk before the crash, the night she drove into the lake. They said it was an accident. The road was wet, she lost control. But Ethan knew. They'd fought that night. He'd said things you can't take back. He parked near the guardrail, rain falling in steady sheets. He looked down at the dark, still lake. Then his phone rang. No service, but the screen lit anyway. Lena calling. He shouldn't have answered. He did. Lena, you're close, she said. I can see you. Ethan's eyes darted around. No one was there. Where are you? Underneath. The call ended. He stood frozen until the rain stopped. When he looked back at the car, his reflection in the window looked wrong. His mouth was smiling, but he wasn't. When he got home, a voicemail waited for him. The timestamp, 3:16 a.m. He pressed play. At first, only static. Then Lena's voice again, but faintly beneath her, another voice, a child's whisper. Come back to the lake. Ethan stopped the playback. He replayed it. This time he heard it clearly. It wasn't one voice. It was many, overlapping, whispering together. He left us there. Ethan sat in the dark, phone in his hand, tears in his eyes. I didn't leave you, Lena. I tried to. The phone rang, 3:15 a.m. The screen glowed. Incoming call, Lena. He answered. Tomorrow, she said. We'll talk about what you did. The line went dead. Part 2. Morning light crept through the blinds, slicing across Ethan's living room. The phone sat on the counter where he'd left it, dark and still. He hadn't touched it since the last call. He hadn't slept either. Every time he closed his eyes, he heard her voice, soft, pleading, calling from somewhere just below the surface of his thoughts. By 8 a.m., he was at the clinic. The mirror in the restroom showed deep shadows under his eyes. He looked older, hollowed out. His colleagues had started avoiding him, his outbursts, his sudden silences. He was supposed to help people cope with trauma, but lately he couldn't even trust his own mind. He checked his phone one more time before his first session. No missed calls, no messages. For a moment, he let himself breathe. His first patient was a new referral, Rachel Harrow, a woman in her 40s who claimed she heard voices through the walls. She sat rigidly in the chair, her fingers twisting the hem of her coat. Ethan began gently. "Rachel, tell me about the voices." "They come at night," she said. "They whisper my name. They sound like people I used to know. Do they frighten you?" Rachel looked up, eyes red. "Not at first, but now they say things only I would know. Private things, things I never told anyone." Ethan wrote a note, but his hand shook. "What kind of things?" Rachel leaned forward. "They ask me why I left. They say it's cold where they are. They ask me to come back." His stomach turned. "Rachel," he said quietly, "have you ever lost someone close to you?" She nodded slowly. "My husband. He drowned 2 years ago at Black Hollow Lake." Ethan froze. His pen dropped to the floor. Rachel noticed. "You know that place?" He forced a weak smile. "Just heard of it." But his mind screamed, the lake again. Always the lake. When she left, he closed the office door and sat at his desk, breathing hard. He couldn't stop thinking about her words. "They asked me to come back." He checked his voicemail again. Nothing new. He played the old message from the night before. The overlapping whispers filled the room. Beneath them, faintly, he heard his own voice, whispering back. He stopped the tape, rewound it, played it again. This time he could make it out clearly. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." He didn't remember ever saying that. He stared at the wall until his vision blurred. His phone buzzed. A text. Unknown number. "She's trying to reach you. Don't answer tonight." He read it twice. No sender ID, no reply possible. The next patient was Mara, the same woman from the day before. She looked worse, pale, shaking, eyes sunken. "She's close now," Mara whispered as soon as she sat down. Ethan tried to keep his voice calm. "Who is?" "The one who calls." "The woman from the dark water. She said you would help her." He felt his throat tighten. "What did she tell you?" "That she's not finished with you." "Mara, listen to me." "She told me your name," Mara said softly. "Ethan." The sound of his name from her lips sent a chill through him. He stood up. "That's enough for today." But Mara kept talking, voice growing distant and strange. "She said you left her there. She said you promised to wait." He grabbed his coat and walked out, leaving her mid-sentence. He couldn't breathe in that room another second. Outside, the sky was gray. He sat in his car with his hands gripping the steering wheel, staring at the black screen of his phone. He wanted to throw it out the window, but he couldn't. At home, he set it on the table and watched the clock. 3 o'clock, 3:05, 3:10. He told himself he wouldn't answer this time. When it rang at 3:15, he jumped. He let it ring once, twice. The melody echoed through the house. On the 5th ring, he picked up. "Lena?" No voice, only static, then faint breathing. He whispered, "What do you want from me?" The voice came at last. "Tell me what you see in your dreams." He froze. "Every night," she continued, "you see me there. You wake before I reach you." "Why?" "I don't know," he said. "Yes, you do." Her tone changed, deeper now, almost two voices blending together. "You left me at the lake." "I didn't," he shouted. "I tried to save you." Static filled the line. Then laughter, distant and hollow. "Then why am I still here?" The call cut off. He sat in the dark, shaking. For a long time there was only the sound of rain against the windows. Then faintly a ringtone came from the other side of the room. He turned. The old landline phone, the one he hadn't used in years, was glowing. It rang again. He picked up slowly. "Who is this?" This time the voice wasn't Lena's. It was a child. "She says she can't cross until you remember." "Remember what?" The line went dead. He stared at the silent receiver, cold sweat dripping down his back. The air felt heavy, damp. The smell of lake water filled the room. He turned toward the window. Outside, She Calls Part 3. The Lake Doesn't Sleep. Ethan didn't remember falling asleep. He woke on the couch just after dawn, his neck aching, the landline still on the floor beside him. The smell of damp earth lingered in the air. He checked the front door. It was locked, but muddy footprints stained the wooden floor, leading toward the window and fading there. He opened the curtains. Outside, the street was quiet. No sign of anyone. He stood there for a long time, watching the fog drift across the empty road, trying to convince himself the footprints were just a trick of light. But deep down, he knew better. At the clinic, he couldn't focus. His notes blurred, his handwriting turned to nonsense. He kept hearing faint ringing in his ears, like a phone off the hook. His secretary mentioned that a detective had called, asking for him. When he returned the call, a woman's voice answered, calm, professional. "Detective Claire Winters, Pennsylvania State Police. I'm looking into an unresolved case connected to Black Hollow Lake. You were the primary contact for the victim, Lena Cole?" Ethan's chest tightened. "Yes, she was my wife." Claire hesitated. "We've been reviewing the file. Something's come up. The body we recovered 6 months ago. There's been a mistake." "What kind of mistake?" "The remains weren't hers." Ethan went silent. He could hear the hum of her office through the line, papers shuffling. "I thought you should know," Claire continued. "We're reopening the case. If anything unusual happens, please contact me." He ended the call without answering. That night he drove back to Black Hollow Lake. The same narrow road, the same twisted guardrail. The trees stood tall and silent, their branches reaching like arms. The rain had stopped, but the air was thick with mist. The lake spread out before him, dark as glass. He parked and stepped out, gravel crunching under his shoes. A faint sound broke the quiet, the sharp trill of a phone ringing. It wasn't his. The sound came from the water's edge. He followed it down the slope, his shoes sinking into wet earth. There, hanging from a broken tree branch near the shore, was a single black telephone, its cord dangling into the water. It rang again. He reached out, hesitating only a moment before lifting the receiver. "Hello?" Static. Then his own voice answered. "Hello, Ethan." He froze. The voice was identical to his, but hollow, slower, as if echoing from a tunnel. "Who is this?" "You know me," the voice said. "You left me here." He dropped the phone. It landed in the mud, but the voice kept speaking through the receiver, faintly repeating his name. "Ethan, Ethan." He turned and ran. When he got back to the car, his headlights flickered. The engine wouldn't start. The phone on the passenger seat lit up. Incoming call, Lena. He screamed and hurled it out the window into the darkness. The ringing didn't stop. It grew louder, echoing from the trees, multiplied into dozens of phones ringing at once, surrounding him. He covered his ears. "Stop it!" And just like that, silence. The lake was still again. He sat in the car for hours, trembling. When dawn came, the world felt wrong. Colors looked muted, sounds distant. He drove home, his clothes damp with sweat and rain. Inside, the phone was waiting for him on the table, dry, clean, as if it had never left. He turned on his answering machine. A new message blinked. He pressed play. The voice was Lena's. "You shouldn't have gone back." He's awake now. He replayed it again and again until another sound came through, a soft splash in the background, followed by a whisper. "She's not alone down here." He turned the volume up, pressing the speaker to his ear. Beneath the whisper, he could hear something else, breathing, slow and heavy, like someone standing right behind him. He turned. No one was there. The breathing stopped. Then the phone rang again. He lifted it slowly. "Lena." "Not Lena," the voice said. "You." "I don't understand." "Yes, you do. You drowned me. You watched." He staggered back, shaking his head. "No, it was an accident. I tried to pull you out." "You tried to forget," the voice hissed. "But the lake remembers." The line went dead. That night he dreamed of her for the first time. He stood at the edge of the lake calling her name. She rose from the water, her hair black with weeds, her face pale and still. She reached out her hand, lips blue, eyes open. When he woke, his hand was wet, and his phone sat on his chest, ringing softly. The screen showed no name this time, just a single word. Below. She Calls, Part 4. The Truth Underwater. Ethan didn't sleep again. The word on his phone screen burned into his thoughts. Below. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the lake, black and endless, and heard his own voice whispering from beneath the surface. By morning, he looked like someone else, hollow-eyed, trembling, wearing the same clothes from the day before. He went to his office, but the clinic lights felt too bright, too sterile. His patient stared at him in confusion when he asked strange questions mid-session. "Do you believe the dead can call us back?" The woman shook her head. "Doctor, are you all right?" He wasn't. When the day ended, Ethan drove again, not toward home, but toward the lake. His hands moved on their own. The detective's words echoed in his mind. The remains weren't hers. If Lena's body wasn't found, then who had he buried? The fog grew thicker the closer he got. When he stepped out of the car, it was silent. No birds, no wind, no insects. Only the faint smell of stagnant water and something metallic, like rust or blood. He followed the dirt path to the dock, the same place he'd last seen her alive. That night came back in fragments. The argument, her tears, his shouting, the storm, her slipping hand. He remembered diving after her, but he didn't remember pulling her out. Just darkness, then the sound of sirens. Now standing there again, he whispered to the water, "Lena, if you're here, please talk to me." The lake rippled. A phone began to ring beneath the surface. He dropped to his knees. No. The sound was muffled but clear, rhythmic, mechanical. He grabbed a nearby oar, reached into the cold water, and stirred. The phone rose slowly, covered in algae, its cord tangled with weeds. He pulled it free, shaking, and pressed it to his ear. "Ethan." It was Lena's voice, not distorted this time. Calm, real, heartbreakingly familiar. "Why did you leave me there?" Tears filled his eyes. "I didn't mean to. I tried to save you." "No, you tried to bury what you did." "What did I do?" The voice was quiet for a moment. Then, "You pushed me." He dropped the phone as if it burned him. "That's not true. You slipped. You pushed me because I was leaving." "Because I found out." He froze. "Found out what?" The phone was silent. Then a faint sound came through. Paper rustling, a recording starting. His own voice played back. "Lena, listen to me. You can't tell anyone. You don't understand what this will do to me. Her voice answered, trembling. You falsified the reports, Ethan. You made patients disappear. The recording stopped. He felt sick. The air grew colder. The lake rippled again, wider this time, as if something large moved beneath. From the center of the water, bubbles rose. Then slowly a shape began to surface. Not a body, but a chair. A therapy chair, the kind from his office, covered in silt and decay. On it sat a woman's figure, her head tilted, hair floating in the water like black smoke. Ethan fell backward, crawling away. No, no, this isn't real. Her eyes opened underwater, staring directly at him. You lied, Ethan, she said. Now you'll listen. The phone in his hand began to vibrate. He looked down. Incoming call, unknown number. He didn't answer. The ringing grew louder until the phone cracked, splitting down the middle. Water poured out of it, flooding his lap. He stood stumbling toward the car, but the lake wasn't still anymore. It churned violently, waves rising where there had been none. A voice echoed all around him, not from the phone, not from the air, but inside his head. You drowned me with your silence. You buried me in your lies. He clutched his ears. Stop it. You wanted to forget. Now you'll remember. The next thing he knew, he was in the water, gasping. He didn't remember jumping. Something pulled at his ankles, dragging him down. The cold sliced through him, his lungs burning as he sank deeper. Below, through the murky dark, he saw faces, dozens of them, pale, open-eyed, mouths moving soundlessly, the missing patients, the ones he'd lost, the ones he'd altered records for, all staring. At the center of them, Lena waited. She smiled faintly. Below, she whispered, where you belong. He screamed underwater, bubbles bursting from his mouth, but her hands reached out, wrapping around his throat gently, almost lovingly. Now answer when I call. The world went black. Ethan woke up on the shore, coughing up water, lungs aching. The lake was calm again, quiet as ever. His car was gone. His phone was gone. He staggered to his feet and looked around. Only one thing remained. The black telephone, resting on a rock nearby. He picked it up, trembling, and pressed it to his ear. This time the voice that spoke wasn't Lena's. It was his own. You're almost home. She calls, part 5, the final call. Ethan walked. He didn't know for how long. The woods around Black Hollow Lake seemed endless, every tree leaning closer as if listening. His clothes clung to him, soaked and heavy, his breath shallow. By the time he reached the road, the world looked different. The sky had no color. The signs, the trees, even his own shadow seemed to waver like a reflection on water. He followed the road back to town. Every few steps, he heard the faint click of a phone receiver lifting somewhere behind him. When he turned, there was nothing. At the edge of town, he saw the clinic. The windows were dark. The sign above the door was rusted, the paint flaking. It looked abandoned, but he'd been there just yesterday. He went inside. The waiting room smelled of mold, the wallpaper peeled in long strips, the furniture covered in dust. His footsteps echoed on the wooden floor. He called out, "Hello?" No answer. He pushed open the door to his office. The air was colder there, damp, like the lake had followed him inside. On his desk sat the black telephone. It rang once, then again. He reached out and lifted the receiver slowly. "Ethan," said his own voice, calm and flat. "Where am I?" he asked. "Home." "This isn't home." "It's where you brought us," the voice said. "The ones you buried in your work. The ones you silenced. You thought the lake could hold the truth, but the truth floats." He clenched the phone. "I didn't kill them. I tried to help." The voice laughed. a hollow echoing sound. You called it therapy. They called it drowning. Ethan looked around the office. The room shifted. The walls darkened, dripping water. The floor rippled like the lake's surface. His desk began to sink slowly, drawers sliding open as papers floated up. "Stop," he whispered. "You wanted peace, Ethan," the voice said. "You wanted to forget." He dropped the phone. It hit the floor but kept ringing over and over. Then came another sound, footsteps in the hall. Wet, slow, deliberate. He turned toward the door. A figure stood there, pale and soaked, her hair matted to her face. Lena. She stepped inside, water dripping from her dress, leaving dark footprints. Her eyes were blank but alive. "You never answered," she said softly. He backed away. "Lena, please." She stopped inches from him. "Do you remember what you told me that night?" He shook his head. She leaned close, her voice a whisper. "You said you'd rather die than lose me." She smiled, and her smile wasn't human. "So die with me." She grabbed his hand. Her skin was ice. The room dissolved into water. Walls, ceiling, everything falling away until there was only the lake again. They were both standing on its surface, the sky black and endless above them. He looked down. Beneath the water, the faces of his patients stared up, motionless. Their mouths opened, and one by one, they began to ring, the sound of phones echoing through the lake. Ethan screamed. Lena pulled him close, whispering into his ear, "Answer me, Ethan." One last time he opened his mouth, and water poured out. The sound of 1,000 phones ringing filled the darkness. Then silence. Days later, Detective Claire Winters sat in her car by the lake. The rain tapped softly on the windshield. She looked at the empty road and then at her file. Case file. Ethan Cole, missing, presumed dead. His car had been found submerged near the old dock. No body recovered. The locals said the lake took him, like it took the others. Claire closed the file and started her car. As she drove off, the police radio crackled softly with static. Then a voice came through. "Detective Winters?" She frowned. "This is Winters." "Who's this?" the line hissed. "Ethan," the voice said. Claire froze. "Dr. Cole, I just wanted to say..." His voice trailed off, faint, wet, distorted. "She calls." The radio went silent. Behind her, the lake rippled once, then went still again. The end. Midnight Talks presents Home Alone.
Part 1. The Night Begins. The house was too quiet. That kind of quiet that makes every small sound, the hum of the fridge, the creak of the floorboards, feel like a whisper from something unseen. 12-year-old Ethan Miller sat cross-legged on the living room couch, surrounded by empty soda cans and half-eaten pizza boxes. The weekend was his, no parents, no rules. Just video games, movies, and snacks until sunrise. Outside, the October wind howled against the windows. Rain tapped gently on the glass like impatient fingers. Ethan's mom had left that afternoon for a business trip in Chicago, and his dad was working an overnight shift at the fire station. They'd left him enough food, their neighbor Mrs. Denton's phone number, and one strict rule: don't open the door for anyone. No matter what. Of course, Ethan laughed when they said it. This was a safe neighborhood, Brookville, just outside Portland. Nothing ever happened here. He turned the TV volume up, blasting his favorite horror movie, Night of the Hollow Ones. The flickering light from the screen painted the walls with shadows that seemed to move on their own. 11:07 p.m. Halfway through the movie, the power flickered, once, twice, then went dark. Ethan groaned. Come on. Seriously. He grabbed his phone to check the Wi-Fi, but it was gone too. The only light came from his screen, glowing pale blue across his face. Outside, thunder rolled across the sky, deep and long, like something massive had just moved above the clouds. He sighed and texted his dad, "Hey, power went out again." "I'm fine, though." No response. He checked the time again. 11:10 p.m. He stood up, flashlight on his phone, shaking slightly as he scanned the room. Everything looked normal, until he heard it. Creak. From upstairs. He froze. Maybe it was the wind, the old house. But then it came again. Step, step, slow, heavy, measured. Someone, or something, was walking across the hallway upstairs. Ethan's throat went dry. He turned off his phone light, holding his breath. The house sank into complete darkness. Another sound, faint but clear. The soft drag of fabric against wood. Someone was moving. Ethan swallowed hard. He wanted to yell, to run outside, but the storm outside was roaring now. Sheets of rain beat against the porch, and flashes of lightning burst through the window. Gathering courage, he reached for the baseball bat leaning near the couch. His dad's old one from high school. "Hello?" he called out, voice cracking slightly. "Mom? Dad?" No reply. Only the slow creak of a door hinge upstairs. He pointed his phone's flashlight up the staircase. The beam shook as he lifted it. 1 step, 2 steps, 3. The air upstairs was colder, much colder. As he reached the top, he noticed something odd. The door to his bedroom was open. He was sure he'd left it closed. He stepped closer, gripping the bat tight. "Who's there?" Lightning flashed through the window. For a split second, he thought he saw a shadow inside his room. Then darkness again. His heart was pounding so loud he could barely hear the rain anymore. He took a deep breath and stepped inside. The room looked normal. Bed unmade, posters on the wall, his laptop still on the desk. But something wasn't right. His blanket was pushed aside, and sitting neatly on his pillow was a small folded piece of paper. Ethan frowned. He didn't remember leaving anything there. He reached for it slowly, hands trembling. In shaky handwriting, the note read, "You shouldn't be alone tonight." He dropped it instantly. His stomach twisted. Lightning flashed again, and this time he saw it clearly. A tall, thin figure standing in the hallway mirror behind him, not moving, just standing, watching. Ethan turned around. The hallway was empty. When he looked back at the mirror, the reflection was gone. His breathing turned shallow. The note lay on the bed, fluttering from the draft of the open window. Ethan ran and slammed it shut. The storm screamed outside, wind howling like a living thing. He backed into the corner of the room, clutching the bat. He wanted to call for help, but his phone suddenly died. Black screen, battery drained though it was 70% minutes ago. Then came a whisper, soft, raspy, close to his ear. "Don't turn around."
The whisper slithered through the dark, like cold breath on glass. Ethan's entire body froze. Every muscle in his back locked in place. He could feel his pulse hammering in his throat. He wanted to scream. He wanted to run, but his body wouldn't obey. The room felt smaller, tighter, like the air itself was closing in. Faint whispering echo. "Ethan." The voice said his name, soft, almost playful. That's when he bolted. He spun around, swinging the baseball bat wildly. But there was no one there. The room was empty. His breath came out in short, broken gasps. Light switch clicks, no power sound. He stumbled toward the light switch, flicking it up and down. Nothing. Still dark. Then, a sound from downstairs. A faint, scraping noise. Something heavy, dragging across the floor. Faint, dragging sound. Low hum builds. Ethan tightened his grip on the bat and crept toward the staircase. His dead phone reflected a tiny glint from the hallway window. A flash of lightning outside. The scraping stopped. Then, 3 slow knocks from the front door. 3 heavy knocks echo. Knock, pause, knock, pause, knock. Ethan's heart sank. He tiptoed to the top of the stairs, peering down through the darkness. The door loomed below, like a black rectangle in the faint moonlight. "Who's there?" he shouted. Silence. Faint rain continues. No answer. He waited. Then, a voice muffled through the wood. "Ethan, let me in." Voice sounds calm and motherly. It sounded familiar, soft kind, like his mother. For a moment, relief washed over him. "Mom? It's cold out here, sweetie." Open the door. Tone changes subtly. Voice slightly distorted. Ethan froze. Something was wrong with the voice. The tone was right, but the rhythm was off. Too slow, too even, like someone mimicking a recording. He stayed silent. "Ethan," the voice said again, "I'm your mother. Let me in." He felt chills crawl up his spine. His mom wouldn't say that. She'd say, "Hey, buddy, open up." She always did. He whispered to himself. "You're not my mom." Distorted laugh begins, slowly morphs into shrill cackling. The voice on the other side started laughing, a low, distorted giggle that turned into a choking, rasping sound, like someone trying to laugh and scream at the same time. Ethan ran to the kitchen and hid behind the counter, clutching the bat tight. Knocking intensifies, rhythmic and loud. Knock, knock, knock. "Ethan, don't ignore me." He could hear the door handle turning now, slowly, creaking back and forth. Handle rattling sound. He looked around the dark kitchen. The only light came from flashes of lightning through the window. And then, during one flash, he saw it, a face, pressing against the glass from outside, pale, smiling, 2 hollow eyes, staring straight at him. Soft thunder hit. Heartbeat sound resumes. Ethan ducked down, trembling. His breathing came out in short, sharp bursts. Then, silence. For a long moment, the only sound was the rain. Soft, ambient pause. Ethan slowly lifted his head above the counter. The window was empty again. No face. He exhaled, shaking. Maybe it was over. Maybe, clack. Metallic sound of door unlocking. The back door. Ethan's heart nearly stopped. His parents' key ring had a distinct jingle, and that was it. Someone was inside. Slow footsteps echo, wooden floor creaking. He backed away from the kitchen and darted toward the hallway closet, squeezing himself behind a pile of coats. The smell of detergent and mothballs filled his nose. From inside the darkness, he heard slow, careful footsteps on the linoleum floor. Step, step, step. The sound of the fridge door opening, then closing. The figure moved toward the living room, each footfall soft but deliberate. Too deliberate. Ethan pressed a hand over his mouth, trying not to breathe. Then, a whisper from the hallway. Right outside the closet door. "You found my note." Faint reverb on voice. Eerie tone. Ethan bit his lip until he tasted blood. The footsteps stopped. He could see a thin line of light under the closet door. The faint silhouette of 2 feet standing just outside. Seconds crawled by like hours. Then the voice again. Closer. "I used to live here, Ethan." Ethan's pulse spiked. "What?" "Your parents bought my house. I used to sleep in your room." Soft, breathy laugh. "And I never left." Ethan wanted to scream, but couldn't make a sound. Then silence again. No footsteps. No breathing. Just the sound of the rain. 10 seconds ambient pause. Storm wind rises slightly. He waited. 5 seconds. 10. Then slowly reached for the doorknob. He turned it, millimeter by millimeter. When he pushed it open, the hallway was empty. Soft ambient hum. He crept out, still gripping the bat, and looked toward the living room. The front door was wide open. Wind blowing rain inside. The curtains fluttered like ghosts. Ethan stepped closer. "Who are you? What do you want?" No answer. He moved toward the door to shut it, then noticed muddy footprints leading in. Small, bare footprints, and one of them ended right behind him. Heartbeat quickens. Pause. He turned but saw nothing. Just shadows. He slammed the door shut and locked it, then bolted for the stairs, taking them two at a time, his heartbeat thundering in his ears. Footsteps racing sound. He ran into his room and locked the door behind him, pressing his back against it. His phone still dead. The clock on his desk blinking 12 o'clock again and again. Electric hum of clock beeping. Then, a faint scratching sound from under his bed. Slow, persistent, like nails dragging across wood. Scratch sound, increasing subtly. He crouched down, shaking, and whispered, "Who's there?" No answer. The scratching stopped. And then, from the darkness beneath the bed, a voice whispered back, calm, deliberate, "You're not supposed to be home." Silence. Went outside. Faint giggle echoes and fades. Part 3. Under the bed. The words slid from the dark like a whisper that shouldn't exist. Ethan's knees buckled. He dropped the bat, the clatter echoing through the room. For a heartbeat, nothing moved. Then came a soft shuffle, something crawling. He stumbled back until his shoulders hit the door. The room felt smaller, the air thicker. Lightning flashed outside, painting everything white for half a second. That was enough. A pale hand shot from beneath the bed. Thin, veined, fingers too long for any human. It gripped the bed frame and pulled itself out. Slow, deliberate. Ethan froze. He reached for the doorknob, twisting, but it wouldn't budge. Jammed. The face that emerged was distorted. A man's, but wrong. The skin stretched like an ill-fitting mask. Eyes wide, catching the lightning in dull silver circles. "They said you'd be gone," the man hissed. "They always leave the lights off." Ethan screamed and slammed his shoulder into the door until it burst open. He tore down the hallway, locked himself in the bathroom, and slid to the floor, trembling. His heart pounded like it wanted out. Footsteps followed. Slow, steady, step, pause, step. Then came that voice again, lower now, almost amused. "You're faster than the last one." The floor creaked. Then, silence. Ethan pressed his ear to the door. Nothing. He counted. 10, 20, then stood. His phone was still dead. No light, no signal. He eyed the bathroom window. Small, but maybe enough. The rain outside poured hard, but anything was better than here. He unlocked it, pushed it up, and froze. Outside, standing in the downpour directly below, was the same man, looking straight up. That smile, too wide, too still. He lifted a finger to his lips. Shh. Then he vanished into the dark. Ethan stumbled back, knocking over the towel rack. The clang echoed through the house. Immediately, heavy footsteps pounded up the stairs. No time. He climbed onto the sink, squeezed through the window, and dropped into the wet grass. Bare feet splashing, he sprinted toward the neighbor's yard. Mrs. Denton's porch light glowed faintly. He ran and banged on her door. "Mrs. Denton, please help me." "Nothing," he screamed louder. The porch light flickered, once, twice, then went out. He turned. Across the street, his house stood silent. One light glowed, his bedroom window. Someone was standing there. The man, watching. Ethan ran. Down the street, past dark houses and ghostly mailboxes in the rain. He didn't stop until his lungs burned. He ducked behind a parked car, shaking, tried his phone again, still dead. Lightning flashed, and in the car window's reflection, he saw movement. The man was walking down the middle of the street, barefoot, dragging something behind him. The baseball bat. Ethan covered his mouth, fighting a sob. The man stopped across from the car, head tilted, as if he could smell him hiding. Then, barely audible through the storm, "You shouldn't have read the note." Ethan didn't move. His pulse roared in his ears. Another flash, and the man was gone. Just gone. Ethan crawled out, bolted toward the woods behind the neighborhood. Mud pulled at his feet, branches tore his arms, but he didn't care. He ran until the houses vanished and only darkness remained. He reached a small clearing and collapsed, gasping. The woods were silent except for rain and distant thunder. Maybe he'd lost him. He leaned against a tree, eyes fluttering shut. Then, from the shadows, "You ran just like she did." Ethan jerked up. Nothing there. He stepped back, tripped over something half buried. A shoe, small, red. Beside it, a torn piece of pink fabric with cartoon stars. And beneath it, a soaked, half-buried note. With shaking hands, he unfolded it. "You're next." Thunder cracked above. He spun in every direction. Empty woods. Then a sound. A faint camera click. He turned toward it. A figure stood among the trees holding a phone. The flash went off again. Blinding white. When his vision cleared, the figure was gone. Only the smell of wet soil and something metallic, like rust or blood, lingered. Ethan fell to his knees, trembling. He whispered to himself over and over, "Wake up, wake up, wake up." But the storm didn't stop, and somewhere deep in the woods, another flash, then another, and another, each one closer than the last. Part 4. The photographs. Rain dripped from Ethan's hair as he crouched in the clearing, his fingers clamped around the soaked note. Lightning flared through the trees. For a heartbeat, he saw something pale between the trunks, a face half hidden watching him. He stumbled to his feet and ran deeper into the woods. Branches snapped under his bare feet. Every flash of light revealed new shapes, shadows of trunks, roots, in the ghostly blur of falling rain. Then he tripped over something hard and fell forward into the mud. He turned his phone over in his palm, still black. When lightning lit the clearing, he saw what he'd fallen on. A small metal box, half buried, rusted hinges, old latch. His shaking fingers pried it open. Inside were photographs, dozens of them. At first, he couldn't understand what he was seeing. They were all of his house, different angles, different rooms, some taken through windows, some from inside. He turned one over and nearly dropped it. The date on the back, September 16th, 2023. Just last month. The next one showed him asleep in his bed. His breath caught. He flipped through more. Him brushing his teeth, watching TV, eating dinner. Someone had been taking pictures of him for weeks. A whisper behind him, greater than, "You're very photogenic." Ethan spun, swinging the metal box, but it hit nothing. The woods were empty. He stumbled backward, clutching the photos. In the distance, through the trees, he saw the faint glow of streetlights, civilization. He ran again, crashing through undergrowth until he reached the back fence of another house, a modern 2-story home with big windows and a glowing porch. He clambered over the fence, slipped on wet grass, and sprinted to the door. He banged on it frantically. Greater than, "Help! Please! Someone's after me!" A man opened the door, older, in a flannel shirt, startled. "Greater than, kid? Are you okay? He's in my house. He's been taking pictures." The man grabbed his shoulder gently. Greater than, "Slow down. Come inside." Ethan stepped into the warm hallway, shaking. He dropped the photos on the counter. The man frowned as he picked them up. Greater than, "Where did you get these?" Greater than, "The woods." He was there. The man flipped through them silently, his brow furrowed deeper with every one. Then he looked up. Greater than, "These are old." Greater than, "What?" He pointed to one. Greater than, "Look at that photo, the wallpaper. That pattern hasn't been there for years." Ethan blinked, confused. "No, that's my room." That's what it looks like now. Greater than kid. That house burned down. Ethan froze. Greater than, no it didn't. I live there. The man shook his head. The Millers moved away after the fire 2 years ago. Nobody's lived there since. Ethan's chest tightened. He stepped backward, heart racing. No, I was just there tonight. The man's expression softened, like he was speaking to someone in shock. What's your name, kid? Greater than Ethan? Ethan Miller. The man went still. Greater than Ethan. That's the boy who... A sudden crash from the living room cut him off. Both turned. The front window had shattered inward. Rain poured through the jagged hole. Someone, had thrown the baseball bat inside. The same bat, Ethan's. The man grabbed the phone on the counter. Greater than, I'm calling the police. He didn't get the chance. A shape moved behind him, fast. Ethan barely saw it, just the blur of a pale face before the man dropped to the floor with a dull thud. Blood smeared across the tiles. Ethan screamed and ran toward the stairs, slipping on the wet floor. He didn't look back. The intruder's voice followed him, sing-song and mocking. You can't run from where you already are. Ethan bolted into an upstairs bedroom and slammed the door. The lock clicked. He pressed his back against the wall, shaking. He could hear the man's footsteps below, slow and steady. Then silence. For a long time, nothing happened. Ethan edged toward the window. The rain had slowed to a mist. The neighborhood looked empty, asleep. Then from behind him, a whisper. Greater than, smile for the camera. A flash of white light filled the room. The sound of a camera shutter echoed. Ethan turned and saw a figure standing in the doorway. It wasn't the intruder, it was himself. Same clothes, same face, except pale, hollow-eyed, smiling too wide. The doppelganger lifted a camera and took another picture. Now we match, it whispered. Ethan stumbled backward, screaming. He grabbed a lamp from the nightstand and hurled it. The light shattered. When it flickered back, the double was gone. Only the smell of smoke remained. He looked out the window and froze. The house across the street, his house, was on fire. Orange flames licked the walls, smoke pouring into the night sky. In the upstairs window, he saw the same pale figure waving. Powder Part 5, The House That Watches. The fire glowed against the low clouds, painting the street orange. Ethan's mouth went dry as he watched his house burn. Flames hissed in the rain, consuming everything. Faint sirens sounded in the distance, muffled like a dream. Behind him, floorboards creaked. He turned slowly. The hallway was empty. The air shimmered with heat. Black ash drifted under the bedroom door. The smell of smoke thickened. He ran to the window. The frame was too small to climb, but he saw the street below, and a figure standing in front of the burning house. The man, still smiling. This time he wasn't alone. More shapes appeared. Motionless silhouettes burned into the smoke. Tall, thin, pale figures standing shoulder to shoulder, facing Ethan's window. They didn't move or blink, just stared. He backed away. Photographs he'd dropped earlier curled from the heat. One fluttered onto his shoe. He picked it up. It was a photo of this room, but the bed was gone, the walls black with smoke, the window frame melted. In the center, a small boy stood where Ethan stood now. Same clothes, same face. His hand trembled. He flipped it over. Written in messy scrawl. Greater than, you were never alone. The lights flickered. The walls warped and peeled, revealing blackened wood. Wallpaper melted like wax. Ethan stumbled to the door, yanked it open. The hallway was gone. Only fire, raging, deafening, swallowing everything. He screamed and turned to the window. The figures were closer, at the yard's edge, faces shimmering in the heat. The man's voice rose through the flames, calm, almost gentle. Greater than, "We told you not to stay." The floor cracked beneath him. Smoke filled the air. He pressed his hand against the wall. Hot, real. Then, silence. No fire. No smoke. He was back in his bedroom. Wallpaper intact. Bed made. Clock ticking. 7:12 a.m. Morning light spilled through the curtains. His phone buzzed. Shaking, he checked it. Greater than, from unknown. Number 1, new photo received. It was a picture of him asleep, taken from the foot of the bed. Timestamp 6:59 a.m. Ethan's hand went cold. He looked to the bed, empty. Then from downstairs the front door opened. His mother's voice floated up, cheerful. "Morning, honey. We're home early." Relief surged. He ran down the hall shouting, "Mom! Dad!" He turned into the living room and froze. They stood by the door. Their faces were wrong. Too smooth. Too still. Like wax. Like masks. Behind them, the man stood smiling. Eyes hollow and silver. Greater than, "Welcome home, Ethan." 1 week later, the Brookville Gazette reported the Miller House fire. A tragic accident. No survivors. Neighbors swore they saw flickering lights at night, heard a boy's laughter from the charred frame, and sometimes found photographs in the gutter. Blurry, water-damaged shots of a small boy in the upstairs window, smiling,